term liabilities grew by 46.3%. The capital market shows similar strong performance, with the GSE All-Share Index year-to-date growing by 56.2% by December 2024. The earnings and profitability ratios also show that return on asset before tax recorded an annual growth of 5.4% in December 2023 and 5% in December 2024, whilst return on equity after tax grew at 34.2% in December 2023 and 30.8% in December 2024.
The economy is also determined.
It is no secret that the strength of an economy is also determined by the strength of its financial sector. Given the record of performance of our financial sector under the MPP administration, is this correct, ladies and gentlemen, for such an economy to be described as badly managed? Ladies and gentlemen, you can now understand that all the main components of our economy are in good shape. The real sector, as demonstrated in real GDP growth. The external sector, showing impressive external positions through trade and current account surpluses, and the performance of the financial sector, posting impressive financial ratios. Therefore, we need to ask President Mahama, how did he come by the conclusion that the economy was mismanaged? Ladies and gentlemen, the president tried to scare the Ghanaian people about the country's debt service obligations for the next 4 years, which according to him will amount to 280 billion Ghana cedis, comprising 150 billion Ghana cedis for domestic and 130 billion Ghana cedis in external debt servicing. Government at every time provides for debt servicing obligations, and the president is aware of this. We expect the president to mobilize the funds and stop complaining, such as what every government in Ghana has done to service our debts. The MPP did that when he left us with debts in 2017. Our debt management strategy has ensured that Ghana's debt levels have decreased substantially, and so are our debt service, taking a significant burden off the government. We have ensured that through strong negotiations, the servicing of Ghana's debts owed to our official bilateral creditors, $5.4 billion, has been rescheduled until after 2026. The NDC government didn't negotiate this. The agreement we reached with the Official Creditors Committee for Ghana entails a rescheduling of all debt service, principal and interest, falling due between 20th December 2023 to 31st December 2026. As a result, no debt service under bilateral debt will be paid until after 2026. I want to repeat that. No debt service under bilateral debt will be paid until after 2026, including the debt we didn't pay in 2023, since we declared the debt standstill. This was negotiated by the MPP government, that we will not pay our debts to our official creditors until after 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, the rescheduled amounts to be paid are expected to be repaid in 16 years and in 17 years respectively after their contractual due date. We'll start servicing after 2026, but the amount we are rescheduling between 2023 and 2026, we won't pay them at all until after 16 and 17 years when their contractual due date have expired. This is the work the MPP government has done. Delays in payments will be compensated for by interest accruing on the amounts at concessional rates ranging between 1% and 3%. This offer applies to all our official bilateral creditors and ECA-backed facilities signed and disbursed before end 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, this provides briefing space for the new government. The MPP is not in government to benefit from this. It's briefing space, significant briefing space for the new government. Yet President Mahama will not talk about that. To do to reach an agreement was to express consent to the terms of the MOU in writing. This was done on 12 January 2024 to reach an agreement in principle, later firmed up after further negotiations in June 2024, which paved way for the second successful review of the IMF program implementation. The OCC members, the participating creditor countries, 25 of them, were those required to sign up individually, which all of them did, except 3 countries that delayed because of their long internal processes. These countries finally signed up in January 2025, and that is why President Mahama wants to take credit for this. Mr. President, you played no role in this. Apart from the rich scheduling of debt service and savings from the negotiations with our official bilateral creditors, we also achieved debt cancellation, outright debt cancellation of almost $4 billion United States dollars. An additional debt service relief of $4.7 billion United States dollars through our negotiations with Ghana's Eurobond holders. This has reduced our debt levels, our public debt levels, from 78% of GDP to 72% of GDP. In fact, from September to October 2024 alone, our debt levels reduced by 68 billion Ghana cedis. It is instructive to note, therefore, that with a total public debt level of 721 billion Ghana cedis, which President Mahama was talking about, which is 72% of GDP, our record on debt sustainability is better compared with President Mahama's debt to GDP ratio of 73.1% by the end of 2016 when he left office. This, therefore, does not give the President a good standing to teach us lessons on debts. The energy sector debt at the beginning of 2017 stood at $2.5 billion. According to the Ghana Energy Sector Recovery Program, the energy sector was badly managed by President Mahama to the extent that the debts could reach $12 billion in 5 years if nothing was done about it. President Akufo-Addo ensured that this did not happen, and we ended our administration with $2.4 billion debts in the energy sector, less than the $2.5 billion we inherited from President Mahama in 2016, and notwithstanding the fact that President Akufo-Addo kept the lights on. The MPP administration kept the lights on by spending $6.2 billion in the process over 7 years, with 2024 expenditure on energy alone standing at $1.4 billion. It is important to state also that the bulk of the ECG debts the President referenced in his address came from excess capacity payments because of take-or-pay energy contracts signed by President Mahama. These payments could not be reflected in electricity tariffs because PURC allows for only the cost of energy consumed to be in tariffs and not the cost of contracted energy. This is what resulted in the debts. And so we ask, as we often do, now who caused them? President Mahama should have been the last to come talking about energy sector debts when the bulk of the debts were caused by deals that he signed in his previous administration. Even with these debts from President Mohammed's energy deals, Nana Akufo-Addo kept the lights on. We expect the president to do the same. Keep the lights on, Mr. President. The president refers to some 55 stalled projects funded from external resources because of non-disbursement of $2.9 billion, pales in the shadow of the savings we have made for Ghana, which he's going to be a beneficiary of anyway. The consequent savings Ghana is making through the rescheduling of the debt service in respect of this project shows that our debt management strategy was masterstroke. The reason the president must applaud us rather than doing politics with it. We wish to state, without any equivocation, that unlike the NDC, the MPP administration borrowed to develop our country. By the end of our administration, we increased the size of GDP by $20 billion and created 2.3 million jobs in 8 years, the highest job creation of any government since independence. This contrasts with the previous Mahama administration, which supervised a contraction in GDP by $10 billion between 2013 and 2016. The president's assurances to bondholders about his commitment to honor matured coupons is good. That is what this government must do to continue to increase investor confidence in the economy. However, to present this as a new policy or measure is to play mischief. The honoring of the matured coupon payment of 6 billion Ghana cedis in cash and 3.4 billion Ghana cedis in kind due in February 2025 to all domestic debt exchange program bondholders, which President Mohammed's government did, was the fourth of these payments. The previous 3 payments honored under the MPP administration. So it is not new. I was even shocked because when we did the payment, the 3 payment, it was the Ministry of Finance which issued statements. I was shocked that for the 4th payment, the president himself issued a statement as if to say that this is an achievement. Hey, this is the first time this is happening. I was very shocked. And I was wondering how the professionals at the finance ministry who usually do this were feeling. I was wondering. Such professionals have been have been asked to shut up for the president to do that job. In fact, the previous MPP government honored these 3 previous payments to domestic bondholders between August 2023 and December 2024, totaling 17.25 billion Ghana cedis in cash and 9.77 billion Ghana cedis in kind, based on the prescribed payment terms. Also, individuals who did not tender their bonds were paid coupons amounting to 515 million Ghana cedis at various times between 2023 and 2024, in line with the MOU signed between the government and the coalition of individual bondholders. And with these payments, without all the noise about sinking fund. The breakdown of the payments were as follows. First payment, August 2023, total payment of 8.55 billion Ghana cedis. Second payment in February 2024, total payments of 9.11 billion Ghana cedis. And the third payment, August 2024, total payments of 9.35 billion Ghana cedis. Energy sector. The government's handling of the power situation has increased uncertainty about economic growth prospects this year. The promises by the president in his address to the nation to fix the current doomsaw cannot be different from those he made during the 4 years of doomsaw endured by Ghanaians between the end of 2011 and 2016. Not even the creation of a new Ministry of Power by him could save the nation from the excruciating effects of doomsaw, resulting in the dismissal of then Minister for Power in January 2015. Even in 2016, there were major power interruptions which were blamed on maintenance and what was described as localized faults, a new term for PR stunt intended to cover up doomsaw, as the government was avoiding issuing load shedding timetable despite public demands for it because the general elections were close. Yet, the Ghanaian people knew Dumso had not ended because they lived with it and continued to suffer from it. Mr. President, you did not fix Dumso as you claimed in your address. Your record on Dumso is abysmal, unlike your predecessor, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, who kept the lights on. As we are back to Dumso in another Mahama term, Ghanaians remember with fear and anxiety the potential devastation this could cause for them and their businesses, especially small businesses like hair salons, welders, dressmakers, and many more who earn their daily bread from these vocations. Many people and businesses have already felt the pinch and the pain of living with the current. This is the true state of our nation and not what we presented to Parliament. To ameliorate the impact of these erratic power challenges, we, the mighty minority, call on the government to publish a load-shedding timetable today to help people and businesses plan effectively to offset some of the losses the economy is currently suffering from. On the petroleum sector, the record will show that production of crude oil has declined because President Mahama signed contracts with 13 companies, most of which, in fact, all of which, had no technical or financial capacity to undertake oil activity. However, President Akufo-Addo administration rather introduced measures for aggressive reserve replacement on assumption of office in 2017. As a result of these measures, between 2018 and 2022, 7 discoveries of crude oil were made. Ladies and gentlemen, as industry watchers know, the COVID-19 pandemic slowed down operations across the oil industry in the world, which affected the appraisal of these discoveries in Ghana. To incentivize these companies, the then government, the Akufo-Addo government, took the decision to restore their lost time to them. Several amendments were also made to the existing frameworks to provide further incentives to the industry. The MPP government could therefore not be accused of creating a hostile business climate and excessive political interference in the words of President Mahama. The MPP administration also added to crude oil production with the coming on stream of Jubilee Southeast in September 2023, which added 30,000 barrels of oil per day to production from the Jubilee field, thereby taking production from the field to 100,000 barrels of oil per day. Ladies and gentlemen, we are alarmed at the risk of these power challenges, reversing the economic turnaround in Ghana, as evidenced by the resurgent economic growth achieved last year. The dangers to economic growth are very visible for us to see. There is no reliable power supply now. Investors are being turned away by a government that is baselessly painting a bad picture of its own economy. And contractors are not being paid, despite the 68 billion Ghana cedis approved by Parliament for the government to spend in the first quarter of the year. And notwithstanding the significant amount of revenue at their disposal to meet these spending requirements, including, for example, the over 5 billion Ghana cedis buffer left for them, the 8.7 billion Ghana cedis collected by Ghana Revenue Authority for January 2025 alone, and about 67 billion Ghana cedis borrowed in less than 2 months. Many government projects have halted as a result, and the resultant job losses by young Ghanaians is very painful and unfortunate. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, the prospects for growth, economic growth, in this first quarter of 2025 remain weak and sluggish, and the government must change its economic management strategy as soon as possible. The Mahama administration made a lot of political gains by highlighting the plight of young Ghanaians who were yet to get jobs after over 2 million others had gotten jobs in the 8 years of the MPP administration. They promised 2 more people for each job under the 24-hour economy program. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now a notorious fact that to create vacancies for the purpose of employing NDC youth, the Mahama administration has sacked thousands of young Ghanaians who had been properly employed by the previous administration. The termination of the jobs of young Ghanaians, which has become synonymous with Mr. President Mahama, who we now prefer to call Terminator 1, is a sign of what is yet to come. Sacking people from employment and replacing them later with others does not amount to job creation. What the people of Ghana want are new jobs for those yet to be employed. President Mahama knows that the programs he outlined in his statement, Nkoko, Nkitinkiti, and the rest, cannot create sustainable jobs for the Ghanaian youth. Hence, the resort to termination of existing jobs for future replacement to shore up his job numbers. This is after President Mahama had argued, sadly, in 2016, that it was legitimate for an outgoing administration to recruit and sign deals up until the midnight of January 7 the following year, when its term expires. Not only are these double standards worrying, but the dismissals will no doubt worsen the unemployment situation which he promised to fix. The thousands who have been dismissed have been condemned to suffering and hardship. The fight against Galamsey has been difficult, no doubt. The President Mills struggled with it. President Mahama struggled with it in his first term. And despite the best of efforts, President Akufo-Addo also struggled with it. After having made so much propaganda about it, while in opposition, key NDC figures appearing before Parliament's Appointments Committee could not substantiate any of the propaganda allegations of the MPP being complicit in the Galamsey phenomenon. In contrast, media networks are now reporting that weeks after the election, known NDC kingpins in the Ashanti region have invaded some forests and commenced Galamsey activities there. Also in the Western region and the Eastern region and Western North, all over, the President is quiet, silent on all this. On the 19th day of January 2025 edition of the Ghanaian Daily Graphic, it was reported that illegal miners numbering about 60 breached the Anglo Gold Ashanti Mine security fence and intruded at Code D. The aim of the illegal miners was to enter the deep decline. The decision to enter the deep decline was because of a promise made to these illegal miners by the leadership of the NDC during the campaign. The promise was to assist them to illegally mine in areas which had been legally acquired by the Anglo Gold Company. Also, the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, speaking to Parliament on February 19, 2025, raised a very disturbing issue of insecurity, leading to an alarming rate of illegal mining activities within the nation's forest reserves. 9 out of the 44 forest reserves have been completely taken by illegal mining thugs with impunity. Our security agents and the Forestry Commission no longer have access to these forest reserves. We wish to ask, since when thugs involved in illegal mining became more powerful than our well-trained security agents? This is the true state of the fight against Galamsey, for which reason the President's address was scanty on any real steps to tackle the canker. Infrastructure development. The President conveniently omitted from his address the strides made in the housing sector under the immediate past administration. This included the completion of some of the stalled projects inherited in 2017, like the Asokori Mampong housing project, resumption of works on the Adenta SHC estates, and the selection of the private partner to commence work on the completion of the Saglime project. Additionally, 1,000 homes were delivered to the security services, 1,000 homes delivered by the TDC, and nearly another 1,000 homes by the State Housing Company. The administration also set up the National Home Ownership Fund that has delivered about 500 homes so far. The President failed to mention that the Ministry of Finance under President Akufo-Addo gave approval to GIF to set up a GIF housing sub-fund to receive funding for bankable housing projects, while the Ministry of Housing rolled out a PPP framework to stimulate housing. These strides made in the housing sector marked an unprecedented change in the approach to resolving the housing deficit in Ghana. Instead of seeking to lambast the outgone administration, credit should rather be given to it, followed by a commitment to build on it. The Ghana Priority Health Infrastructure Project, referred to as Agenda 111, was to design, construct, and equip 111 hospitals across the country. The need for the construction of hospitals became essential after Ghana recorded its first case of COVID-19 on 12 March 2020. In one of his regular addresses to the nation, where he detailed the government's measures to contain the spread of the virus, His Excellency, President Akufo-Addo, bemoaned the lack of hospitals in some 88 districts and 6 newly created regions of the country, and promised swift government investment in new hospitals, not only to address the urgent need to contain the spread of the virus in those districts and regions, but also to correct the anomaly in the distribution of health infrastructure across the country. The initial hospitals comprise of 101 district hospitals, 7 regional hospitals, 2 regional psychiatric hospitals, and 1 national psychiatric hospital in Accra. The program was, however, revised to include 3 district hospitals, thus expanding to cover 114 sites. As at 31st December 2024, progress on completion of civil works were 37 sites achieved 70% completion and above. 28 sites achieved between 50 and 70% completion, and 36 sites achieved below 50% completion. These district hospitals, 3 district hospitals, and this is important because some people have gone out there to say only 1 was completed. 3 district hospitals achieved practical completion, equipped and commissioned on 5th December 2024. And they are Achima Konguma Municipal Hospital at Trede, Konguma Municipal Hospital at Trede, the Oforikrom Municipal Hospital at Kokoben, and Ahanta West Municipal Hospital at Bokro. We also had dedicated sources of funding. Some have said that we are just doing it in an ad hoc manner. We had dedicated sources of funding from the government annual budgetary allocation and the CAPEX component of the annual budget funding amount from oil revenues. Total outstanding amount to complete all these district hospitals and the zonal psychiatric hospitals as at 31st December 2024 was $1.3 billion. In his haste to misinform the Ghanaian people, the President told a group of clergymen who visited him in his office that he needed $1.7 billion to complete the Agenda 111 projects. In his address to the nation last week, he put the amount at 22 billion Ghana cedis, and that is $1.4 billion, at 15.5 cedis to $1. So, Mr. President, which is the correct amount? We have taken note of the new government's plan to abandon these projects by proposing to relaunch the ABFA from oil revenues used in financing these projects to other projects. This is unacceptable, Mr. President, and this certainly will lead to significant cost overruns, which will later come to hurt our country. The NDC has resorted to a deliberate distortion of road sector data as a way of undermining the work the MPP administration has done. When it is reported that between January 2017 and June 2024, the MPP successfully undertook works covering a total length of 13,624 kilometers, the NDC mischievously reports it as a claim of some 13,000 kilometers of brand new roads. We have always made it clear that this figure represents the the total kilometers of roads we worked on, including construction of brand new, reconstruction of dilapidated roads, rehabilitation of bad roads, and upgrades of roads in poor condition. This is a major achievement when compared to the NDC's paltry 4,636 kilometers delivered by the Atamils and Mahama administration over the entire 8 years in office, covering the same scope of works. So we are talking about 13,624 kilometers versus 4,636 kilometers. And yet they say we criminally mismanaged the economy. Ladies and gentlemen, between 2019 and 2016, the Atamils and Mahama administration managed to complete only 5 interchanges. And I mean just 5 in 8 years. Contrast this with the 9 interchanges delivered under the Akufo-Addo-Bawumia administration. Additionally, the MPP started works on at least 13 other interchanges. In fact, our performance in the road sector has been so impressive that the World Bank Country Director stated on 7th August 2024 that in terms of road density, kilometers of road per 100 square kilometer land, Ghana has road access that exceed the regional average. 32.8 kilometers per 100 square kilometers in Ghana versus 17 kilometers regional average in Africa. That is nearly double the regional average. Ghana is also above the regional average in terms of rural accessibility. In Ghana, 63% of the population lives within 2 kilometers of all weather routes, as compared to only 47% in the Africa region. We must celebrate our achievements, ladies and gentlemen, irrespective of who is doing it. We must celebrate our achievement, irrespective of who is doing it. If it is Nana Akufo-Addo who did it, let's celebrate. If Mahama did it, let's celebrate. But we must celebrate our achievement as a country. Ghanaians can judge for themselves when it comes to roads and infrastructure. The record is clear. Our vision, our delivery, and our impact far surpass anything our predecessors achieved. Education. And we have the education minister, former education minister here. Throughout the president's address, the president did well to explain to the nation his vision for education, his commitment to continue the implementation of free senior high school is commendable. We also commend him for his commitment to continue President Akufo-Addo's drive to boost the tertiary gross enrollment ratio. Besides this, however, the vision espoused by President Mahama is uninspiring, exposing a profound education best practice and knowledge gap. Clearly, the president's speech lacked coherence and did not articulate clearly the role of education in the transformation of Ghana. Many of the initiatives announced are already being implemented with a high degree of success under the previous regime. Consequently, a number of reforms have taken place across all levels of education in Ghana, including tackling the learning crisis in the early years of education through the implementation of differentiated learning approach. In the face of COVID-19, teachers and other education workers came together and saved our nation from what could have been catastrophic learning losses. By working together, our primary 2 literacy jumped from 2% in 2015 to 38% in 2022. To equip learners with 21st century skills at the secondary level, the Ministry of Education, under Akufo-Addo's administration, had a total overhaul of the country's secondary education curriculum with a focus on improving national values, promoting STEM education, and preparing learners for the field of work. To make sure that our students meet global standards and participate in the fast growth of digitalization, advancing STEM education for Ghana's transformation was a key focus in our government. Thus, 13 STEM schools have been built across the nation. These include Awoso STEM Senior High School, Kwasi STEM High, East Legon STEM Academy, Pasimpe STEM SHS, Bonsu STEM and Girls HSS, and so on. In addition to that, over 20 STEM centers have been built in existing schools across the country. Contrary to the assertion by the President that the Ghanaian education system is outmoded, we have rather enhanced our education system during the last few years. An education system that has introduced courses like biomedical sciences, engineering, aviation, manufacturing engineering, robotics, and so on. We have also built science and engineering labs across the country. This system of education cannot be described as outmoded. It cannot be described as outmoded. Robotics. As we speak, high school students are receiving tablets to facilitate technology integration to enhance teaching and learning under the Ghana Smart Schools project introduced to empower students on a global scale. Here we are talking about smart schools. That cannot be outmoded. Whilst His Excellency, the President, has outlined his vision for education and skills development, it is imperative to acknowledge the substantial progress made under the previous administration in transforming technical and vocational education and training in Ghana. In 2017, the TVET sector was uncoordinated, and some 17 ministries were engaged in some form of TVET regulation and delivery, and therefore made coordination across the landscape quite challenging, since each of the TVET institutions were taking direct instruction from their ministries and legislations. Almost all the workshops in the TVET institutions were filled with obsolete tools and equipment, and outdated curricula as well. The sector was not responsive to the needs of industry. The linkage between training providers and industry was very weak, which caused mismatches in the demand and supply. The Akufo-Addo-led government implemented bold reforms backed by significant investments to revamp TVET, ensuring it becomes a viable pathway for skills acquisition, entrepreneurship, and employment creation. Some of the key interventions and accomplishments in the sector include the establishment of the Commission for TVET and the Ghana TVET Service, introduction of free TVET into the free senior high school policy, leading to a massive jump in 3-year enrollment from 41,696 students in 2016 to over 172,473 students in 2024. Construction of 4 new TVET Centers of Excellence, rehabilitation and equipping of tertiary and pre-tertiary TVET institutions, implementation of competency-based training, establishment of sector skills bodies, among others. We have laid a very solid foundation for TVET transformation in Ghana. The focus should now be on consolidating these gains rather than presenting an inaccurate narrative that disregards these achievements. The future of TVET in Ghana depends on building upon those robust interventions to further enhance skills development and economic growth based on our proposed TVET policy that focuses on just transition, governance, access, quality, sustainable and efficient financing, research and innovation, competency-based training, and environmental sustainability. A little on the judiciary. The President complained about politicization of the judiciary and the need to make it independent. This is very unfortunate. This is a myth on their mind, their own minds, that they are pushing to the Ghanaian people to discredit the only institution that is not formed by political parties. The power to appoint lower court, district, and circuit court judges is in the Chief Justice, subject to the approval of the President under Article 148 of the 1992 Constitution. No political person has power to start the process. If the president doesn't approve, all he can say is no. What evidence then has the president got to portray that our judiciary has been politicized? Pursuant to Article 144 of the Constitution, Superior Court judges are not appointed by the President alone. His choices must be approved by the Judicial Council and by the Council of State. Any refusal by any of these bodies means the President's nominee will not become a judge or be promoted. By Article 153 of the Constitution, the Judicial Council is made up of 14 constituencies. The President contributes in the selection of the Attorney General and 4 non-lawyers to the Council. How is the President suggesting that these non-lawyers that he sends can politicize independent thinking of the remaining majority on the Council? Judges are professionals who must serve our democracy free of insinuation that intimidate them, as if they don't toe a political line, they will not be appointed to the next level. It is such utterances by politicians that can affect the ability of judges to serve the country independently. If that is what he wants to achieve, then it is unfortunate, really unfortunate. After all, he kept saying that his party will look through their ranks and encourage them to become judges, to serve the interests of his party. Therefore, in our view, the President's statement about politicization of the judiciary is only an expression of his own agenda, which he kept touting before the elections, if we recall.
That's true.
Insecurity. Ghana has been ranked the 2nd safest destination in Africa by Alteza Travel, a global tourism firm. According to their 2025 tourism report, Ghana boasts a remarkably low crime rate, surpassing even countries like Canada, Greece, and Australia in terms of safety. Under President Akufo-Addo, a deliberate policy and planning had been implemented to enhance Ghana's peace and security. The crime rate in the country, for instance, had reduced significantly following the increase in police visibility. The visibility has brought discipline on the roads and made communities safer. However, in a rather contrasting and worrying view, following the election of President Mahama in the 2024 general elections, several acts of lawlessness and violence have erupted in the country, leading to the arrest of over 100 people suspected to be supporters of the ruling party. And this is according to BBC report, December 11, 2024. Supporters of the newly elected president, who won jobs, have allegedly attacked some state institutions, looted property, and engaged in disturbances that have left some police and military personnel in jail. The president was silent about all this. How can you talk about the state of the nation without talking about the spate of violence and lawlessness that we are all witnesses to over the last 2 months? Ladies and gentlemen, I give you a few instances of this violence. At Ayanswano, angry youth set the Electoral Commission office ablaze. The standoff at the Ghana Gas headquarters, we all remember, where security forces fired warning shots to disperse a crowd of protesters belonging to the NDC. Imam Obi, hooded individual, parading through the streets on vehicles and motorbikes, disturbing everybody's peace, and nobody said anything to them. In Obuasi, civilians and party members were in direct showdown with military officers. Several shooting incidents led to 4 dead and many injured. In Damongo, frustrated youth stormed the Damongo Municipal Coalition Center and set the EC office ablaze. 1 person died and the office was burnt down. 8 suspects were also arrested for attacking the Metro Mass Transit workshop in Sunyani, Bono region. Suspects unlawfully entered the workshop premises and attacked and threatened workers, forcing them to flee. A wave of violence swept through Ejura police station as angry Zongo youth attacked a local police station, freeing suspects on remand and setting the police station on fire. The lifeless body of a final year biological sciences student of Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology was discovered near the KNUST Disability and Rehabilitation Center. The Council of State Elections in the Ashanti region descended into chaos as a group of unidentified thugs stormed the election center, disrupting the sorting and counting of ballots. In Bunturugu Yinyo, chieftaincy clash have led to 4 people losing their lives. 4 students were arrested at Wager Divisional Police Command after a clash ensued between some students of Christian Methodist Senior High School and local youth over a missing mobile phone at the school premises at Aplaku. 5 students sustained severe injuries, with several others suffering minor wounds after violence erupted during a peace ceremony between students of Boku Senior High School and Boku Technical Institute. 20 students from Salaga Senior High School in the East Gonja municipality of the Savannah region have been arrested following a violent clash that left 1 person with multiple stab wounds. It is sad, ladies and gentlemen, to mention that because of the insecurity in our country, the Electoral Commission has not been able to conclude Ablekuma parliamentary election declaration. Which we won. This certainly is a dark spot in our democratic dispensation, given that the people of Ablekuma North are currently not having a representative in parliament. Oh. Insecurity in the Boku area continues to heighten in recent times, with a woman and her 2 children being tragically murdered in their home by gunmen on February 9, 2025. Again, on February 25, 2025, a 13-year-old boy was killed in the same township. The indiscriminate killing of the indigents of Waliwali and its environs is getting out of hand, and the imposition of curfew in the area is making it difficult for our Muslim brothers and sisters to wake up at dawn to eat and start their fasting. Government needs to decouple politics from security and ensure that every Ghanaian is protected. Mr. President, the security situation in our country is indeed very worrying. As you refuse to act decisively, the security agencies have become powerless, and this continues to embolden thugs of your party who visit mayhem on innocent Ghanaians daily. Sadly, the homes of some former public servants have been raided in Rambo style. That can only be akin to what happens in a military coup d'etat. For many Ghanaians, this is reminding them of the dark days of our nation's history. The president must act, and indeed, action is required now. Rather strangely, whilst officials of the MPP administration are being harassed and investigated, former officials of the NDC government who were on judicial trial have been cleared of all criminal charges against them, and in some cases have been rewarded with juicy appointments, like the current governor of the Bank of Ghana. Yes. Today, we are being told that crime has party colors, and our country has been turned into an animal farm, where 4 legs good, 2 legs bad. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, we, the mighty minority, are ready to do our work. We are ready to do our work to provide truthful information to the Ghanaian people on the affairs of our nation, especially as the government is holding a national economic dialogue, which is intended to whitewash the unfounded and baseless claims of the mismanagement of our economy under the SWAL MPP administration. That is what they are doing there. They are even scaring the people of Ghana further by putting out unaudited outstanding claims on government. And we will expose this mischief at the right time. Yes. We believe that these unholy moves by the NDC are intended to buy time to cover for its incompetence in managing the economy and to establish the basis for increasing taxes and introducing new taxes in the 2025 budget statement, even as they are promising to scrap e-levy, COVID levy, and others. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to ask you, does it make sense to scrap e-levy and betting tax and replace them with new taxes on the telecommunication industry? They are bringing back VAT on telecommunication. They are increasing the growth and sustainability levy on the mining industry. And they are bringing back VAT on the financial services and real estate industries. Wow. Wait and see. All these taxes will be passed on to customers, the Ghanaian people. The people of Ghana should wait for the deception of the NDC government when they present the 2025 budget. Sakawa. Taxes galore. Sakawa. This is how they intend to tax Ghanaians to collect their target of 200 billion Ghana cedis in tax revenues this year. This NDC government accused us, the MPP administration, of overtaxing the people of Ghana, because by the end of 2024, the MPP administration collected 152.9 billion Ghana cedis. That was 17% tax to GDP ratio, taking it from President Mohammed's 13% in 2016. How do you then turn around to expect to collect 200 billion Ghana cedis in an economy you call a broken economy? Ladies and gentlemen, we, the mighty minority, will join the people of Ghana to resist any attempt to smuggle in new taxes or increase existing taxes. We owe it a duty to hold the government accountable for their promises to the people of Ghana. We can only accommodate scrapping of taxes. We cannot accept new taxes or increase in taxes. Ladies and gentlemen, as a country, we have come a long way, working closely with our key stakeholders, including the IMF, World Bank, the African Development Bank, our bilateral partners, domestic and international investors, and more importantly, the Ghanaian people, who have sacrificed so much to see us get this far. We can assure you all that our partners and most of the people of Ghana are not happy because the president used his State of the Nation address, in fact, the false State of the Nation address, to reverse the gains made, especially towards building confidence with investors. The president has painted the picture of a country that has been economically mismanaged, when in fact, we have turned the corner from what we have all come to know was the worst economic crisis in Ghana following an unprecedented global crisis between 2020 and 2022. Even when they were confronted with a domestic challenge in the form of doomsday, they ran to the IMF to save the economy. How much more a crisis that plagued the entire world, including our country, and in no mean a proportion. What the president has done is like putting a gun on one's head and pulling the trigger. Investors had felt the hope of a resurging economy in Ghana, and were looking forward to the new things the president was bringing to consolidate the gains. The president has effectively told them to go away because the economy is in crisis, contrary to the evidence. The cost of living crisis is a global problem. It's a global problem, and we all know that. But that cannot be used to degrade the entire economy in the face of overwhelming data pointing to the contrary. And in addressing the cost of living crisis, the president himself walked or drove himself to a meeting with leaders of the labor union to assure them he was on top of his job, only to offer them 10% increase in the base pay. When his predecessor, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, without this drama, offered them 23% from January to June and 25% from July to December 2024, in an economy that is criminally mismanaged in the ways of President Mahama. He also touted his economic struggle around the 24-hour economy to deliver jobs to the youth. However, the only area he mentioned was in the processing of passports, not even the incentives to industries that will create sustainable jobs. Does the president think that many Ghanaians will want to run out of the country because they know his poor record on job creation and are preparing to run out of the country as a result of which they need 24-hour issuance of passports? Ladies and gentlemen, let no one be surprised at the blame game by His Excellency the President. It is not new. This is what the president said about the late Professor John Evans Atta-Mills in his last State of the Nation
Asempa FM
on January 5th, 2027, when he left office from his previous government. 2017, January 5th, 2017, in which he blamed the poor performance of their first 4 years, during which he served as vice president. I quote, Mr. Speaker, we inherited in 2013 an economy that was running a high deficit, with increasing inflation and interest rates. Mr. Speaker, we inherited in 2013 an economy that was running a high deficit, with increasing inflation and interest rates. It was also characterized by a rapidly depreciating currency. This unstable macro environment created an unfavorable investment environment for both indigenous and foreign capital, as well as investors. Our forum at Senchi was an attempt to forge a consensus for a homegrown fiscal consolidation program. The Senchi outcome eventually became the basis for the IMF Extended Credit Facility program we are implementing. This is President Mohammed's statement about the government he served as vice president. So, ladies and gentlemen, it appears we are back there. We are back there with another round of blame game. And don't forget, and another national economic dialogue. And don't forget, with the same Dadanua, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, who promises to create jobs and begin by firing those who have jobs. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow citizens, this is the true state of the nation, which the mighty minority has presented to the Ghanaian people. May the Almighty God bless our nation and make her great and strong. And thank you very much, fellow citizens.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the press,
Asempa FM.
Anytime I feel lonely, feeling sad, only one station.
All right, so
makes me happy. When I wake up in the morning, only this station makes my day. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. 94.7.
Arriba, arriba. Ekosiisen, Ekosiisen, Ekosiisen On Asempa FM. Ekosiisen, Ekosiisen, Ekosiisen On Asempa FM. Obi nebado, biba, obibo, obiba, ode Asempa nabo. Obi nebado, biba, obibo, obiba, ode Asempa nabo. Obi nie, Ekosiisen nie. Bonsu awo mene sempa de brane mamba. Obi som, obi som, obi som, obi som.
Masomo Asempa 94.7 FM Ekosiisen dwumedie no asoguso a utie na me na se ne mamu nyina akwaba emfa momra Ekosiisen so me din Osei Bonsu from you be check with your time 48 minutes after 2 in the Democratic Parliament na ehona the minority in Ghana's parliament media conference. Now, it was to present what they term the true state of the nation, where in response to Samoa, His Excellency the President of the Republic, John Dramani Mahama Kanye, in his State of the Nations address. In Sembre Brinana, Honorable Mohammed Amin Anta, Ede Etuja. Yaba back to the studio. Yebidi di hon enkomo kakrana afiyahwe atoaso munshanenso emayen at exactly 4 p.m. in sono yene the acting MD for PMMC etnase edi enkomo lawyer Same Jemfi yenim say in the statement appointing him no His Excellency the President assign kind say onhwena oversee the establishment of the Gold Board. And Osha since taking office no taking attention. He's been meeting stakeholders all over the country. A technical team was put together. They've put together a draft bill and the bill no akko stakeholders so across the country. In the end better na say na yedi enkomo all the questions you have around the Gold Board. Any Nijumedia OD as acting MD or PMMC Nina Yabashani Yedi Hon and Como. And please join us over YouTube Asempa 94.7 FM on YouTube. Asempa 94.7 FM on YouTube. Na beshe a live stream no onefa o commenting so eguso emayen. O message in so your WhatsApp number ne very active 0548 443 523 0548 443 523 na wadwenkyerɛ no fafa so mayen na yenyemre enkan emao 0548 443 523 na yentie de wo emayen ehaya Asempa 94.7 FM Ghana's biggest and the most authoritative political, social and current affairs talk show. This one says, Obi, please kindly wish Madam Phyllis Enima Vuredu, GES Eastern Regional Internal Auditor, a glorious happy birthday for me from her children, Mr. Foster Sapon Danso, and the staff of the GES Eastern Regional Office. They want to say a happy birthday to you, Madam Phyllis Enima Vuredu. And a special regards reaching out to Asunaba Kwejofosu, co-founder of House of DL Fan Club, who is based in Bronx, New York. Master P, ewa London, and Odiwe Abre. Master P, Yedase. We say, we'll be listening to you live, wishing you and the team a fruitful week. Hashtag Ekosiisen Abdul Ganiyu, Assistant Secretary of the NPP in the Adentan constituency. Nidia or the Abreye and an Abdul Ganiyu Yedase Papa. Let me see. This one says Obi. Okay. From Wednesday, 5th of March, Christians will begin Lent, our holy month of pure fasting and prayers. So far, no government or district assembly has donated food items to the church or Christians during Lent, as done for our Muslim friends. Why the discrimination against Christians? Now it's hard from our taxes. Wafa Kojo Ewo Cantonment. Obi, a blessed happy birthday to my mother, Madame Lucy Dano, popularly known as Go Slow of Nkoko Adwejiri. All I wish for her is God's blessings, favor, and protection as she continues to journey on in life. Akume Jones and Odiwe Ekomane Mame. Akume Jones Yedase. This one says that Obi, good afternoon. Okay. And my yenshena more message. Okay, we say Obi, good afternoon. Please greet my friend Master P inside London and tell him I'm waiting for my fasting goods. I'm taking Rashid Watema. This one says Ramadan Mubarak to all Muslims across the globe, especially Dr. Baumia and Hajia Safia Muhammad. May this holy month be great to us. Master Planner Junior, Oakintampo. We say, Obi, good afternoon. The true state of the nation address has been solidly delivered by the mighty minority in Parliament, touching every sector with facts and figures, which President Mahama could do, but chose to do some propaganda and mischief when he took the stage last week. In Shraba and Nelka, Edie Eni. Obi, please ask the Electoral Commission when the temporary staff in December 2024 election will be paid. James from Oduntia in Amasaman, Nedie Enono. 0548 443 523. Yeah, WhatsApp number no Enono. Obi, good afternoon. Prior to the 2024 elections, Ghanaians were expecting such lectures on the economy from the NPP. They should give us a break. Zarkoko Ewutuba. Good afternoon, Obi. Watching you live from Nkwanta in the Oti region. My name is Masawudu Hamza Junior Capello. Happy Ramadan to all Muslims across the globe. Okay. Ma yenase for your message as well. In the Yeshena Yatwaso. This one says, Obi, please, I want to find out how far with the gold and fake dollars that were intercepted by the National Security. Condolences to the family of Amadou Sule, former Deputy Electoral Commissioner. Hey, Nadena Atono. Nanamponsa Bediakon. Oh, sir. Oh, wow. That's sad. To the family, we say accept our condolences. Really, really sad one there. We say, Obi, good afternoon. Watching you live from Ayen Suano, Sir Prince. Ewa Ayen Suano. Obi, good day. I picked two major things from the presentations made during today's National Economic Dialogue. One, the Finance Minister acknowledged that Ghana is lagging behind in terms of tax revenue mobilization and VAT collections. Meanwhile, his government has promised to remove taxes, which in no doubt have contributed immensely to the tax revenues of Ghana. Unfortunately, their promise of tax removals will widen the gap and cause more harm to the economy. The mere cutting of expenditure, as promised, is really tenuous, and it cannot close the gap. Number two, we want to promote consumption of locally manufactured products, but meanwhile, all the people who spoke, including the president himself, were all wearing white man's suits. How do you stabilize your economy when you preach virtue but practice vice? From the optics, all I see and can conclude is that the dialogue is a talk shop and likely to amount to nothing. Vindication, they say, is in the womb of time. We are all watching. Godi Edie Eni. Happy birthday to my brother Obuoba Kwejo Omare of Prudential Life Insurance here in Accra. May the heavens align in your favor. Live to be 94.7 and beyond. Hashtag Ekosiisen. Alex Martinson, Edweyaba, going out to you. Obuoba Kwejo Omare. We are Juma of Prudential Life Insurance here in Accra. Today is your birthday. Happy birthday to you. We say, Obi, good afternoon. Let me use your medium to congratulate Western Regional Communications Officer of the NDC, Richard Kirk Mensah, on his appointment as the head of communications for Ghana National Gas Company Limited. I wish him the very best of luck in his new endeavor. Thank you, Mr. Impactful, Boga Ali Hashim, and Ediwe Abenti. Just for more amonte, and a Ghana Gas, a new communications manager until now Ernest Kofi Owusu Bempa Bonsu, and a head of corporate communications for Ghana Gas Company Limited. And a Omampenyi Apao, the Western Regional Communications Officer for the NDC, Richard Kirk Mensah, said Onon Konkoye, the head of corporate communications, Ghana Gas Company Limited. And congrats to you, Kirk, a very good friend of mine, an old saint, and the Kirk Mensah, happy. We cried your birthday. Congratulations to you, Emre. Ain't he the new head of communications for Ghana Gas? Congratulations. I hope you go out there and deliver and make all of us proud. We say good afternoon, Obi. We are listening to you live from Worcester in Massachusetts. Ato Kwame na NDC Communications Officer Worcester. Ato Kwame na. Good afternoon to you. I hope you're doing well. Ma yen share other messages aka said the American e dey atojan mo a mo hwe yen wo YouTube nso no ubetimi e de wo messages afa ho abre ye bejemre na ya kan amamo ebo 4 pepepa said the American dey atoye ne lawyer Sami Jemfi na say edi enkomo. We'll be talking everything about Gold Board and all the other questions are up from Omujumedie. Obi, it saddens my heart to hear the NPP noise they keep on making after the election. I'm not a prophet of doom, but I would not be surprised if the NPP seat in Parliament reduces from 88 to 60 if the minority leader keeps on blah blah blah. And from Erikus Dada or Odoko. Obi, please, can you call the director general of GES and ask him about why he's sacking people who were employed somewhere in August 2024 and those who were employed 1.5 years ago but had issues with enrolling on the payroll system? This is highly unfair. Nana Amwating. Obi, good afternoon. Please wish my daughter Ellie, Queen Ohima Odum of Nictabel International School a happy birthday. She's 7 years old today. I love and cherish her so much. May God continue to protect and bless her. Silas Ampiao Odum Ewotema. And the way about inti Ellie Queen Ohima Odum Uko School Nictabel International School. You are 7 years old today. Obi, good day. I cannot fathom what's actually wrong with the minority. Just 2 months ago, they were booted out of power due to incompetence, arrogance, and corruption. They should give us a break. I urge my NDC people to focus and not disappoint Ghanaians. God bless Ghana. Odeneho Ewo Worcester, Massachusetts, US of A. Obi, good afternoon. Please, greetings to my beautiful wife, Mrs. Nana Hema Kwe. In the Kinkwe Ewo Ogbojo. And anyway, Abanayere, Mrs. Nana Hema Kwe. Good afternoon to you. Obi, good afternoon. When are they going to cancel the betting tax and the e-levy? I am Elvis from Tepa. Elvis, that would happen, we are told, sir, and it will feature in the next budget on the 11th of March. Finance Minister at the Eco Parliament on behalf of the President. Obi, I'm sure you would read my message one day. Unfortunately, Makai Ben and one send a message via. Hi, Obi. Watching you live from Leeds in the UK. Keep on doing your good work for Mother Ghana. Hayford, aka Yao Focus, Ewo Leeds, UK. We say, okay, 0548 443 523. In Utia, Ubetimi don't swajin Abba on all our platforms, including on YouTube. Mamen kwa homanesona yene Honorable Kojo Opon in Kroma Enin Komo or your MP for the Ofuase Yerebi constituency and a former Minister of Information and a former Minister Works and Housing. Honorable Akwabe Ekosiise Nsuni. Hello. Hello, Honorable. Wow. Enti Honorable Kojo Opon Kroma Otemenka. Okay, let's work the lines and get him back. Nafi assign so atwa so eneno edi enkomo higher Asempa FM. Ekosiise Dwumedie no asuguso awuti medindi Osei Bonsu. Obi, good afternoon. On a lighter note, Obi, for MPP to say they are the mighty minority, NDC wouldn't be wrong to say minority. Watching with my little spectacle in Bronx, Godfred Adoa, Edie Eni. Obi, KK Ewo Kaswa, American Town, or see JM war government back, committee bebre. Kudos to incoming MPP National Women's Organizer, Honorable Mavis Hawa Kumsin, KK Ewo Kaswa, ne die eno no mate se honorable Kojo Ponkroma abamien konkofa no honorable Otimenka akwa ba Ekosii Sɛn so ni
Bobby, good afternoon. To say
adomo na nso
yeah me adom so me hoya
can you confirm say for more on the minority side no mo anya invite bia to the national economic dialogue
me there enya invitation bia maybe some impending for can obi also enya invitation bia me name so be receive bia but you know obi receive invitation but also no enya who be because them say national education forum no mo
yes
and also no me say so mo invite political parties so mo invite here enyu but the interesting will be saying to say nya don't be invited but say na president say he participate in it because me did it okay say abra president here state of the nation address no ka say yenye patriotic na participate
yes
name nya invitation be say me penning for be nya invitation bia menim so be nya bia which in itself will not be surprising unless already a president can so say no settings maybe so yeah
but really you think sir namu something to contribute to this conversation?
Well, two different things. Something to contribute. Immediately say you ask me something to contribute. Your press conference yeah contribute a lot of ideas. It's something to contribute then there no doubt. But saying come invite here there would have been the need to take a decision say be kwa na yenko honor me emse me na medical candidate say me dey say a committee bi na ebisa say yenko na me yenko the contribution at that meeting will be say yenko on condition say aban no be reinstate thousands of young people are ya pam o ma fi adwuma mu asabre o mo titifi aban no be reinstate wo mo and kayenko I don't know other views and other people the beba. What I do know as at now, media, I was not invited. Other people that I've spoken to will be any invitation there.
But making that a condition for you to attend, no, and yet too much to call on the executive now.
I didn't have too much to call. Some the letter back on a saki woman and boy. Until letter back will be to me institute woman. Moya letter back will say, Yahusa dia no in Kay. So be I say, yeah, bana ya be create juma ba ku be ebe wo no ye be fa nkofo mienu aka ho one job na nipa miensa aye juma no under a 24-hour economy program na mo ba ya pam na mo pam thousands of young people are ya fa o majuma in accordance with due process tisenka ahobrase ma ban na hwe ehun se enche yi na so say or sisa de na just one letter.
Oka 24-hour economic program Nama Makai on the floor in Parliament you made a call say Ebayanka the man in charge of government business in Parliament no on Shena Abai Emfa all documents relative to sa policy statements even before the presentation of the budget. Are you saying say as we speak no muni an idea as to how the 24-hour economic policy would look like? Is that the case?
Yemfa bibia mba Parliament. I would say bibia me can say finance minister no ba enema mienu na ya ehwe anim. Ba ko ye policy. Ansana de tosumenu ye akohumastika na nkasa budget. Policy no wo de ba fa ne say aban economic policy ni nara ne highlights ena ya tabom ena ya economic policy. But was specific economic programs. Specific economic programs, you know. I will say, Parliament, example, external credit facility, ECF, transaction with the IMF, no. Yet the whole policy document about Parliament, and that's 1815. Abra yet Ghana beyond 8. Yet the whole policy document about Parliament. We budget now mobile no. Oma the kind advertises say ejinanema miensa so. Baako ye 24-hour economy document. Baako ye economic transformation agenda. And a baako ye economic recovery program. Enema miensa we na omo de ne highlights ebe brain on Tuesday. Normally figures na ka ho e budget no. Pasa bre ni ama miensa ni na ba kokura ni ho a omde ho krata ba parliament. Inti de be ni say omde highlight na keke na be ba Tuesday na be rush. Obi ani ho obenya kwan akọ into details. Why examine even NDC members no. Obenya akwan akọ into details. I examine. To bon say dada na affairs here na e ba na gidigidi all those in favor say ai ne mum nyema wo man kasa no. Obi ento window mosuko enhu ye. Na omo numbers you dey clear from our approval. Ebe we be do implementation na be problem. Ye no ntina na me draw majority leader attention say ye show mbo se ne ye sua wa ba mu a ye na wrong no. Ye be bom kokko no man repeat the same mistake. Sa document me say we omo famra. Na parliament enya kwan hwem. Civil society crap person make input Even NDCM be say what parliament Bibrina pepi omu policy document o vetting ya ye bisa o say nti wo moya manifesto no sector na okoye minister no uhu manifesto no o say there be me na o kan bi na me kan bi na ye troe enom ni na o parliament wo de febra no mo ko anya kwan hwe no mo make input ansa na ya ko approve sika wo de be chef no budget leader say o feel say Asempa pa no ni ministers ne bi di nkomo Oman so betumi dey aba ansa na Tuesday na nti e be hwe ni.
Okay, I think do you also think say maybe some aveli mo for the pre-budget orientation workshop I also in the Volta region now some of these concerns might have been addressed because I don't know maba out say mo boycott is our orientation di kind what was the reason for the boycott? Asani about other question in the class.
My main answer conjunction now will create between the last conversation and this one.
Sure.
So we have outline. There's nothing about these three economic policies.
Asempa
Into discuss.
Oh, okay.
Number 2, orientation for MPs in a parliament. It has nothing to do with the economic policies of the executive branch. Those economic policies, I was say baku biya, they call a cabinet. Na cabinet approval. Cabinet approval homo we are. Na fi the document no abba parliament said they are a bina dia tum say ye be under the 24-hour economy enumi. Na mo de abba parliament. Na parliament so obi a ebi ofi Obi MP or NDC MP only cabinet or member of the executive to the Amako discuss one crowd or no cabinet may make input. Obi opposition MP be make input. A better parliament now you discuss now you advertise memo no say you be discuss 24 economic policy a bind the about parliament why na be make your input. Ebi a committee no crowd be from maba be trauma jing you a report about floor. Na ya twa ban na adwen adina so say o policy ndi ye na fa we kan. Nje we na finance minister ko chichire ho akoguma sika na te say wetie obi ade eno so nsi wo mom side kwa na ba yen side. So it had nothing to do with orientation we say omko orientation no omko ho ni de empense mi no na meka fa ho edika abrebia no parliament koye workshop na bibia speaker any parliamentary service no omone leadership majority and minority asia edinjen ho the information your leadership their mind say this time round omone omanyinyin bibia ho omote ya ne say attach on be Wednesday say ye ko ho Saturday for orientation. Number 2 senko no omo dwindwen ho a omo senka de omo pese omo masote ne say last trip na ye pese your orientation no Mr. Speaker Emma instruction bia ye nyina ye gitum instruction of Mr. Speaker man ne say esan se sikasem ho ayedin enye fese Ghana for behwe TV so na social media so na MPs be here a check out here say akoda hotel who say ye call conference enum tea didi anadona ye sane ade enti enye right enti rather na yenye workshop no e wo parliament chamber no kwe any nyame anim ni ye workshop no parliament chamber ye nyina yeti ase obi an Mr. Speaker no NC bone ye nyina ye workshop no chamber nti na nsane nyina no ne ye bedjuma memenda kwasi ada joada ne ye bedjuma ewo parliament chamber ebe ye workshop na den asesa katemi yen che da enwie player ye guso aye dane no enwie ye nti argument ba ko na ye adwuma no na ye mpani for chese argument na be ye adwuma so ne nti nka omo frɛ omo ene omo si nkonwa nka omo input on be making say no nti no ye nye workshop no e wo parliament ya and in terms of fiada no omo tro memo koma Mr. Speaker and no leader parliament who the leader say enya dia ye betumi ene omo akohuru ye be pese ye be ye workshop no e wo parliament ya sempo so mo be kwa nka ka ye be bo 88 no ho no ye nyim film na ye ba dia send a video so say dey o de call ye no o mama ya hwe ye de wo che ba ase na ye so ye sua de o si sua ti dia leaders man so te ye no.
Oh, okay. Now unlike what happened time anamuwa bemu Rock City the other by I remember the speaker delivered the decision on that in parliament. We know I'm up for discussion on the floor and
their leaders man so te and say send your first ye from you now to meeting a discussion and masosa.
Oh, okay.
Ye send your message ukuada no say ye ko Saturday. Oh, be a new one discuss here. Nanka your input I person make input any other no import mostly on cutting costs.
Yes.
Na yam from me unya kwa make it our input no. Nti fiada no omo make it our representation on the floor. Say no ntino ya send memo no akoma Mr. Speaker say nka yen twin sample na yenyenye ho maso de nya de aye betumi akobi obokoba de aka no ye be cost of 88 no ye be film omokoba ho videos ni pamphlets ni ade no ye betumi atena parliament na yeso yesua ye osesua ho
de musua ewom enti enne mo jemre represent what you call the true state of the nation and some of mampanyin ebeka o parliament no Ghana ni bia otie ye no eti nsema ode etudwa what is not true in nsema obabeka ye no
mampanyin nsema obeka ye no ahobrasiem o tutu bebe esisi ye nsema no ebi o ho a owura dan bi mu na se dan no enkunya nan na ewo ho na TV enye adwuma ho a o mampani be na parliament no say me call them ho no TV esi wo kra na enye adwuma nti nkunya nan na ewo ho no ahye da bu nani aguso oba na se ebia ewo say yetua niema ennan yetua miensa akaba akọ a ono ba betua oba o say me ba na aka ba akọ ho na me ba no maba betua aka no na miensa yetua na ade nyina no wo yi nani esi chen nti na ehu hia se enne no yebenya bre na ya kyerɛkyerɛ Ghana for niema o mampani gya won address ni mu nyina no ya to ebo akyerɛkyerɛ Ghana for ni na eno ne adwuma ye ewo the true state of the nation address ni presentation eno ne adwuma ye
and let me I was going through commentary on social media and there na nipa bebre at least kakra me kan ye no you could see a particular narrative say na minority for na wa ban just about 2 months ago and your more present true state of the nation based on the state of the nation Ghana for eto aba editiamo and really what are you talking about?
Oh, the fact that politics they will lose a bunch say obekwa ku fitrafi aka no atumo bibia wo was say wo de to o mine nim bia no wo de beto o mine nim see the fact say ye to abanance ya nkofo take verdict on it no and kire say bibia ni ho ye kan ye ana say wo say kan to esan say atem bi wo ho a na ye ka basa abre no na wo hwe politics ne campaign ni dede ni sene aye ho aye hini ade nti no asane ye no kwekwa na nkofo ntie asɛm a wɔ sɛ yɛkɔ so kae Ghana for no korɛ no ɛbɛyɛ den ɛbɛdadi sɛsi a mo bi ehu saa asɛm no ma me fa bibi nye example yɛkɔto aba no yɛka kyerɛ Ghana for nkwala titiri sɛ yɛwura mahama ne nditi aban
Asempa
yɛnimu moto aba ma omo a mmrantia ne mmebu a yɛfa omo adwuma mu bebre oba obeyi mu adi afi adwuma mu abra yes a press conference on party headquarters I kan no omampani mahama eco campaign platform so ko ka kire Ghana for enkwala ne se eyentro emayenyi MPP phone ni se enyomu ni na me omampani mahama omo se me ba me pamo afi adwuma nya no kre emamu nyi ni me ba me mpamo bia na emom no omo ayafa omo adwuma mu ye beba omo atena ho na yeso yafa yenkofo aka ho omnyina ya Ghana for omnyina be adwuma obi me sure pa say wo kai sa campaign asem we say ye kai no sa time na ye ho ye hi ye ka so obi antie asem enti no kwani nyame anim ni nkofo etie Yewura Mahama eto aba etie aye enne Yewura Mahama bem ababem oba ye no o find the excuse say obeyi omodi no ankasa krata no ancho no de ma Callistus Mahama na Callistus atro eni ye thousands of Ghana for nkwala edi omugufie uba parliament anu pe bia na nkwala ya babigo
eno po de Julius Debra
okay Julius Debra na cho sa krata no
sure
ayi anopa baba parliament na nkwala ya bigo bibiri ebi mo pe lawyer for ebi mo pe duane sika ebi mo pese enti won kasa ya to abeti ya nti wa edin o se wo kai obi a se minianom me katre mo say o mampani Mahama oto abama na obo be pam nkwala ya kotena fie na we create artificial vacancy no they offend this for nkwala ni be me kan sa bre na me ho aye hin enti wentie me enne obaye no or present state of the nation to say dia obaye adwuma ni ho no be create adwuma no kra wo me say o create artificial vacancy no find this for nkwala ni bi omo a eko wai last week omo eko Ghana Gas any Ghana Shippers Authority gidigidi no ofa omo awakase we create adwuma nti o se sabre yede no kwene to ho no kire bi start sisi a obi a na bi a sabre no gidigidi nti on ti asem na se no on say MPP for kan me another example ke eyi ye bosi a ya bo hu nsi hu a na wo se etuitua ye create buffers ahodo buffers ye ka buffer na say sika ye de to ye no nsu atwen opa enya account ba ko mu pe ne ye de to the sinking fund mu kwa ne ye de to ne ye tere account ahodo be mi ensa ye de ye se adwuma no any kwan a ye kofa so a IMF ye last disbursement ba ye de ko to account ba ko mu ayi ye friend say revenue a ye mobilize ya na ye ni appropriation a ye be use treasury account 2 a ye de ko to mu ye de anu tuatua ye ho ka even after 2nd January omampani Mahama bae omukọ hwe sinking fund mo $64,000 per ne wo yi nani afi yi dia na treasury account 2 no mu wo yi nani afi revenue se bae a yamfa yensan ka ye dia ni na ato ho wo yi nani afi aban sika ye sweep fee all government agencies edibeto controller mu sweep ni na they call back to single treasury account eno say oba no abone ho modern akwa akutua e ka ni bia na yede say yankamu no kra nkyere Ghana for say buo empacho nya sa na asem ne tia obi a ote na nopa no ebi on biti anwumre no afa ne sa atra de ko enti obi be ka say na nya MPP vone to abeti om na nsen ya nse hwe ba hu hia say ye be kire mu na ye koye nim no obi a na onte ase no afioto wa say ye nua no mandate for asem om kai na ye nada
ba honorable on the fact say almost sweepy sike war other account mu dia begu the single is it single treasury account good is there evidence to show say indeed almost sweepy because me kaisa same way ba up amene Minister of Government Communications din komono now say within the period of maba ban mu no omagege taxes into etro no omagege ni bi any other sources are omunya eska free you know he didn't confirm the fact that almost sweep is free other account mo and they go the single.
Then you have to say a passing right to information act.
Yeah.
Obi ma memo ejumaka krebi. Choka tako controller under Article 21(1)(f) of the Constitution. Now request under right to information say open update of balances are is sweep fee accounts in a kogu abaya kachi at the end of the year unutilized balances. On the more figure no. Men person be argument say many Felix may argue. But the show is one casatro RTR request. Now both you for money.
Okay, just finding out balances are what other government accounts mo.
There be balances are almost sweep
from
unutilized government balances almost sweep fee.
Okay.
Agency accounts I did go back to a bank account at the end of the year.
Okay. In the you suspect say and no be no mudi tria the bondholders are no mudi NIA due, no right?
And yes, I suspect a matter of fact, this is apart from Sika, you raise you Ghana Revenue Authority. Na yemfa and as well you who appropriation say a be issue. It is our buffers in our network. This apart from the network treasury 2 account.
Treasury 2 name no.
Yes.
But
say Yangiri Honia Massa answer winning a mabontinga. Ubiti bebia, Onim say a buying or buy a bia saying so. The funny said your mampeni kayano, and one ye day a year juma. Until I was say, your ma sano crowing in our bed daddy. Na ubi s sini na was said the bonkum in infamy.
It seems one commenter mampeni make here money any who crap until now. The fact that the economy was criminally managed. As a crime of far so to economy, no Ghana a crime scene that really has gotten under my skin, meboa.
And get it under your skin. Emono a high instead of mampeni who trying to take them Ari politics in it.
Asempa FM.
I would say 50 by July eba apenewe say upolo updates are no more about confidence in the recovery of the Ghanaian economy. Now, foreign investors, even Bank of Ghana for monetary policy committee on reports here, they can say and call for gradually confidence back. So okay, Ghana a problem I could. Yes, so one investor confidence was picking. So Penny Bar Parliament. Yeah, who brought me to say, I know what and create your car, which but improve. Mema Bay, may ye be at Twasso, may ye me 24-hour economy, may ye me economic recovery, may me economic transformation. Now, my dear Nick Grand and also crying on Faso. Now, fear my investor confidence, you know, Ejina. On my penny pie, you know, I'm Brazil, what the Bayer, Paganda. Say, at the chap some and Yakra. Criminally managed economy. Now, can't happen. Investors will not be a much more. Now, criminally managed economy, then I'm a family. And then answer now a statement on the floor. And then on economic forum was a dialogue or transcript bakwa will be the chair me or social media to a bright to a press conference. You know, opening KY more better style. No one can say abiding here public private partnerships. And no one them na can. Na private sector no di misika be ban se wutu na kuma. Se economy na titia pan some economy na nyekra yikra pa be den no di sikaba. E bi na yewura mahama kokran 2014 or 2015 say every nam no manaka dompe. O ka sa pe investors na dom tabeko. Enti die na ye kan say di o pa no ono abo no abo mpia. Ono a trying to take marry na say ahobrasiam politics into kasa wana ugu oman no fi wo kwan bi so a tani moa ohia no ebia man senia na ohwe ebi oso na ye san so atin Ghana fo nyina adwen abedina de bi so te
Asempa
economy a omanpeni si atetia pansam no itumi mankane anu gina ne na so emfien wo itumi tuya ankwala so kofi itumi efi project ahodo ase ewie bi kra na edo so sen dia omampani Mahama pen so omutumi yeye na ene economy a unsi wona wo be ni yi busumi mienu pa wo ba be mo wa bobesia be 67 billion Ghana cedi uka na enuanum si o 67 no the aba be kan ye ka ho e 7 pe na 60 ni de e betwe mu ko ye na zesto besia no abo nti se ye de na ya mbo besia 67 no na criminally managed dia then they are mabo business 67 billion no where the ben the bet describe no
yeah but they've explained why na ehia say also mobo sa abosia in fact many colleague honorable Adongo Eddie Nkomo last week he makes the point say in the run up to the elections no now every week you were borrowing from the local market through treasury bills, by 5 billion Ghanas this weekly. And some of those borrowing, no, time as soon because a 91 days treasury bill, time as soon was almost saying 8 years back. And Abino had no option than to borrow to pay the ones that are due.
Now, yeah, during the 8 years, now, or more can, no option. And you mean you don't go na abra.
Asempa
FM. About 200 and something. One international firm, Franklin Templeton, and a bit 2 years, the canon cast the pa. Every we could hear or Mokaya first quarter 2017. That I'm a deputy information minister.
Yeah.
I put what the young couple about me and young couple young year. That I'm not a deputy information minister. I'm a government spokesperson on the economy. Yeah, transaction, Franklin Templeton, and a buy and a big money, that's it. A kada da, ye bet 2 years under Yura Mahama, a buy with Jamayan, Infintia. Maybe I don't go ya no be a press conference there. Uforia Tadina down to be a friend of Franklin Templeton, and now, what you 3 Ghana she can keep the Diaman. Many years I debate in a train with the Enkisa. A car ye beto ya marathon se wosi etua na free na ban na ba oboaboa na ho enti na wosi e bota abusia na pede be 2.7 billion na ye ditua ni adongo ni NDC for that time na for na ye ranking on finance omusi omunte da ewi etie no to omo de yewura uforia tai could not charge what do kai say mu
yes
that ko mu ye no ka say there bi yo mo kan nye ne ko na de wo de wada no wo say wo de explanation ba. And on a damn make a parliament a bra na ye appoint your ministers say. The Ghana for every share minister bow share really so. When you so now cast over explain and the explanation there, me my information minister that over explain obedient you. To me panicho. Size explanation on yaima. No credit so about business 67 billion. On my 7 say on the 60 aka. They 7 no pen abeka account. Jawa abribia omo ye debate na omo asem ne say ye nkyira butia ya bono adwuma ye dia ye den dan ne yesi den akwan ne ye den project ne ye ukyire mu say a ye nua dongo ye nua forcing ye nua champion omo so omo ntiate nti ene yo omo di atum se mpo 7 billion omo de aka ye ka ho within 2 months no nti obi de adwuma no mba ye omo ye in 2 months a Oma Bob is 7 billion. And that project no my. That project no between me appoint actually. Net borrowing.
One share sword cutting for Hajj Village Nibiana.
Not Hajj Village, don't tell me about Benfica. And I went to a police class too. Or say Hajj Village in Enya Benfica. And no person a call I call. But see Enya Benfica. A quite benefit between your pass to attack the 7 billion could see Hajj Village. Hey. Yen to me in case 7 billion no it is 7 billion almost say almost buy no almost they cut 7 billion aka Ghana in 2 months and no your argument yen ka over the aka Ghana account ye ka bosi o mabo 67 billion almost 7 and net and abeka ye ka into 7 no project ben or mercy what have they done with the 7 billion Ghana city. And the explanation no more money there for Brazil. And you can say say India, Omampeni Kasa and Nadaroma, or Chremu State of the Nation. Say, Yamfani Mo, Dija, and Bam, the Kamwa, Obit if you know, Tia, Ebia, Old Say, for example, Omampeni Kasa and one country and say, Ofia Bembo last time, not Ghana gold, you know, 8 billion, 8 tons. Ghana gold, you know, 8 tons. Then no buy, no. Ghana gold, 30 tons. You bear almost 22 tons account. Omampeni State of the Nation, what you one or buy and one country, say, Ofia Bembo, Oja gross international reserve, bear $6.5 billion. Then I no pay your buy, no, I do 8 billion. 8 billion, they do I started to take the dollars.
Asempa FM.
8 billion, no, they do not start to take the dollars. And I know to take the and he said, okay, no, yam fat, Nemo Ja, woman, but Kamwa, I will Brazil, will be Tiasamana on Tiasia. And this Yakolabia, now Colabia, Unia GBA. When this Yamuni Queen or Koto Abama and into him said Juma Beba. Say, I'm fan of Juma Munea. Nayan Children said, the entire binding to him foul still, let's say. Or Bayano. And near my was not 10 or Yena or the beer economy anymore. Rather, no, and then some more Keka, Ninia more Yeno. A starting air chicken economy no connect here. A Colano on Tiasia. Chelsea Trinimo. And until a ma. Minority focus, Yama Yuramin, Eddie Yama, Penija woman, Ebekano, Napigana phone to me up Bonapofa. No more they are quite in Jim.
Yeah, but in his statement, no, I heard him say, Finance Minister Shebo, say, Obeba Babi COVID-19 levy, ne Burton tax, ne Sanya Menefrio. But you are reliably informed, and by you, and I mean minority, no, we informed, say, there would be the introduction of some taxes in the mining and telecommunications sectors.
And financial services.
Any financial services. Now, my expectation is that those would be pushed down the throat of young consumers, no, to pay. Where are you getting that information from?
Mami found question. Okay, that yeah, approval at the first time.
Yes.
Okay, say. Obey increase tax to GDP ratio by 5%, 500 basis points. You mean a minority man respond here. And I'm a kind said they are all canonical trend, and you do bit me conditions of why I say you have to.
Asempa FM.
It means we are in fair 9 mono, budget also by 22 billion. At the same time, also we had net increase of 70 billion. Meaning a China, they are all kind of a real campaign by level. I'm a catcher and said, so bet to me, you use that tax me and so we obi audio no or Obama with you for an cabemide. So bet to me, you tax me in way say, you taxes me and so we say. Now at the same time, we grow the revenue by 70 billion. Ewa bra won't start for Emma. And now say, Unya danko da do ubefa epo no was send dia ye be supporting they pom said the officer oye ni say obe year to we see kwesi ko no jina kwenti na ukopa to foforo e de be hye ho dia then the only Ghana for ndi no kure we ya nyaati eno menne yewura mi na e ka say yes budget na o mo hye ba no yetumi hu so o mo de budget o mo de to me nsa e ba ko mpe so o taxi mines no back 1% common tax financial services. And third one no. Many of
telecoms no.
Almost person tax telecom companies. Me no na ye catch am say ubetumi aka say how say o dey akwala ko school ahun. Say school no pe kwa ju sika. Omo ju school fees we are. No ma sheda be catch so nkwala ne ko sponsored work. Into opani bia oba no jekata na onko di discuss camera. Akwala no we di 3 years no. Ogoji sell can we. Any papa no beji. Yeah, mammy hono beji.
Yes.
And the Etrebia, a band of catcher so the tax number company no. Na company no sebi and yard. Ucheska. A customers no any tia ma company in Jessica. The company in the obey say or the tuono a bet to customers so. multimedia mo hoyi aba na me wo ho no ye budgeting ahụ ye wo 4 lines ye wo revenue ye wo cost what the cost if you revenue ni ma ye wo PBT profit before tax me at 25% na fi about PAT
yes
into bisa yi sabre etikwa ma obeka cho say ni PAT target e bia 5 million it's a buy no the poor beto kwesi chum so say after 5 million offers can be mra then obey or the tour be man say monje card na mon ko dis camera because wa dis school fees na wie it is a what the two for we beto companies no so a be pia e to no e dia break customers no adanko da do adanko da do kwesi ko do jina kwenti
Baba, is it always the case, Kojo? By that, I mean, say, and I remember, say, there was this budget statement, Mokanya, you introduced the fact, say, banking sector, the banks, no, profit, or no, there was still a tax element on banks, no profit, a huge conversation and I remember said that argument it came say yeah taxi banks ne profit no they will transfer that onto one customers any idea was that the case at the end of the day
obi uka say medical culture and ya now parliament you fancy first you penny Dr. Baumiane can say yeah will not be an obstructive minority yeah yes you know babu bia the boa ban ye the boa I call parliament over and over again say I had a mistake, may repeat a mistake. I say I did when you'll be a client the church removes explanation 1 million. If you are gonna for her on punishment, don't repeat the same thing. Then Abra, you are a former finance minister, the national reconstruction levy, and what I'm now saying.
Yes.
A buy other administration second. Who can economists a better companies they won't pass it down. If I at the point, now in our crown, yeah, believable. So we the companies now. What we experienced in 8 years, let's say we repair companies and they will pass it on. Not Bermuda. Yeah, catch them, you say. So what the way you taxes me and son. Now you know the part on the sharp alarm and say, woman corresponded work on Brad. So ni mammy and any papa nani bit you. A baby see why I put settle down. And don't go that route. Also be you to honor if you if you are the also in it also expenditure. And until I buy a budget, and say at 20 B. By a year, I bet cut expenditure by 3% of GDP. In when you corner cut 3% of GDP, no. Member country and say, where you to on a name, no, over increase the expenses. And until what the talk for ever. Maybe.
Because my final question here, and that would be on the Hajj village controversy. You know, if you read the explanation from the Minister for Government Communications, he makes the point, say Osei project way now and how they structured project now. On my year ama and to read your postie and verbatim na obia otn timiatno say the Hajj village is primarily an airport terminal building for check-in and pilgrim facilitation, owned and being built by the Ghana Airport Company, not a peswa of taxpayers' money involved. That should end the debate, Anna.
Before I may answer, well, former Auditor General, you are the level post.
Oh, yeah, I've seen it.
But you can also marry.
Yeah, I think to be fair, I have to read that. Let me get it now. Menkaina Obia Ehwinti. Mr. Daniel Yao Domelevo about some 8 hours ago. Or say, like seriously, Hajj village project does not involve a single peswa of taxpayers' money. Honorable Felix Kwachiofosu, please tell it to the Marines. The Ghana Airport Company Limited is a state-owned enterprise, which means it has no shareholders or the government owns majority of the shares. The Ghana Airport Company Limited is owned and controlled by the government of Ghana. It is truly astonishing, especially as we grapple with recovering over $58 million squandered on the National Cathedral project, that one of the key priorities of the Mahama administration is the fruitless and wasteful Hajj village project. Ethiopia has a Muslim population equal to or bigger than the entire population of Ghana. Again, Ethiopia is several times, about 5 times the size of Ghana. Instead of a Hajj village, they built a 5-star skylight hotel with over 1,000 rooms for passengers, and they are continuously expanding Terminal 2. In fact, the celebrated Terminal 3 at the Kotoka International Airport does not compare favorably with the Terminal 2 of Bole International Airport in Addis Ababa. We should stop celebrating mediocrity. In the way Daniel Yaudomelevo.
It's die. It's die. We can court Namijina make my Lord direct like it.
You have nothing useful to add.
I have nothing useful to add. Because problem man, Minia Felix, Imianum NDC for or my 30 fees, they say, or more than what. May had really may inform a view on it yet. May say me pay more details before I can understand it. But the material common pa and say me no nanko for a reason. Me no. Bakoni say, Minia Felix, Minia Blackwa, Minia no Mendes for no more opposition, but say in Israel a Bansika a support a religious project here. There was a very strong position. Na or more. If I know send me and son or moka, let's be fair to the fact and send me and son. At some back one the time say $58 million or cities are yet up on National Cathedral. And young would you money on. Into a more edit and a man or mumbi your mano. Near what? 2. No say. Empono or Montias say, Yedia Bansika a support a religious project. Into new points say they are Bansika at the support a religious project. In fact, Obekaya. Or what they call court, my Supreme Court cry ruling on it. Not pay. Almost I raise another issue with it there. There are problems, Dawson. The solving year. A bino the decabi brown to year. A ban is a buying. Air quacko study as a priority. Almost send me and son of Marizzi. Send a matter and maybe informal view on it, make other more information. But questions are Memus and Kofubi say, ain't it so? And then, yet the Abansika support religious project a year now. Question number 2.
Asempa FM.
Question number 2 and 4. A bisa woman said, Naswene Ghana problems in I so we and we have a priority and now. And he, Ebi Anyaman Mayo Mano, Mr. Dom level post, let me say, answer first one. Me also for ready questions to answer the second one. Bonica Catabiosis vindication is in the womb of time. Yaman a break that. Almost maybe another explanation Ghana for
yeah, but I remember say, as part of his defense, Honorable Felix Kwachio Fosu shared a post by Hassan Tampuli.
Yeah.
Which post sought to create the impression say this whole Hajj village project, a project that started under the NPP. In fact, accredited
that is true.
The former transport minister.
That is true.
And if we hold that to be true, then why should this government be blamed for anything?
Now, I thought the government wanted to take credit for it. The government quickly wanted to take credit for it. Now, it's not even about the credit. It's not even about the credit. It's about principled position. Then now say, yeah, the Abansika support a religious project, and yeah, and you never say, you know what I say, and I'm a Hassan put no, Hassan and Ka say, was Hassan no, Osei, a project MPP are buying a start here. Into air cost no credit to our farmer MPP are buying. He's consistent. Shinanko Bisani said, now one now say, and my far buying Sika and support a religious project no. A ban is then a Nedia who supports a Yemfa buying Sika and support a religious project. Question and Kofu Bisani said, "Who now say a Bakunya priority because you solve Ghana problems in every A ban is saying a Nedia will say, we a priority project. I was a year. In the questions, Nankofu Bisani, I may have not formed a view on it, but Yema home break akane all the information about ebeboa yema yetumi atiase.
Very well. Kojo mayena se bibia ni ebesa ba bedi nkomo bio. Why?
Pacho me das na
se pa kojo pon kroma MP of Wasia Yerebi. I'll stay on the phone lines now for Minister for Government Communications, the Honorable Felix Kwachio Fosu, or say a member of Parliament for Abra Seibu, Kwaman Kes in the Central Region, Honorable Ekosiisen Suni Akwaba.
Oh, yeah.
Now, upon me, dear.
Nyame adom ho ye na monso e
Nyame adom ye ho ye papa enti National Economic Dialogue no mugoso bibi e koye
o ye goso papa me no ka say no ye breakout sessions say ye nsabano na poso no mpenifo a wonim de ye wo sikasam tete ho ahodo no ehiem ewo nkru ahodo mu e bobo no.
Oh, okay. Okay, wow.
After opening ceremony,
yes. And we know from a buying perspective, no, when all is said and done, what should be a takeout from this economic dialogue? And then you expected from this dialogue?
Ghana hano a short-term policy making. A buying say a ni manumi yano. I don't know no yadi eduma.
Yes.
And Pempi, no, so Yadrin and town Coben Krum, they were buying Sikasam. There's no consistency and consensus on government policy. And into no debiano, short term policy. Short term policy, actually 8 years, Ubers and not the Sikasam Saint Judge. Into your Mampini Mama, Wakasa, not as I say, there will be a friend of booms and bust, cyclical crisis. I come and you need to do Kakra or Chinani Asakwa, which in Tiasho, we say, same fear Banisano. We are not able to achieve agreements on long term policy making. The son, I was saying, you seem Kunya, sending penny for Kano, Tikun Kwejina. The son, won't make us our Bemu. Now, what Bemu are gonna for to Abama Unko and to no pet and a winning answer. And now, you know, say, what the quantity was say. From Fadin Chemra. I don't know if I said, who need him, dear Amemu. Sa, Ahomaswa Memua, even Casso, Menquan, and William, dear. Now, when we do Muno, and ya the Abuay, and before the year, or Yenia, at the Abrain. Into consulting and attempting to reach consensus does not mean that you don't have policies of your own. Send you no more H. And into the success, you seem Kunya. Now you to me. Emma ya drink up and crum one near ma etitru a fa sikasam to ho a eno no be boaye enti se mpenifo ni sin konwa wi na de ntia ne ba ne yakam nyina abomu a ye be fa emu abapa na ye dia ye dwuma ye dia ya ban se hye a yesusu se be boa ama sikasam no ejina faako ana de bonu fe no stability no abem enti no hu nhyiemu ye nenne ene ochina e won kramantam ha.
Oh, okay. One place a lot of conversation and discussions on government policies ekosopa the Parliament of Ghana. Ehons na ya mostly ni yehu sa divergence of opinions mostly based on partisan lines. We are learning a way say minority members in Parliament were not invited for this forum, at least from the Honorable Kojo Ponkroma Ediato Yenimno. Don't you think say enon kwano introduces some level of, partisanship to this whole conversation?
Well, I can find out whether specific invitations were sent. But many say minority maybe bawa yabe pamono. Already no one makasa nyadi on them. They had said it. They were even giving conditions. And son Omaba. They also have a history of actually boycotting a previous forum a year. But I don't even think say and no sequence say if we have to achieve consensus on some matters again to me. Make us say some appointees are MPP are buying a power woman. They are part of the discussions. Also, Dr. Aqua, Bank of Ghana government under an MPP government.
Sure.
Dr. Paul Aqua.
Sure.
He is a moderator for one of the sessions. Onuna Udi Chiame or Bejumu and some can you be a Bocoso would make the assist. Dr. Addison, MPP appointee as governor of Bank of Ghana. obedumedi na say anope or company for omobobo nsem ho any many other people are
me Professor KK Sapon so
absolutely Professor KK Sapon why no MPP stalwart why GMPC chief executive we did the bebre MPP amenu ko why MPP stalwart obi enim no he is there he is actually moderating and yes or participating he is actually more odichiame so it is clear that any partisan following invitations now have been wide. Civil society organizations, some of them are critical of NDC. They are present. I think by and large, there's room for everybody. Minority and but I will check as to whether specifically they were invited or not.
The other thing, even yes, I think on the economic day, so it will last for the next 3 days, right?
2 days, and then
2 days, and then
yes.
And we expect, say, based on the communique that will be issued, about reflecting in the budget statement on the 11th, right?
Oh
Some
yes,
reflection.
yes, to reflect.
Okay.
Because the issues are very clear. In when they are very clear cut prescriptions.
One other controversy about in the last 3-4 days, Hajj Village. You've made a post trying to explain the air cost of say we know abai pesuampo enkom. I don't know if you've seen the rebuttal from people like Daniel Yaudomelevo, Kwame A+, and all of that, questioning that point about say enya abai sika by Ghana Airport Company Limited, and they ask say Ghana Airport Company Limited is a company owned by the government of Ghana. And really, what was the point you wanted to put across?
So they should have sought insights. The fact that Daniel Dumelovo and I plus Akano doesn't mean that what they've said is fact. And I said one more canon.
Okay.
So I don't see why a man will know say Obi Eka Semwa we think say it is a final issue. To begin with, Ghana Airport Company Limited. A limited liability company. Government of Ghana and a major shareholder.
Yes.
Obi, as far as you know, what is their core business?
Managing our airports in the country.
They don't manage the airport. They construct
and manage, right?
And manage airports for profit.
Sure.
That is their core mandate.
Sure.
Ghana Airport Company. Terminals Ghana.
Oh, absolutely.
Say almost terminal dedicated to pilgrims every year, thousands of them. With a view to making profit. Is it any different from building terminal 3? Nipa 5 million in order for them to make profit now. You see what it is, especially MPP4, they are very desperate to seek equalization for the terrible decision to waste $58 million on the most useless hole in the world, in the name of a national cathedral. The moment they had Hajj, they thought to say it was an opportunity to equalize. Inside the Mao, the foundation said Ghana Airport Company Limited, their primary reason for existing, they build and manage air travel facilities for profit. That is all. Obi, October 2024, under MPP government and a Ghana Airport Company Limited. Omni Mokobi from Mawum's Construction Limited. Maybe I was why and she said, a year Hajj Village. When you say all this work, Ghana Airport Company, they've owned the Hajj Village,
yes.
Except that temporary structures.
Yes.
It comes with a lot of inconvenience. You know that for a fact.
Mm-hmm.
So the idea of a Hajj Village, they've always had, at least since for some Mills time, if I'm not mistaken, they've always had a Hajj Village. Into 2024, MPP are buying no more transport minister.
Asempa FM.
Now no share aviation sector so. And a Ghana Airport Company, my wounds, yes, and she said no. And I'm say, my wounds, NC airport terminal are dedicated to Hajj program because they know for a fact that every year thousands of pilgrims pass through their airports. Nipano Omofa airports where they don't go there for free. They pay for the services that Ghana Airport Company renders them. Rather than have temporary structures, now they want a permanent structure. In so many Mahum's company signing agreements say ONC Airport Terminal dedicated to Hajj pilgrims worth $14.6 million. Now, Momo, Omo Fesika and Mama Wum say ONC. Omo asasi bi edawa. Omo fanye BBS here. Into make asasi bi ne bo som $14.6 million. E de Mama Wum say Mama Wum so mfa enfanye n'adwuma ope. Owia ONC terminal way at a cost of $14.6 million for them. Because omo pese Hajj pilgrims no buy airport so omo fat terminal no mo check you in a process you at a cost that will ensure say on benyan faso just like terminal 3 me from na ticket ayeto no say omo de bi to so in order for us to pay for the service I use no na meboa. Yes. So that is exactly what they are going to do at the terminal. It's essentially the MPP is criticizing themselves for taking the decision to build an airport terminal dedicated to Hajj pilgrims. That is the ridiculousness of the argument they are making. Why in October, we shall say we will see Hajj terminal. Then in March, we will go to say we will see Hajj terminal. Why is the logic in this?
Yeah, but
and cheap political now. I say we are kind of
okay,
please.
Okay, we are.
An airport terminal is not the same as a religious facility. It is not a religious facility. It is a terminal. Just that, as part of their business, routine business every year, almost receiving large number of Muslims are almost to Kwanyako baby. So they see a business opportunity to build a place, travelers near comfortable, in order that they will pay for the service and make money. So you can't say it is a religious facility. Number two, say make us a taxpayers' money anymore. Obi, a direct taxpayers' money. And yet, at 1 million and taxpayers' money.
Yes.
Narrative media mawili. Airport company, Oma Fasa 1 million, be educated way now.
Asempa FM.
In fact, technically speaking, airport company, Omoya profit, a shareholders' funds. That is the technical position, a shareholders' funds. But of course, a Ghana mine, dear. Government is the shareholder. But a shareholder funds, it is not the same as the taxes that are collected from you and me every day. It makes us a taxpayers' money anymore. That is what it is. So what about Cathedral now? MPP are buying. Eddie Kaino, almost the introduction the Ghana for said they were going to provide only 10 million Ghana cedis seed money. And yes, I can saying in 2018 budget now. A change who say almost about consolidated fund me $58 million. That is direct taxes and million year. And yes, I've been also in this Hajj terminal. But the only reason why I also controversy about it, say a desperate MPP will lose about because of misgovernance. You know, they are desperate to equalize it. The very project on one casa starts, you know, Daniel air criticizing. Where is the logic in this one? So they are criticizing themselves.
Okay, my first question, Felix, number one, Hajj terminal way, you know, say in a year, Hajj pilgrim now, mokono once in the year. And for this terminal, they say, omoko once in a year, we na ewohwa. What would it be used for?
Obi, Hajj village na ne woko before we know what was it used for after the Hajj. Basane woko.
Yes.
Yes.
No, because I would say they are making this investment to run it.
So they've done their calculations. They know, say, the amount of traffic within that period is sufficient for them to make returns to justify the investment. Now, the airports, no, they are a profit-making organization. They are not in the business of charity. There's no Hajj program who travels for free through the airport. Even Terminal 3 no go through, no. There's a cost on the ticket. They charge you more for using that facility. It is part of the cost of the ticket, just like any other traveler. So currently, it is not free. So if they have done their business case, it is the same MPP government that did the calculation. And then
yeah, but
so
there are several Neoma. There are several Neoma MPP buying a year.
No, Obi. But Obi, I have heard the MPP themselves criticizing this. What they are doing does not make sense. What is their position? What did they think of before? How can the MPP come and ask me this question you're asking me? So they are condemning themselves for starting a project in 2024. That's not what they are doing. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but maybe that's how come they lost.
No, but
you've stopped Neoma Bebrano
Obi, after they lost, after they lost, how do they then come and see? Hey, the project that they themselves started, is something they themselves should criticize. I don't think there are structures that have come up. Work is going on, and yet they are criticizing it. Doesn't make sense. Political convenience. Why would an MP person come and criticize the very process that, first of all, Omanpenya Akufo-Addo, are there no roads he started constructing? Would the MP criticize that? What is wrong with starting a road? And I say, make us say, Bonsu, University of Musino, and I end it here now. Would they criticize it? And why the car said they lost elections because they started construction in the Hajj village? Obi, where did you hear that from?
Oh, no.
Who voted against them because they started constructing a Hajj village?
No, because the whole argument about the state supporting religious activities.
But Obi, I'm telling you that narrative is false.
How
that
is it false?
Terminal is not a religious project, it's a commercial facility.
Yeah, but I've asked you, after, besides pilgrims, Nibe used to terminal, no? What would the terminal be used for?
But only if the airport company makes money within that period and it justifies the investment, that question you're asking, that's not right. The fact is, airport that was here. The airport doesn't work 24 hours a day. At a point, planes stop flying and landing. And I'm a
yes.
If you at the time now, plane into and now plane in London, what is the terminals they use for? What do they use for? Kumasi Airport. Does it work 24/7? Is there not a period that plane into plane in back? Tamale Airport, does it operate 24/7? There are airports in the world that operate 24/7. Yet so in the period that no plane is landing or taking off, what is the airport used for? So because of that, you won't have an airport, you won't have a terminal. Is that the argument?
You don't agree, sir? Building a terminal specifically for Hajj, a Massa project, that cover of religious project.
And I don't believe that. The people claiming that were the people who started it. Does it make sense to you? I think I'm going to how is it? Is that the argument they are making to you? How can they come and criticize themselves for something they started? The only reason is that President Mahama, which is a ceremony to highlight the fact that the project is going on. That's so. Because of that, then they said propagandists on President Mahama said they should criticize him for going to cash off for a program, for a project that they started. Who says building a terminal is a wrong thing?
Into when the sword was cut and the project was already underway.
The project almost started in October 2024. Sword cutting, a ceremony. It can be done even when the project has started. So even commission of a project, it can be commissioned after the project has started being used.
Yes, I know.
So what is the issue?
Baba Felix, would it make sense when the narrative from government is that was say managing a cost any other? Why would you spend money on sword cutting?
Airport company, they are in the business of building facilities for air travel for profit. Would to main country say they will not make profit from this terminal? At the almost see Kumasi Airport, have you questioned it? What question? Kumasi Airport, they cost about $120 million
now behind the sword cutting last week.
No,
what was it supposed to do? Why would we spend that money on the project?
Kumasi Airport, it cost $120 million.
Yeah.
It was done by the same airport company. Why have you not questioned it?
No, but that's not the point. Kumasi Airport.
But what is the point? How different is one terminal from the other?
No, Mebao. In the case of the Hajj terminal, if I am a Christian, I want to go to Israel, can I go and use it? No, it's a different project.
Who says that you can't use it if you are a Christian?
But from
a terminal building, if the airport company decides, say some passengers to pass through that terminal and travel. There will be nothing wrong with it. What is wrong with it? At the airport, at a certain point, can no more terminal 2.
Yes,
they do not leave it and go and build terminal 3.
Yes, they did.
In fact, at a certain point, they near terminal 1. No, they converted it into a private jet terminal for Magdan.
Yes.
Was it not a business decision they made?
Yes.
So they have the right to make these business decisions. The most important and bottom line is that they should make profit from that. Once they make the profit, the shareholder is happy. But what questions will be some? As I said before, they are doing desperate equalization propaganda because of a senseless decision to pump $58 million of taxpayers' money into Amena and then Infasobi. You can't tell me say hard term and Infasobi. When the people are making profit, they are showing you the numbers.
Yeah,
can you compare this to?
Amena Utie Board of Trustees now. Omo can see a Riesa Cathedral now. Ebeye for tourism.
Board of Trustees. Do they have $400 million to complete the cathedral? Omo for them on this cathedral. They didn't have the money to begin with. In any event, Omo Shas the finance minister, it is on record in his budget, said a buying ticket that come 10 million Ghana cedis. That is why Ghanaians did not raise an issue with that particular pronouncement
from the start.
Abra, they have gone over and beyond the amount. In any event, there are glaring procurement breaches. Shad and Kasa has even called for further investigations into the matter. That is what has attracted condemnation. How do you compare that to a sound business decision by an airport company whose business it is to build terminals and operate for profit? It is purely within their mandate. But you are encouraging political mischief from MPP because they have been bashed for the cathedral.
I am asking questions based on the command.
We console our teacher. And then what I say, console not say, but multimedia muniska. However, we bet me the console no, I'm a brief for normal console for because you are able to justify the trade-off. Emfa cost to be multimedia. What is wrong with it? So your only problem, and the problem of MPP, they say, it is a hard terminal. In any event, Obi, how do you even tolerate criticism of this very project from the MPP?
Yeah, but
only upon from Makasa, no, and what about the very people who made the decision, no, are now criticizing it.
Yeah, but fellas, but you know, so say, or more, Akasetia, we nye MPP for Nkwa. I mentioned to you Daniel Domelevo, I mentioned to you Kwame Epas, and some other
MPP for the there are others who have heard it but have not listened to the full facts, like I'm giving to you. Okay. Who think say are buying after security for and the Ekosiisen hatch? There are people who don't even know say MPP 4 and they say to media 2024. So some of the criticism is not based on the facts that are available, but as a guy say we compare things that are not the same. The moment you hear hatch now, you want to equalize with a cathedral. The terminal building is not a religious project. It is just that as part of our lives, every year, thousands of pilgrims gather to travel to Mecca. They go through a certain facility at the airport, which are temporary structures now. NIPA will only say facility no. I say no, let me make it permanent and make money from it. NIPA, so it is their duty, it is their business to make money from building a terminal and aviation facilities.
Yes.
Yes, we'll say because of that, you see, a religious expenditure. I've also told you, say, young corporate security are buying food to and your mother party or more. And one day, Ama will be say, on fan Seneca, now on see a deal for more, so that they will make profit, which is their core mandate.
Yeah, but
how can you be a shareholder and be upset to say, Nipa would you my shadows, I say, on Yano, or you do my deal for so bedroom?
Yeah, but fellas, may a shareholder so, and I believe in the spirit of a government which is in place now to reset Niomabia Akosoa na Enyeno. I don't know the last time I used to Terminal 2, but Terminal 2 is hugely underutilized. It is there, hugely underutilized. Couldn't the airport company and by extension, and again, I'm unfortunate buying them because government appoints the board, government appoints the MD of the Ghana Airport Company, and that is why Even Ghana Airport Company na AC Terminal 3 on their own books, no. But the government of the day edge glory for building Terminal 3. The same with Maritime Hospital, the same with Bank of Ghana Hospital. And don't you think, say, when a new government can, I say, old government in past 30 BB, they can say, wait a minute, there is Terminal 2 there wasting away. Why don't we use that for this so-called Hajj terminal, Felix?
Obi, the only reason why airport company to me see Terminal 3 is that government surrendered its share of revenue from the airports. Sufficient balance sheet to build Terminal 3. It was a conscious decision. In fact, it was the president, John Mahama, at the time. And now, our director said they should do that. And our proposal said then government should surrender its share of revenue. And our banks okay. No more for IGF, no 100%. No more for building on a balance sheet NC. That is how Terminal 3 came about. Number 2, you can even see, say, other than Terminal 2 or you could see Terminal 3. And as other than Terminal 2 or no, you could see airport to Kumasi and Atamale. The more underlying this is that it is a profit-making organization. Their only focus is to build, manage, and make profit for government. So, the shareholder and say, also investment to Muyi, and if I saw the Bremiana, multimedia Muyi. It's a woman say you are rendering public service of some sort. But bottom line, because you will look at your financials. If and Papa Swam now, Obetra would do with you. That is the bottom line. So what you ought to look at is the investments on my if I saw Oswada. No matter how do you say Yaba, now structures woho, we say Yejai, simply because Obi could see cathedral in tea. Number 3, and I make a show you say, even those who started the project are saying say Eyadebone. How does that make sense, Obi? If it is not pure political mischief and ridiculous politics now, how do you even tolerate that criticism from the NPP? In any event, any people on any Kasai, and you could do upon Koma. Some won't Melobo, won't fair A plus. Any people on any Kasai, he was criticizing the project. How can Kodo upon Koma criticize the project that his own government started? Say, the Bonia, I don't know what's saying. And this argument say, it is not everything they've started that will continue. Where does it come? You see, because they started a cathedral and we should discontinue hospital projects. We should discontinue road projects. We should discontinue airport projects. We should discontinue school projects. You see, criticism is important. We welcome criticism. But the criticism must be sound. It must be logical. It must be based on something. You don't just get up and say, what criticize it? You don't like government supporting religious projects. So that even if the thing is not religious projects, they're commercial projects, simply because you hear, say something great, how can you argue like that? When the entity doing it is looking at what they will get. Sebi, say airport, now we control the annual year better. Because because you shouldn't do anything to support religious projects. In any event, the old Hajj village now, and also airport company do now why was it never criticized? They've just seen that it is no longer fit for purpose because of the volume of traffic. The kind of service they must render. So they've done a specialized service. What called airport what is here? I want to be a fellow CIP. I want who you swear to carry a better on Yasam Ketua. Will be one into quite for because you don't have the financial muscle to use that place. And a specialized service because they know some years are now only additional revenue. So the bottom line for all this discussion is that anybody criticizing it should be able to show say it is not a commercial investment. Akufuado, Okatse and say, Oko Wailing Wall, will be made Wailing Wall, Makoda, and Jerusalem. Wokawa, Yamao Cheshe, now watch re, one new disem, Eddie Gukata, so no abobo, Eddie Ase to Kobi, our war no more. Or say, Oko Jerusalem, and on Yankoponya, in Kitamudi, and or say, or managing in Kunima, or basic cathedral, Eddie Asen in Yam. And no, it does not make governance sense. This one, Obia Kose will be able. The airport company under MPP, and are determined that because they have some commercial arrangements with Hajj pilgrims on a yearly basis, no, it makes commercial sense for them to do it. And on Mama Ubiasa say on Fantica now on see Wema Wom. A buying encore taxes mo uncle use to come airport say Omofensi. A buying and the use to Kadima airport company, and Momodi see Kumasi terminal. Why are we not complaining about that?
Okay. Felix, ma yenhwe ne yemfa ensi. Na menase bibia ni na wo se yesan ba bedi nkomo a. And I think you made this point for emphasis. Oka say former President Mahama sword cutting way just to bring attention onto the project. Is that what you said?
Obi, even in President Mahama's speech, he acknowledged those who started it. So it has never been a secret. Say, yes, I say, and son, I work on sword cutting. But sword cutting, commissioning, they are ceremonies. You can do sword cutting when the project has started. You can do commissioning when the project has already started being used. It is a ceremony. It is just a formal ceremony to indicate say BB is here and I say you. And in his speech, go and play back the tapes. I'm sure your reporters were there. He acknowledged say a MPP abandoned the shots here. So I don't even know where the problem is with this one.
Felix, Bibiania, you better about the dinko mobile medase why? Medase pa Felix Kwachio Fosu, a minister for government communications, or a MP for Abra Osei Bukwaman Kese. And as you know, say and the Judiciary and the lawyer Sami Jemfi Ebedin Komo or ye acting managing director Emma PMMC. Wabekansa e studio ha yentie we emra ye ba. Ye shen komo na say a lot to talk about and area we could see saying. So stay with us.
Ecobank Mobile to make me say Ecobank Mobile to make me crazy. Download it and use it. It gon' make your life so easy. Yeah. Download it. You go enjoy up in my chain. In my chain. Come make a download them for you. Cause you can pay bills, you can buy credit, you can pay school fees, even just tights with the Apple. Ecobank Apple. Life is easy with the Ecobank mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan and pay, express cash, all at your fingertips with the Ecobank mobile app. You know it's 5-star life with Ecobank. King promise.
Hey, you're the up and coming landlord. Who died yes where you?
Kwame, I done me we you. Aka roofing and a ceiling. Na me contract anon so say. Me feni na enko dan rocksters. Won so wo kromo pan. Wo dwen ho sen.
Wo contract an won nim ne ekọ. Ghana ha de e ba no quality metal trusses, roofing sheet, plasterboard and POP ceiling dia. Aye rocksters. Enfie bebre ni na rocksters. Ade roofing sheet papa ne ho aka de asum Ghana for.
Enka ye say ya no mu die nso ebo.
Eni adufudi achi na nkoto ade bone ne Sunda Fre 0544 338041. Say metal trusses, roofing sheet, plasterboard and POP ceiling dia. Fre rocksters na won twa wontum.
Afi for free. Provident Insurance Bema Kwentwa Odese. If January you see March 2025. What the insurance one some share Provident Insurance and sa. Some will renew and now we have for penya chadia p. Emu fuel coupons and Provident souvenirs papa b. Enti wo tede. Woni yen WhatsApp assistant or buy and chat is here. 024-242-6396. Obeso to out obetumi so akwa 15 branches. Ya to apete Ghana no mobia. Obetumi so ne brokers and agents no mobia dis was. Fear Janami and Sunny na Provident Insurance as some Ghana man some power Maconia Badi wa Bambo. Massa special for you for Kaisa Shaka Crow.
With Provident Man.
UEFA Champions League na so reach na so kinke. Babia ya do so dia. Bia possible. Final no pay the usual suspects and our surprise baby Trinity. One in the headquarters of Ghana Sports. Asempa 94.7 FM and our #1 radio station at 106.3 FM. Yeah, Judiciary live commentary with the home. Name was who for match bia ho. Na ubeti no. Ani ka 7 say. Yeah, they 12 at a sport or pub near you. We warm up to the Asempa from UCL Fund Day. Wednesday the 5th of March, you're featuring in Asempa Mile 7, Wiggles Lounge and Restaurant, Paris Saint-Germain versus Liverpool. Live commentary was a pep family at Dome FM. Premier now favorite presenters in Baho. Kaya 5th March, UEFA Champions League round of 16, PSG versus Liverpool. Our Wiggles Lounge and Restaurant, Asempa Mile 7, 8 p.m.
When it's your answer, download the 1xBet app no Google Play Store and our App Store. Nefia se dim kunim eneya. Agodia eye nijem pim chen. Fagro no watinkan ene will lack no bra 1xBet so. Use promo code APPR. Na fa bonus no chebi 1xBet. Agro ni tintin buying. Gambling when you true. Inti chanu wa she ye. Enya ma wa won dim fie do watch. Gaming Commission agent kratu yatu.
Ghana Fui Franco Esa the electrical appliances for Frabejaswo washing machines, Asian women yopo, CCTV cameras, any dog clear. I be you know that several mobile phones, these are iPhones, Infinix, Nokia, Samsung, any the home, anyone says na Franco. In our binya the papa, ne water foam say Franco air conditioners, every 1.5, adequacy 2.5 horsepower, Samsung Franco TV, every 32, adequacy 85 inches. Franco, essential tabletop, double decker, any chest freezers, and chain in a mahoden cry. Franco Kwabata be a benwo, name of head office, a wada braka, one in Roxy Cinema Nedian friend 0246 422 338 and a 055 5939 311. Franco Electrical Appliances Papa
Me kwami bampo penny market ya enye insuta na yesta ibisano anton so abobu esan se me packet ye miensape me ni thank you emom do fo bia do me wa bombo sia se me nkopɛ tank nto na din tank na meta me high Syntex tank din na echepa Syntex tank benzu ne kita warranty bebre Syntex tank na face so uni my favorite color no tank ben ne bit na yama me Syntex tank obia says Syntex tank case close triple tank hwede ya twro eye SINTEX Syntex tank na ene na bebie Syntex tank eye strong eye tough.
Me say, oh yeah, Ecobank Mobile to make me crazy. Download it and use it. It gon' make your life so easy. Yeah. Oh yeah, download it. You go enjoy up in my chain, in my chain. Come make a download them for you. Cause you can pay bills, you can buy credit, you can pay school fees, even just tights with the Apple. Ecobank Apple.
Life is easy with the Ecobank mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan and pay, express cash, all at your fingertips with the Ecobank mobile app. You know it's 5-star life with Ecobank. King promise.
Match Bosumi a Ghana match. Ye ton Ghana aduane, ye ton Ghana afade no. Ne say cow say fufu party fufu party. No what so tim. Ese bo akwa mu kai machi enyu enfemfri. For you are never did yen sapwa. Fufu party #Jumba.
Adum TV Fufu Party. Iye wada. Sit March 7 a.m. sharp. Na ye dia sesha so.
Besien kwa you are. Besien kwa you are. Besien kwa you are. Besien kwa you are. Besien kwa you are.
Kanino, na kwanya mefa so agye sika frɛ amanone no. Eja me adwendwen pii. Na afei mpo menye me yonko bi nni biom sɛ ampa wa mane me sika.
Me nso me bisa me yonko bi na ɔka kyerɛ me sɛ na ne yire nso saa kosi sɛ ɔhyɛ ase agye amanone sika fa CBG.
Oyiwa, CBG ana megye amanone sika o. Ɛyɛ simple. Menya ne ntem. Wonte o sika bia na bambɔ nso wɔ ho. Anokwa asetene mo ayɛ kama.
I'm found the baby our dog for Wiasimu. And Mamu Temu worry. Consolidated Bank Ghana for money transfer services no. Ube to me Jessica every manone in terms of our how be animal. Say MoneyGram, Western Union, Pay Angel, Transfast, Unity Link, RIA, Remit, Funes, Tap Send, Ana Therapy. Jiwamano Nisikano, Abrini Abribian Temso was CBG Kwabata Bia Benwo. Akwa Baba Hotumu. CBG, we stand with you.
It's time again for the biggest Roots Reggae Festival in Africa, Kutoko Roots Festival. And coming all the way from Kingston, Jamaica is Culture featuring Kenyatta Hill alongside Dwayne Stevenson from Augustown. And of course, one George Nooks with all power. All the way from Ghana is your Kutoko Roots Master, Black Rasta. Many more artists passing through non-stop. Saturday, 8th March 2025. Venue, La Pleasure Beach, Accra. Time, 12 noon till you drop. Rate, 50 Ghana cedis only. And as usual, there will be free cocoa, kulikuli, kose, and masa to break your fast and to put you in the spiritual mood. For more information, you contact 0244-499-461. Powered by Black and Tough and supported by National Youth Authority. Media partners.
This is the day. A nation of strength, a nation of pride, a nation of freedom and justice. Ghana, 68 years strong and still rising. This Independence Day, we reflect on our journey, review our progress, and reset for the Ghana we want. A brighter future is within reach by embracing our diversity, nurturing our talents, and working together in unity. We can build a prosperous nation. Let's celebrate with the theme Reflect, Review, Reset. Key events will include 28th February Crossroads shooting incident, 5th March Presidential Awards for school children, and 6th March Commemorative Guard of Honor at the Presidency. Together, let's strive to build the Ghana we want. Ghana, Ayeko!
Ecobank Mobile, they make me say, Ecobank Mobile, they make me crazy. Download it and use it. It gon' make your life so easy, yeah. Download it. You go enjoy it. In my come make a download them for you. Cause you can pay bills, you can buy credit, you can pay school fees, even just tights with the Apple. Ecobank Apple.
Life is easy with the Ecobank mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan and pay, express cash, all at your fingertips with the Ecobank mobile app. You know, it's 5-star life with Ecobank. King promise.
Yebeye medical tourist destination.
If you on Pebia, Yabeboa almost a bamboa, yet the bambo.
Abatua no den ene koso. Amanfo ebetuaba, ayi kandifo, na fe, kandifo no, isi atunidin.
I have the singular honor as the returning officer to declare His Excellency John Dramani Mahama as the winner of the 2024 presidential election.
Dear Wadin Kunimuno, offer Bibia. Now, so ya manufo sanko mati, equity your man for to Abama woman. Eshe nim say, woman Ebehunana.
Market, and amun to me see my Blukumanov.
na ɔmanfoɔ no so nya kwanya bi ɛne abanyimufoɔ no edi nkɔmɔ ɛkyerɛ wɔn mo ensim bi a ɛda wɔn akoma so a ɛwɔ so mo yɛ ho adwuma ma ɔman na wei ɛne deɛ di kan koraa ya ebi ebesi ɛyɛ CDD Ghana Citizen Expectation dwumadi a wɔn de kɔ Ghana afana nyinaa ɛdi agye ɔmanfoɔ ensusuya no wɔn adwene ɛfa aban a ɔwɔ so na mu wi a ɔmo akeka no nyinaa abo dwumadi no hyehyɛ no sei ɛnetie February busumi ya ne da ɛtɔso adwununum 25th no ɛbɛkɔ so ɛwɔ bono mantemu sunyane apoe mantemu kofodua ɛna tifia toy mantemu wa February busumi ya ne da ɛtɔso adwunun so no ɛbɛkɔ so ɛwɔ atoy mantemu sakrade bono apoye mantemu techiman March busumi da ɛtɔso miensa ɛbɛkɔ so ɛwɔ Greater Accra mantemu mu ɛwɔ nkran ɛnoti mantemu ɛwɔ Dambai March busumi ɛda ɛtɔso 9 ɛyɛ Asante mantemu Kumase ɛna mfinifini mantemu Cape Coast ɛhyehyɛ wɔ yɛkyi no dwumadie no ahodoɔ ɛnan ɛna yɛbɛyɛ ɛdiama special groups March busumi da ɛtɔso dubako no atefidu mantemu Tamale ɛyɛ ɛmabu ɛnhyiamu March busumi na ne da ɛtɔso dumiɛnsa no ɛyɛ Framantemu ho ɛyɛ ɛmmaa ɛda wɔn ɛbɛdi saa dwuma no March busumi ni mu a ne da ɛtɔso edunwɔtwe no ɛyɛ nkran mantemi mu enipa bi a wɔmadi dam ɛnhyiamu ɛwɔ nkran deɛ di ɛbɛwie ɛyɛ March busumi no ne da ɛtɔso aduo no ɛyɛ wɔn a wɔmaduro mu mpanyin fie so ɛno nso bɛkɔ so ɛwɔ nkran ha ya ɛnhyiamu ne nkitahodie no ɛkɔ so no wobɛtumi de wadwenkyerɛ afa CDD Ghana wɔn social media platforms ne nyinaa hashtag no ɛyɛ Citizen Expectation GH ɛna afei nso radio station a ɛbɛfa dwumadie obetumi ɛde wadwenkyerɛ no afa hɔ efiti February busumi ne da ɛtɔso adununum ɛde kosi March busumi da ɛtɔso adunun no yɛde nhyiamu ahodoɔ edu ɛne ɛnan a yɛyɛ ama special groups no ɛna ɛma ɛwɔ mantam ahodoɔ no mu ɛwɔ saa kasafidie ɛso ɛna CDD Ghana wɔn social media platforms ahodoɔ no nyinaa so CDD Ghana Citizen Expectation nhyiamu a ɛbɛkɔ so yi ɛyɛ adom ɛne joy bransa ɛwɔ multimedia adwumapo no mu ɛna aso asene sanso ɛna Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office FCDO ɛtɛkyi
Asempa FM Asempa FM Obi nebalo biba obibo obiba ode Asempa na bo obi nebalo biba obibo obiba ode Asempa na
Ekosiisen nie Bonsu awo minisempa de brane mamba obi som
Masomo Asempa 94.7 FM. Ekosiisen dwumadi no asuguso a utie and check with your time. We've done some 35 minutes after 4. Medin di Osei Bonsu ehaya Asempa FM. Yedi kind di ato manim se and we'll be speaking to lawyer Sami Jemfi, acting MD for PMMC, and for more follow no you've seen say for some time now. In fact, after the elections, the first media interview in the he's been concentrating on the task Omampenyi Ede Eshenensa as acting MD of PMMC, and he was given that additional job of overseeing the setting up of the gold board, and he's been focused on that. A lot of stakeholder engagement and Afe and why Nadrin said he would want to engage with the Ghanaian people and answer some questions a Ghana for being busa and the Yamia Dumi and Sakano ewo studio ha se wutie na wo question bi mana 0548 443 523 0548 443 523 ubetimi de sa questions ni nyina abrain na yebusa no amao sami akwa be tesen
Bazibru obi onyame adom ahoden wo ho enkwa wo ho kechrema dabodwem na mboja edi mu afusane nti ebeka se Beniza ni onyame edi abedruni na wo so ho te say
adom ya
mi ama wo say ho ayefe papa ho ayefe na practice ne ko say unya da agede ya na wa bo modern yes wo food so we ni nyina enne so aban papa banti no minim se bibia be ye mremre na ye nyina ye ho ato ma menchia watifu nyina omo a omuti dwumedi wa chichi ni benche
party for no so mafio
mafio mododo all NDC members and sympathizers teacher me communicators I mean you mudi juma on all platforms social media radio TV michiobia midobia so ase to say the okan no ya to abewie ya na we say ye gibre na ye home kakra na ye hwe adwumaso a onyame adom Ghana for the ashayensa ye dwen hu ye because anya adwuma ketwa ye adwuma eso ye na ye adwuma ase ye ni ye a eso be ba mfaso ama oman Ghana ni nchirima nti that moment was not only a moment for celebration for some of us but it was a moment for deep introspection, soberness, reflection on the enormity of the task Jumason Ghana for the Ashayansa. Because that dream obi ye baha na ye bekasa ma party press conferences ni tu kwan ni ye campaign na no. Me obi ka kire me say John Mahama was going to win with close to 1.7 million votes gaba. Ebianka me kra no enti wo hwe nkonimdie ne kesif ne ksenesi ye kese fa na utumi hu se we de enye nipa enko na ye onyame na onyame so wo botaye nti a wo ye ni bibia se na Ghana fo si di odoto maba na to abama ye bum sa no e wo se ka bibi kire and that is simple President Amaka say we cannot afford to fail enti e wo se ye nyina no yesin kitese ye besom o my Ghana for some papa e wa ho brasimo na di esi o mampanyi Mahama ani so ni opeso ye ma Ghana ma na di mpuntu ni nwuma paba no a Ghana fo tie na supam to abama ye no ye nyina ye de adwuma den sacrifice e de bebo mampanyi Mahama na etumi abam. So at the time I was very calm and quiet. I was home with family, resting, praying and reflecting. Enumuana onyame adom yura John Dramani Mahama mampanyi yes same copy MMC na kosom as acting MD whilst there no hwena yanti adwuma yuko your friend good border ohwe NDC your 2020 manifesto ya ka ho asem
2020
yeah 2020 ya ka ho asem in the manifesto yentumi anya akwanya na anye because to aba no ye ni nkunim but 2024 so yes also the share manifesto mo inti ya de da yura John Dramani Mahama koma so pass ye be yes adwuma yuko ya your friend good board
and I think I no best start me first question because abamu manifesto mo for 2 electoral cycle not to say idea here party leader who is now president and amonso amobo nechidom. Why do you think say Ghana here gold board?
Okay, Iziobi question ya we bizame no question we here pa na message for say nkomo na ye di no e fa Ghana puntu ne Ghana nkoso. This is not partisan politics. This is about an initiative where a bit to me di yo kese any sika any nyuma abregana inti yenti ni antiasie because to the bina me wo social media na me hwede e bi mu keka utim se nipa no ni information oni accurate information but o misa and say yes ami jemfine wo hunti no de obitimi aka agu ade ne ho fi bia no obeka de agu ho fi I mean forget about Sami Jemfi and look at the issue mampanyi Mahama ni so say yenye enfam wa Ghana through gold board. Now back to your question. The inti na Ghana here gold board. You see Ghana your maya nyame hirayen na adeɛ baako onyame de akyɛ yɛn paa ɛyɛ sika kɔkɔ gold. If you nananom penso nyina no Ghana yenya gold pa. Your maya you gold.
Yes.
We bibre mu ha the whole Africa and yetimi ka boy once for him say Ghana you produce gold eche o man bia. We are the lead exporter of gold in the whole of Africa. Kwesi broni di kan ba asase we so obehu asase ne se na city no frɛ ha sika mpoano sika kokompoano Gold Coast. So gold ya de onyame de adom ye no man bia betu mpon a good dear natural resources onyame de adom sa wo man no e wo so man ni timi yusu no yie no man ni nya so mfa so pa e de boa ne manfo gold aboa Ghana. It is say minua bi on TV3 Saturday or so di kita Ghana pa eye kuku enye kuku e gold sika obroni sika gold de maya no kuku nru ho even divided by uchemu miensa kra kuku nru enti gold na ye agudi onyame de achen natural resource wa emaye obroni sika pa be de yo man ye in terms of forex exchange. 2024, I mean, 2024 an example, gold I export to free Ghana no $11.5 billion, not cedis.
$11.5 billion.
Yes.
1 year.
Yeah, 1 year.
Official figures.
Yes, official figures. Say yeah, PMMC and you get official figures because every gold I ever export to be an I say good no value good no locally.
Sure.
Okay.
In 11.5 no or more a year illegal export and
smuggling in count large scale for export bears $6.9 billion.
Okay.
And a small scale minus export to $4.6 billion
in 1 year.
Yeah. Bank of Ghana they are top free more export here is about 70% of that. Okay. $4.6 billion. Inti we small scale gold that the mine na be 63 tons officially. Smuggling in Kaho make can once later. It is a good idea emaye sika. But so we share emfaso e wo sen ka o man Ghana nya free say good ye ni mu ade ye nya no e ye ketewa bi. E say dey na ye nya free ye gold mu. Taxes and royalties. Royalties in input there a large scale for no in it you are 5%. It be quite you are less than that 4%, 3%. Okay. The royalties large scale new months Anglo gold but more small scale no you royalties. Other African countries are small scale to royalties. Ghana we don't pay royalties so they pay say gold no the okoto free small scale mine and eco export to you withholding tax 1.5%. Minerals Commission will tax be that so for environmental sustainable management be 0.2. So and of course omo license ne de omunya mfaso they are supposed to pay corporate taxes. They also pay VAT and they keka ho. So basically taxes and a small scale food you no royalties. Mfaso yenya no. But gold so mfaso no. Dodo na nye gold nitu. The okwako otu no tua tax ama ban and a royalty. Mfaso kese no e wo the trading of the commodity. Ne ton ne ton. Obi atu gold ewie na wo kwakoto.
Every nipa ne ho no.
Akwakoto no. Mfaso wo. I was on my Ghana timinya sa mfaso ni bi. Te said ye kuku.
Yeah.
If we afford dua kuku wa ban na ye ho adwuma nyina na ban akoto se na be ban be nya mfaso na ka oman ni nyina not just individuals involved in the trade but the entire nation. Because ya fa na say eye oman ni nyina japade. Titu ne areas a ye dua kuku. Ye ni sa mfaso no. And at the second point so ne say gold ubenya gold so mfaso a there was such a good do mu de ye enyema fofora ye de gold ye obroni say value addition into gold a Ghana ye export to free here American bebre unim say ni nyina na export no as scrap obroni friend dory bars scrap gold we don't refine it apart from saying refine no ye jewelry industry of Ghana on the verge of collapse, very weak, because access to gold went down. Emma womo. Enti obroni frebibi fabrication. The downstream fabrication of gold into jewelries, mints, any coins, any other store of value. Ama mama ya hodo okro wuni gold. Uko Dubai and Dubai will go souk. Udru wa we measure. Enyema ye di gold aye nkwan ye ton go souk. Dubai omun to go do. A major hub for gold trade. Omo create nya create go souk. Na Ghana, Gold Coast. The lead exporter of gold in Africa. Ye ni saadi ye ni bi. Because gold no sa wo ton no do riba sa sika wunya na esua. Chain sen ka be refine ya ton bullion. Bullion so de obenya free mu na esua. Chain sen ka wo de gold no be ko jewelries. Coins ne de keka. So the more you add value, the more you get national benefits from the gold.
Okay.
Enti sanya mani nyina wo fo. And ade ba akoso a essence so affect your crown is a gold na you to amfaso a yenya ye kakra bi. Ema dollars kakra. They said $11.5 billion. Ema taxes and royalties. Kakra. But the whole how essence so the maye no. Yes yenya ye ni ensa wo kachre. The environmental concern of illegal mining. Environmental degradation yensua nipa binum omoye small scale mine enye omunyina binum omoye de say yensuo yensa ase yakwaye. And you need to deal with this problem. How do we address this problem and maximize national benefits from gold, that gold resource? How? And back environmental management and not a Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources and your Minerals Commission adwuma say kwan papa ben so na yebetumi afaso to gold agudie na yen fan say yensu yen fan say ensase na say simple yebetumi akrakra no in accordance with best practices and law and no your mom adwuma and a president mama say yen tie adwuma yokofu fra your friend gold border ono de obehwe emfaso a Ghana betumi anya free gold no neto and neto the trading of gold. It's what I say. Because a buying sunya sanfaso ni be a cow mining in a chance say only a private individual in nya sanfaso. Unim. Let me go back akra. And maybe eba Ghana. Na Ghana gold. From 1989, I passed PNDC law 219 establishing Precious Minerals Marketing Corporation, PMMC, at the time. From that time about to the mid 90s, late 90s, no BNT mean to go to Ghana. I just say PMMC. PMMC in Kwan and PMMC had a monopoly. And no Kosoa and Sakra and PMMC started having my license, so beat me to go.
Other private entities to buy gold.
But they do, baby, no. PMMC inefficiencies and the challenges be okumu cabinet the policy decisions were taken by governments. My PMMC crown focus on gold neto on my licenses more. So PMMC reduce gold auto on the my license.
And that's the status quo up until
up to 2016.
2016, okay.
And I buy here and say, Yema PMMC, you may be a friend of National Asseya. National Asseya, and it say, go there, every Ghana, Akobia, and I ever Ghana bia, and ye nya you my ukua, or no jina wamo maya, or be good, ni mo who good no purity, good no ne character. Because good, yeah, the good purity ne to good. What am I saying? And you can't say you're testing the purity of a precious metal. Okay, so PMMC in as a national assay, and you say, oh, now what testing good in purity, don't be a regulator and a player at the same time. No, so PMMC in took good for a long time until 2022. Now, what is the point I'm making? For some time at PMMC, gold return or more muto gold, you two categories of people. The point I'm making is the gold trading sector, no. The entire president Mahama see juma yuko ba kwa on the behweso nyina ne say the sector is chaotic. The sector you have different agencies all involved in gold to and gold to. Enti regulation no den. So what do you mean?
Okay.
Because the CA you from bullion traders. Or export licenses to export gold. Minerals Commission in Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources and more license wo to gold aqua export. 61 of them. 61 yes, Ghana for near Brofo.
Okay.
61 companies, you know. Omo export license and more going to export, but the license also allows them to buy.
Okay.
And it is the Minerals Commission and Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources and the moments are license. Okay. And here we gold dealers. Gold dealers no so no. PMMC
and a license.
And a license so moment me export to gold, but moment me to gold. Or make me to gold at on gold Ghana, but they can't export. Okay. PMMC in a license. Okay. So you have two different state agencies giving licenses for gold trading. What's the point I'm trying to say? Then you have jewelers. Omubody will be a more license. Almost to gold nibi. And on the gold market, ube who gold dealers or mukite PMMC market or license or muto gold. Ube who exporters or now bullion traders or mukita Minerals Commission in Ministry of Lands license or also to gold. Then you will see jewelers almost also to gold because we hear gold as a raw material for production. When now cost wow then of course you have the smugglers. Yeah. Some of whom are foreigners, Chinese, Indians, and so on. Yeah. Omodi anes to go no money license bia no modi afa kwati kwan so ye de fa Togo ye de fa Cote d'Ivoire anase airports anase even through the ports near hide near bribe obi near the call enti oman ni nya emusike ma ni nya so mfa so enti edidiswa Ghana yesika sem no edwere ga akora 2022 inflation ka do 54%. Enyema boa ye den capital flight omo musika da obi ade ni sika ko Ghana ye lock here out of capital market nti yentimi nko eurobond nko bobosia ewo obroni sikam dollars biem dollar ma economy no the economy virtually crashed in 2022 so okay per solution and MPP are buying at the time here say gold is the solution,
is the answer.
So and omo yes and your Bank of Ghana enya dia your friend gold for oil.
And the other one
because petrol buo cost dollar short in the exchange rate cost and because of that so ankran no kofa oil ne ba amount for minto and petrol buo can affect everything and tianye ombe you good for oil that's why you good for forex ombe to gold wo ha obo the cedis because ye nya dollars obia yentimi nko bobosia in dollars at the time capital market yentimi nko ji euro bond aye bosia in dollars ye per dollar so ama de okofa mo anya dollar kofa de okofa si chire nya bia kofa de okofa oil nya bia kofa enti sa dia aban ne se ne Bank of Ghana and you only PMMC na nto gold no PMMC na yes you nya gold to no monkoye muni kasubon partnership na mo monjeji amanfo sika in cedis ehefo sika banks any BDCs was some of the oil but these are the main people wo mu hia dollars kese banks hia dollars for their customers wo mu businessmen omoko kra nyema ba BDCs hia oil dollars for oil every month they need about $400 million and the Bank of Ghana jeju omu cedis na ojia na fabima PMMC any other aggregators sanya from no mo fan ko to gold wo market na yen cotton gold no na yen fa $100 emra ye de be obi abenya dollar ni bi ena o mo de ba ko betare won say okay ye cotton ye to gold no kra na yen cotton nya dollar na yen fa gold en swap oil and almost friend gold for oil in the buying when starting November 2022 almost crystallizing in January buying that MPP for 2023 and a Bank of Ghana bar market Bank of Ghana TC market no ufri say sankrofo na omo gold dealers na PMMC and a more license no any bullion traders exporters no ufri so betimi the Bank of Ghana compete
no
intimi ko Bank of Ghana no the Bank of Ghana is not there to make profit. They are there to salvage a sinking economy. So their consideration is get the gold at all cost. So they started offering They said they will buy gold at the spot price. Gold will be anywhere to gold or trade gold on the spot because they a commodity. Oh, cotton. And there was a ton of discount kakra. Now the cost in to so now the fast work crabia then at so any fast boom. Because gold a volumes business. We 0.1 of fast work is. But Bank of Ghana they buy almost a better on the spot because they need to offer a high price.
No much mean gold.
No, be the gold abroad. It's a seller's market. The gold will go to the one offering the highest price. And the Bank of Ghana is also buying gold high price. So gold no so want mean ton yam fast word because gold bought on the local market, a LME, the London Metal Exchange price, the LME price adjusted to purity, the purity of the gold. Now you use I know you're in dollars. No more use
CD equivalent.
CD equivalent. And what exchange rate do they use? They use black markets.
Oh.
And sometimes even higher than black market to set the price. And for Bank of Ghana to buy a spot and even sometimes above that, but because they are not a private business looking for profits, they want to save the economy of a nation. They will offer any price to get the gold because almost $1 at all cost. So when the informal way, and a gold for oil, no, and maybe it's a topic for another discussion. Because only me views about good for oil. And you may be a man, no quan passantino. I'm a Bank of Ghana boka. Good for forex, a cow or better a kakakra. But heading Ababoka because the market is unregulated. Watching to good until you want to offer high prices, spot prices, so that you get the good. Now at the end of your tournament, say so 1 cedi. Now we turn Ghana 1 cedi. So we toll transport was saying in a car. Now they go to bedroom bruching a canna beton. Until turn more than 1 cedi were bruching. It is Nina Oka. And a gold market is very volatile. And the price here 1 or bit me 2. And then the crown no pay bit me 1. It be doing you 1.5. And a very volatile. If you are not buying with a profitable buying policy, ubeboka sanity. The Bank of Ghana coinage on say market. And the gold dealers ni bullion traders exporters no be go because a boa Bank of Ghana to good no won't mean to be. And a Bank of Ghana so the beba na to good ness and say we are buying untua tax. But wo ankwankwan na wakwaje bosia na wo de wa wusika to good no wo betua 1.5% withholding tax. Etua income tax, etua enyema bibira Bank of Ghana nyeden entua. So you can compete with them. Let us say good traders win in the Juma. But Bank of Ghana sika na wonya de to good no. Kakra bi. Entimin to gold a wodwa so nyina. Where the total volume of gold small scale export to last year was 63 tons. Bank of Ghana there we 70 tons. But how they 63 tons in we divided by 56 weeks, which is the total number of weeks in a year. There is a week near 1.1 tons and the export to but be any small scale miner and will be on good trade more one who say gold the one markets small scale. More than 3 tons.
More than 3 tons. A week.
Yes, into the Akane. They said the Bank of Ghana yes sika toy and your toy. The Akano India ni Ghana ni bia umpeso be dimraso. Ebeton was smuggle. Ye nya sika. Because the gold there we check all the data e borrow the nya last year so. There's a Bank of Ghana in to nyina. What the point of it? And I you could be from MEF.
But time a Bank of Ghana bear mono was there a requirement say Bank of Ghana abemuno obia in turn the gold in my bank.
Yes, Bank of Ghana abemuno and by the stroke of the pen ya policy bias ye ko pass bro say Ghana ya watch there say henceforth abaya decide say wa export license bi and you can't export gold. You suspended your export license. What mean export to gold? You can only buy. The buying function of your license will be to me at all, but you can't export it. Otwa Betoma Bank of Ghana through PMMC. There was all those PMMC. I get my point. Good. And omuye we na no just say export you can't export again. Omuye we no do baby 2023 ho baby no mo san so ba so mo be exemption. Exemption nature say okay, yes you be antimi export to there, but the exporter be a contractual obligation with an entity somewhere say was supplying the gold no brana beje exemption but obi exporter ben who new contractual obligation. The person is an exporter. Exporting to who? Or a business partner or off-taker or they good new command. Until everybody qualifies for exemption. Until Omoan him said they abused exemptions and gave it to over 9. Maybe exemptions in Guama who close to 20. What they say, so they abused it. And then also and come up for another day. But Panocha, for a long period of time, nobody could export. There was so be adding good. Eba PMMC, my Toma Bank of Ghana, na export Toma Bank of Ghana. India said they don't know. This is something that will be tried. Dada 10 years. And Bank of Ghana, MEF, your friend maybe Minerals Income Investment Fund. MPP for Nete, and on Ankomodi Japan, and Amaso. But it is a company. About 78% of your royalties are in your fee, a good year you win in a muno, a corner to invest it and to maximize income, your friend, minerals income investment fund. Into raw income agana, you sika in your free gold, diamond, musa, a good year in a muno, your friend royalties. Company no 78% approximately and a cohort for them to invest and maximize it. Okay. And as our company no so oh yes you be good for forest but Wumia then vice president say and you must come market and must go to good no be and almost start in 2023
almost turn at Bank of Ghana rates now.
Omunti say sika no betimi dia to because Bank of Ghana dey oboka but omunti bin turn sir but Bank of Ghana raise the price. It will be then Bank of Ghana a compete. Until they were buying the gold at prices which didn't make sense. You buy gold at black market. What the Okoton gold ninya dollars? What the buy Bank of Ghana say? $10 no at Bloomberg rates. So what boka? What gold no in cities? Or the gold no?
Yes.
Bono gold boy $1. Yet converted by CDs are now we use to black market and sometimes higher than rates are higher than black market. Sometimes. TNU. It is auto gold new year now $1 now best $100 about CDs are $1 ton no at the same rate I want the to gold now waboka. It is what they say as a myth. Under their gold for forest program waboka $90 million. What am I telling you? I am telling you, sir. The idea they got was good. That gold and they had the surest way of saving the economy. Gold and they had the surest way so man you to be in your dollars and they are stabilizing your national currency.
Okay.
Now buama economy na it is our surest bet BBNU, not cocoa. It is gold, number one. The idea was good. That government should be involved in the trading of gold. But the policy environment was wrong.
Okay.
Because you cannot be going into the market, give public funds, Bank of Ghana, GCA, public funds. You give it to different aggregators. Because any PMMC and to go no more. Yeah, they are another entity. So these are sensitive issues. Now the Bank of Ghana can compete with markets. DNBC. More DNBC. Price no run about there ebeko me first offer you good royalties and they are different aggregators. They are using public funds to compete for the same commodity gold. The NBC price no kwa na ebeko so obi abeboka. The omboka ne the osmoggle. So President Mahama says yes. We need government now to be the sole buyer of gold. And the sole exporter of that gold from small scale. Last scale there, they are binding that and they say, your agreements are 20%. Because he was held to me as a mind. Say, good, no two near there. You have preemption right. You need to make like I say, you're tuning once we are buying it at spot price, that was all the mind. The President Mahama say, yenya banye juma yukua. Onunkwa ne wo to me so be den, obeto gold. Now what export to sa gold no. Now what team regulated that market? Because the NAM say all these state agencies are there. MIF is there, Bank of Ghana is there, PMMC is there, other aggregators are there, traders are there. No. You can't regulate it. And price are called overboard. The trade is no longer profitable. And it's all person make it profiting when there was a smuggle. Now make sure the entire amount for smuggle good. What do you say? So this is why you need one entity to streamline that sector. Now, what is the objective? DNT here. Now I'm coming to the specifics of your question. DNT here so that gold are year tunina and $1 no. Ye ni betimi edi akire ne yedi aba omo export licenses no emra mo ho kwan se so omo koton omo togo no omo koton amanone a omo fa only 80% of dollars in the emra back
and they keep 20.
Yes, now 80% omo fa emra within 30 days obi
ebi me buso
ebi mu ni so ye ho kire ye na start say ye ni di akire from 2022 before that omo ni so
in the 30 days
what beto good what koton good we fa dollars in emra na de opi sika ko China Dubai obi anya sika nko dollar ni bi nko wo se 30 days so this kind of year it is say do mama say dollar ni pay 80%.
Okay,
and I yen kaze dollar ni ntena bonten 30 days abaya na eto it abaya the dollar ni beba acha 3 days the turnaround cycle for gold trade is 3 days maximum 4 days say me to good say me koton a hakra de we are not refining inti acha 3 days 4 days I was saying $1 back in Ghana. Anytime I hear 30 days, you pay dollars to support the city because the dollars ban the city nya ho den. Ade a ye di dollar kofa babia no bo no be den e be wo form. E be ma inflation aba form. Timamuni bi o man babia benya saa de no so mfa so. E be ma ye ho atoye wo man ni mu. Enti dollar ni ho hia. And that is why yetimika say yeko IMF for bailout yeko pay dollars. Ufri say CDs ake nya bi. Dollars ni yepe. Yes ye be ma $3 billion and also ye de ma mfie miensa. Bia besu mi nsia bia just okọ treasures pass asa na ye de bia hede aka ho. Ni ye wo gold e betumi ama ye small scale mining gold me ha many a nothing less than $5 to $6 billion every year. Na ye ntumi ye asaban ya ye ntimi nto sa gold no enkoton enfa dollar na madia na ye ho na ye hwan because bra ye bre IMF program ni ade nyina reserves the forex reserves dollar ni obi so to say so that is the first thing say abaya na eto and abaya na export to there and we can track the dollars and within a short period of 3 to 4 days no? The dollars
the money will get back in.
The second thing so say abaya eduma yekuo ba ko na eto and on one export on one irregulated sector na and mami explain bibi ncho on dollar na answer na mabad the second point on cocoa ye hu say cocoa ye turn am answer bia so nya dollars no and tete ye na nanom penso mu hu nya answer say cocoa opa dua cocoa but won't be ton mo bia ton ma aban
and that's why cocoa board came in.
Yes, enti cocoa board on na betimi di cocoa na man o ton ma obi a o small go ye be chew say na be ya cocoa board ebe kwa koton $100 ni na ide aba cocoa board ye adwuma o mu gina brand no de no mo ye cocoa de nya ente ye no cocoa season ni nya start e kra no no ma o ma ye nhwehwemu aye projection say afi we cocoa ni ebenya so mo se we ebenya 1 million tons and ye yemfa mu 700,000 tons carry forward yenko forward sales ni yenko je dollars it is a gold board ebe gina brand and here was solid balance sheet. We don't even have to buy gold and send yakoton the dollar back. We can sell gold forward. We can project say small scale can give us gold of 100 tons. So say proper analysis you can sell parts of that forward and take dollars in advance. Gold ni yenyan to tell you no waje dollar in advance net to Bank of Ghana. The upper dollar kwa fa de bi enya dollar ni bi black market say me nyina anyhow say na de beto go ni amount cedis because gold no koto how the cedis net to enya dollars na Bank of Ghana asesa kakra bi de wo hia for every week no asesa ma na de to be dollar net wo. That is where we want to go without one agency regulating streamlining the sector. You can't do that. So the point I'm say only one agency so what the right to buy even apart from forward sales, you know, you say off taking. Obi to Dubai, when we say gold will be a gold. Everybody in the world, because people value even gold before dollars. Oh, there's here, sika. I somboso. Enti obi a gold nususwa. Enti anam say to him says or no ama would sika koto gold na. Chances are that o meton mano. Enti amount for be hwehwe power say Jimmy sika in advance. What am I saying? Jimmy Sika in advance. Now what just says Sika na Sisanko seeds nafa to gold, nafa brem. So you even get forex in advance. When you have a gold board, one agency checking that sector, you will not only get dollars through spot sales, say ma to gold in cedis, ma koto wenya dollars, mediaba, enye nonkwa, but you can do forex sales. You will get a lot of off-take funds in dollars sitting at your central bank and in other financial institutions in Ghana. And dollar. The biggest, and the biggest and the most important economic matrix. All other things will fall in line is your exchange rate. The dollar rate is the most important. If you have a hold on that, economy. So the first thing you have dollars, and gold board is your surest way of getting sustainable supply of forex in your system.
Because now the market will be regulated.
It is one agency. The agency can leverage it for forward sales and raise dollars, spot sales and raise the dollars for you and all that. So you don't have a problem.
But as part of agent, because earlier you made a point, say the more value you add to the gold, the more money you make.
Remember now when you gold border, the jewelers are at the mercies of the market. Jewel ben ebe to mini Bank of Ghana and a myth a compete to good. Unye bin top. Me PGL PMMC. Yanga say was subsidiary. Precious Jewelry Limited. I a company. Omuni jewelries. People we have shops all over. Good no cry yanga sa no cry nyebi. Because he ni esika ye to be Bank of Ghana na me esika ni ato yama omo. Bank of Ghana no ton open $1. Quick. Uni sika de to be few. But say ya buy and to go now, buying him say from a policy perspective, we need to develop the downstream fabrication of gold into men's jewelry in the account. So by policy, we can decide say gold or gold board to be ano. Let's export 90%. Let's give 10% to jewelry industry. Government will do that, but will be motivated by profit from the highest bid. I will not do it. It is our per value additional. Your surest bet is to get gold board.
Yeah.
Because either than that, jewelry, they must all go to the same market. The Bank of Ghana is buying, MEF is buying, bullion traders are buying, gold dealers are buying to get some of the gold.
And that would mean medium to long term, no? Yeah, in fact, Dory Bass in Kobio.
Crack, Debbie. Lead exporter of gold in Africa, Gold Coast. Now you export to scrap gold, you intimate refinery gold. And to get that value addition. You need, because Ghana is here, Obi Mibisao. Ejuma Yukuben and Ghana. Show me one agency in Ghana that is promoting value addition in terms of gold. Show me one. We don't have even one functioning refinery. We have about 5. None is functioning. They have not even refined 1 kilo of gold. Why? But if it is government, you can do all that. But I know make a man for say no be akwatena radio so say hey imagine say the Ghana gold you never sheni pa ba kon sasa mejenfi and you be so powerful or the gold no kra no ekoma Ibrahim Mahama on tiase see ya ka say aban ko na eto gold a enjere say sami jenfi na ye the Ghana gold you never shemensa gold board no it is going to be a statutory corporation, a body corporate established by an act of parliament. And ye Ghana for Japadia to say Kuku board GMPC, Ghana Gas, MEF. Ye dem mra, ya nem si for wamra she be dwem na pass mra ye aban Ghana for ye tie adwumayuku. Adwumayuku no mo hweso the board of directors.
Okay.
Board of directors no, we good board draft bill here dem enimia. And here you is gotten all the necessary approvals. I'll tell you about it. And we are expecting executive approval from the president this week. Now, who are the members of the board? Small scale miners, no mutu. Large scale miners, 2 chamber of mines. Bank of Ghana governor. And an name senior not below the rank of deputy governor. And name senior also. Minister of Finance. And an name senior not below the rank of a director. And name senior also. Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. On one kasa announce and name senior not below the rank of a director from the ministry. Also. What the point I'm trying to say? All these people also. And then nipa ba ko na do gold na mano. In corporate governance, when a power is a board. And small scale miners now here to go and traders no bullion traders, aggregators, ni local for omunyi no man nam sini so yeden e board no so. Enti anya sa meje mfi na betra ba bia kase yekoto yenyina that board no be develop pricing policy ayemfa to good a e be ye profitable ama all the players involved in the trade and Ghana. Minus will be more boy basis you more montias because their representative is there. Yenti no ase. Again, number 2. Enye gold board enko na basis offices we baby ase ye dikoto Ghana gold nyina.
But you know, sir, with Cocoa Board, no Cocoa Board were regional offices.
And a Cocoa Board were licensed buying companies. You're from LBCs. And the Cocoa Board, yes.
Okay.
Cocoa Board more seed money.
No more at all.
Obi frame me, me be frame over the other side. Don't say they have me pa and they say, "O mo ye adwuma ni na mo be you." Mo frame say, "Hey, o mo ye adwuma ni bi na fe no mo adwuma kra be so." Because they say traders no my mobo. Bank of Ghana. One market because of the high prices they can't compete. Okay. Omunyina ya mobo. And to say gold board ba Bank of Ghana and to gold be. MIF enko marketing ko to gold be.
The new governor no say.
So you have only one agency and one agency gold board and ya na to gold no. Ye license
buyers
agents to go and buy. Yes. There are 3 categories of agents. Okay. Number 1 is the aggregator. Ono na yede Ghana sika ebe ma ne say.
Okay.
Based on the certain criteria we be qualify. Because to be an aggregator no, I was see who say one kasa gold adwuma no why bida.
Why bida?
Wa usika wo to gold.
Okay.
Gold do do say na what in the last 3 years. Okay. Wo company, who are your directors? Yeah. Who are your shareholders? What are the corporate governance practices there? What the point I mentioned as records keeping to say o financial administration to say na sika na ye de ma wo no guarantees be na wo ho
obema.
Do you have an advance? Can you afford an advance payment bond from an insurance company? And a counter indemnity sika ye de ma na share ye ko insurance company wa kwa jessica ono so be baba betonton we japade age e de obi na betima aggregator obi se me ko checha ama Ibrahim nua no mo nim de woka. There is a criteria set by the board of directors. Okay. And look at the caliber of people who will be on the board. And yes, a minister for finance, and your reports called minister of finance, SIGA.
Yes, state interest
and parliament. And parliament. Yes. And your licenses are here, you know, will be applied within 3 months. There was all money licenses. One farmer who refused, there was all money reason. Until your Gold Board Tribunal. Until your court. So you can't use it for it's a serious thing we are doing. What you say? So it's a body governed by law. And your structures, and yes, I'm they gonna good but back to the point I'm making. How will Gold Board exercise its exclusive right to buy gold? Through license aggregators.
Okay. In what about license aggregators?
Then
what's the 3 categories?
Then the license buyer tier 1. Okay. Aggregator ne de omo ye nipa kakra bi a ono we show capacity say minimum gold to ma misika metimi aboa gold ano de aye de ama like what PMMC is doing for Bank of Ghana. What do you say? What demonstrates our capacity ni ama nisika. But no, there are 13 mining regions in Ghana. Are you too good?
Yeah.
It was when you buyers all across the towns and communities where they mine so that gold you better because any pakro to the gold there was so two quine tintin and zana wa beton gold now we are good no the be smuggler. So you need a lot of buying centers across Ghana. So there is the one who will be buying small quantities from miners or turning kitting 1 kilo or no woman tier 1 license as a license buyer. But what shall aggregator say? Okay. Or to gold no the aggregator. Now aggregator and smelty gold no their gold board.
Okay.
What do you say? Now you what tier 2 buyer. Tier 2 buyer no or one day or no bit maybe office watakwa and now kumase. Obit me out to huge quantities 20 kilos, 10 kilos, 30 kilos, 50 kilos. What you say? Now also developers our capacity and also aggregator na manisika. So we will finance an aggregator. They said the Bank of Ghana finance any other aggregators. Yes. Then the aggregators finance the license buyer tier 2.
Okay.
Then it goes to tier 1. The no form of then it goes all the way to the miner.
Okay.
And all of these people are licensed and they are being regulated. Untibin to go to boa ope. yem pene ma wonto gold abofo a wodi besisi mine enti your price policy there is a guaranteed
price.
Yes, there is a guaranteed price below which say you know say you to gold at 1 cedi you beka say a business into you must allow for fair trade competition and to be top between 1 cedi and 90 pesos it is fair by amount to 80 pesos ASCCA. Because if we don't do that, the private people will come together, the aggregators. Oh, and then they form a price cartel. And see a better 10% discount. So in the pricing policy of gold, but there is a guaranteed price below which you can buy. Oh, you're not mine a report to your license and will prosecute you. Then there is a high price, the price ceiling
above which
you can buy. Because gold no tabra buying. It is a buyer in Tinyan Neboa or then the cost in Natos will be Faswa, then government is in bad business. You be Bokam and also be news to say the yes Bank of Ghana Bokada. So what the point I'm trying to say? But that doesn't mean say BCC will be out on gold. Gold into say cocoa. It is a to gold and the President Muhammad Aroma. A jabi will be in Yabin Shao. Now, by Bima Kukwekwe for 50% of the international market price, and also they cost 70%. Kukwekwe for some others, but and on Chese, by announce that's our commitment. But and on Chese, and Untino, Ubetimiako to go 70%. Gold is no cocoa, so it must be a reasonable, fair market discount. The traders know it, the miners know it.
And what you are saying up until this stage,
and you will set that to get by the board where the miners are there and the traders are there and all the stakeholders are there, and you set it.
And what you
now Obia use policy in the diato, meaning say the trade is profitable not only now for private people. Abayin subenya sikani bini yenye sikana de ne yedebeye. Yedebeboa small scale miners. Na metro mwa yedebeboa womo. Yedebeboa mining communities. Na metro mwa yedebeboa womo.
Currently, Obi your license as a buyer, gold buyer. We all call mining communities now being shop K2B auto gold.
Yeah.
Obi was our license ni BCCA. And I say our license as a bullion exporter or a place under gold board.
Yes. Right now, to me export to gold. Even from a fiat that the MPP government gave, they suspended all export. I just want more exemptions. Okay. So the only thing you can do under the gold board is that you can't export gold on your own.
Private sector
on your own. To say cocoa no. Cocoa board don't export it. Gold board don't buy. But all of them who are buying, the bullion traders and the gold dealers who are buying gold, no. What license be no? Gold board act ya person ya say by apply the license or buy ya be more license first.
Okay.
And some will be a one year license. They have priority. Okay. To gold, the only thing is that they are moving from PMMC license to gold board license. They are moving from a license given them by the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources to a gold board license. It's the same thing. But this time around, there will be standards in place. Baby will be a more than war near the beach national man license. A human no so no be a day a show.
It answer remember other questions.
But hold on, answer the other questions. No, my friend, you know, being candy here. We are very important.
Okay.
Obi, unim say. Why I'm giving you the one of the major reasons why you need gold board. Gold baby na yenya from small scale. Last year, 63 tons. Minus smuggling. Smuggling can be times 2 or more. Okay? I am $4.6 billion. When you say gold, no be anywhere you bet me a ton in London. So small scale mining gold, don't mean ton in London.
Because
won't mean ton in Italy.
Scrap in Italy.
Debbie, won't mean ton in Spain, won't mean ton in Europe, won't mean ton in America. Ghana, the only places are small scale mining gold. Generally, Dubai, China, Kakrako, Hong Kong, Turkey. Dubai and India are the main ones. The biggest one is Dubai, then maybe India, then maybe China, Turkey. Baby, from LBMA, London Bullion Marketing Association. Our money almost so power will gold trade mono. What refineries I can say in the world. Now so much more ton gold or more ton of LBMA price, which is with premium. Say LME price here $2,000 and $2,800 and now LBMA ultimate ton gold ultimate ton ma LBMA refinery is around refinery was South Africa. You get a higher price and then you're friendly premium no. You're gonna intimate your good from small scale name large scale for
the reason is
the reason is but the main we question wouldn't say the whole Africa only one country has LBMA accredited.
That's South Africa.
Yeah, run refinery. Ghana, yeah, you will go to Chimbiano. Yeah, you you produce good Chimbian, you need. Why? I didn't need to me for you go drinko. Because LBMA for no. They have a policy for buying gold, and that policy says they will only buy your gold if that gold was responsibly sourced. Into more guidelines. So, person who told gold only free be traceability.
Yeah.
And what's how the gold ni ma omo a bon one gold no free buy. Ye to go no man so do bia concession bi e da hase ya eye OB ventures dia.
Ofa kwan paso too.
Ofa kwan paso ye to gold no child labor nka ho. Yamfa mercury any chemicals say environment say you and to ye legal responsible mining. The oil mining no license. So we need technology will be to media prove traceability. And the fact that the gold was responsibly sourced, our gold, no, you gold is one per one top. I just fuck Dubai. Uko Dubai is why MP no coton discounts. Uko nyab a bona a manzen jaso born untiminya ubenya boka krevi. Meaning say revenue and the dollars was a Ghana ye free your good mono ye nyano and yet there wasn't ki nyano no see kayetimi tono LBMA ki benya more revenue and more forex in the form of dollars. So what you say? But ye near Juma Yokobia or Ghana, he said the only agency pursuing traceability is PMMC. Under a programmer, World Bank boy $160,000. It can't do traceability. So that is why you need gold board. Now in the area say LBM before now until gold no you can't add it to your reserves. This is very important. Or maybe able to power, yes, was all minor Nisika Krabia, the central bank of that country, no, here reserves. And the reserves of every country is either in dollars or in gold. What's the point that John said? Now, Amama yo muni gold to say Ghana crab gold reserves to change. Ye last skill for no. Omu too good na omu de omu timi and am say gold no ye tu no kwampa so na ye traceability no omu timi de ko LBM no koto say nya Ghana no moto man na sa countries ne de account reserves so ye nkan ye reserve until Bank of Ghana started this gold reserve program omu to 20%. What do you say? But small scale gold no Bank of Ghana intimi to because it's not LBMA certified. Yeah, say enye kwampa so now they count reserves ho a ye chewa ye be twa ni nyina ma fi reserves. But what is the agency in Ghana pursuing responsible sourcing and traceability? Binio, John Mahama says that is why you need a gold board. So that at least Rome was not built in the day. You to me so rich na gold that you and we will only buy gold that is traceable and responsibly sourced. You can't. But you have a deliberate policy, say, within the short, medium to long term, you move from buying galamsey gold to buying responsibly sourced gold through a deliberate policy. Enti gold never see a chem. Bank of Ghana mu chem. Bank of Ghana mu gold and mu de year reserves.
Any gold.
Any gold or mu de copper dollars and mu turn to Dubai. Because any gold papa enti me make na sa small scale miners no bebre responsible mining no mu di mraso. As a gold board wo hwa ye betimi aboa wo mo ama small scale miners bebre gold ya to ama LBM and I no ka say Bank of Ghana started bi but omo ye mienu pe ba ko ya Asanska as part of the Kibi mine project and about ko ye green gold from a certain company Typhoon. These are all small scale. What does it show? The capacity is there. That if you have an agency like GoBoard dedicated to pursuing this, you bet me a lot of licensed mining companies
doing responsible mining
because they are abiding by the code. LBMA pay. You market access, higher price with premium more forex, and that gold, even if we don't sell it, can be part of our reserves in the Bank of England. So without gold board, how do you do it? Then Obi, Maka value addition smuggling. Are they almost smuggling gold? Gold here number one.
Smuggling.
Yes, but what say a cheap gold smuggler? How many years in? And you know, your mama ba akunyaswa. Yes, I cheap phobia. I'm sure national security is investigating. But Obi, what say a cheap gold smuggler? But gold smuggling is a thriving, an ever thriving venture. State security agencies yes you're fighting. Aside that, PMMC you said any mandate to fight smuggling. You said any task force, the resources to be able to fight smuggling. Eh ade ade o man nya go de ye nyina ye japade. Ofa kwampa so export wa ye benya tax. E de aye nsuo, e de aye akwan, e de aye mpuntu nyuma, e de nyuma ne ahoto be bromanfo. Dollars no so beba ama obi a wo pe dollars wa ye den enya bi na wo afa kwati kwan so wo de ahye wo ho wo kofa border so de akwakoton dollar emma revenues wa emma masa ya depa. And smuggling is going on. Ghanaians are doing it. Foreigners are doing it. Why do they do it? Number one, 4 reasons. There are those who feel say senior local price of gold boy den because Bank of Ghana to be a to be. Any taxes a good so no. Mekwa kutua withholding tax 1.5%, PMMC by Jimmy 0.258% for ASI, Minerals Commission Jimmy 0.2%. At the end also boy dem a ton of black market. Me export to true kwampaswa me nyamfa so into obe smuggle and we back. Gold board bar sa problem ni nyina ni ho because withholding tax 1.5 no ye be ye free. Okay. Minerals Commission tax ye be ye free. Say aban kasa na export ya sa aban into tax man no. Like Bank of Ghana doesn't pay all these fees when they do only asset fees and our service charges PMs no mutua. The second cause of smuggling is the search for dollars. You want man for motem makola wo dwomu amuye dwomu nya dollars. Omko banka yesi ebi ni ho. The former banking sector is not able to give them dollars. Into omo de omo see this no koma alaji for no mo sesa sika na black market. Me cho go smuggling Asempa. No mo de see this akoma mo say me per dollar ma me supplier wo China. Sa alaji for ni nyina no mo accounts in forest bureaus at Dubai. In the United Arab Emirates, forest bureaus can transfer money. Like in Ghana, banks transfer money.
Oh, okay.
Into more accounts. It would you see this bureau more. Now I instructed Dubai. Now you transfer dollars. You have dollar nation say more Ghana. Now you transfer dollar no. I could supply or China na baby o. When your dollar amount supply until you my bed. We see this no J no. They no there. A bed na sa settlement was also going to Dubai no. Wakwe. Or do see this need to good. No a smuggle good no. Not the gold now cost settle transfer no ewo Dubai because there they need gold and whether it came kwam paso and amfa kwam paso omobeche. So one of the major causes of smuggling. Then number 2, gold is used for settlement of smuggled products. Where there will be our oil legitimate trade or per dollars a wonye bia ode ni sika akoma alaji and alaji amaya transfer sika amane suppliers and alaji didn't see the nakoto gold as smuggle to go and settle the forest bureau ewo Dubai. And you what you also the idea Fatima ports or Kradia Bagana. And your man or the ban $1 million. No, we declare $500,000. Now I have Canada port. No, we made the 1 million in euro. And I'm saying, you know, one person betting the money laundering, you know, dollars I will bet to be the first system, you $500,000. Because I know I would declare it you have duty or krata so. If you don't go on a Bank of Ghana, you will be the huja. $500,000 in your man or the room when I wabeton we no. Or better in your dollar kwa kutu and suppliers car. No the CDs no. As answer my large for you. No more the ato good. No more the good na konoma. Enti omo found say gold boy den. Okay, on to gold 100% you crop better. Because and go to your duty and give you an eke 20%. And you go no or talk no boka crown fan because only 2%, 3% on gold is a lot of money. If you don't have a gold board specifically dedicated to fighting this kanka, to me.
But if the national security architecture ain't mean fight here,
no,
how can
you have to fight it in collaboration with the security agencies. The gold, you can be a soldier with two young children and you see smuggling. Now gold into say kuku botwa obi smuggler be so be kita botono. Gold obi kita gold 1 kilo nation botoma or the shiny bag mu. That is how it is, why it is very delicate. And if you don't have an agency dedicated to that trader, so be a question now will be saying was pregnant with a lot of answers. That why are they nima will be your objective? I say, why do you need gold board? Yempese Bank of Ghana too good. Or turn a high price because nobody's regulating the market or toboka. Ghana, yeah, affected. About you see, go to a recapitalization levy for Bank of Ghana. May for so to be.
Yes.
Now you turn high price, next trading losses, now shisika. Oh, yes, yeah. Now go dealers so to be no mususu. Bank of Ghana say market to at the end of why they ye bre. Now bullion traders so to be no be a su. Now gold na ye turn crano. Dubai ni India nkwan ye de ko China. Because ye ni market ain't mean ko be me because nobody is pursuing the policy of responsible sourcing and traceability. The market access for it is limited to places yenya high value and the dollars we need. Now gold no crown no more to the corner. Yes, almost here 30 days into dollar ne ma ye or the best one 80%. I buy me 100% of the dollars and I need it within 3 to 4 days. Now jewelry fosu ye go gold ni yenye now you have a gold board. From a pure public policy perspective, we make sure you have the supplies to develop. Because the more you're using gold, is a go to buy at the Abaso, no be any auto gold can see be more. You turn 1 gram. Ghanaians should be able, in a country like us, Ghanaians should be able to store their money in gold. Because you know behind the bet matter 1 ounce and not 1 kilo, but you can buy 1 gram. Through processing, now with me be a coin I say 1 gram. With me customize a crowd picture also. Baby, I do in the world every year Japan. What do you say? So this is why you need a gold board. And you say, "Yeba, abeje Ghana gold in nama sami jenfi." Edi abi go bi adwuma.
What it means is that same when all is said and done, na say act bill never be actor. There will be no PMMC bill.
There will be no PMMC. Mami nche honimu. Obi say, gold board the manage the PMMC yeguno. The person doesn't understand. PMMC, you may be out here. That you could go through various transformations.
Yes.
PMMC, unim time I attend 1963. Near friend PMMC, near friend of Ghana Diamond Marketing Board.
Okay.
In 1965, no majuma moya ne say omonto Ghana Diamonds e wa no marketing. In 1965, ena abai ne year LI 401 and or the year no state owned enterprise.
Yes.
1965. 1972 and year NRCD 32 the Diamond Decree. And you can say yen changing from Ghana Diamond Marketing Board to Diamond Marketing Corporation. Because the NRCD 32 you know LI 916 and the no Diamond Marketing Corporation. Edidimu that was 1972. 1989 yes man was yes and so why diamonds alone? Ghana you will go there was silver and the Precious Minerals Marketing Corporation. 1989, and this time around on to gold on top minerals market keke onye ultimate grade and assay and value and processing gold. Nonsense ultimate license to agents to buy gold. Nonsense ultimate to gold and sounds on ton gold. 1989 years amrano. And from that time PMMC was the sole buyer. PMMC had a monopoly. And yeah, this our power no and 1989 1991 ho baby ne pass Act 461 mraya ne din tintin conversion of statutory corporations into companies act. Act 461. Into the all statutory corporations should be converted into companies limited by shares. And a 2000 in August, yes, a son from Precious Minerals Marketing Corporation to Precious Minerals Marketing Company Limited.
And now,
so now we are a company. We are not even a statutory corporation. But we still maintain their functions under PNDC Law 219, which is to grade and assay gold, which is to buy gold and all that. But say to me now, you wanna see gold, precious minerals. Say to me now, you wanna. And yes, exclusive. PMMC has a right to buy and sell gold now, but by policy, I buy and sell my PMMC into gold.
Bank of Ghana.
I say because I say I don't know what's auto. And I want to say Bank of Ghana PMMC aggregate and this is so what happened to that argument? Are you getting my point? Because go now you talk about Bank of Ghana, we are say it. So what happens to that argument? But you need legal backing. We are the national assayer by policy, not by law. So and then yema bebre as a regime who Ghana was here sesanoa. Say nyam branch ye ma yesa to me na amanfo bi to me ya tweso pa. And we have begun a conversation about, for example, how gold produced by large-scale mining companies are said, which has to change.
We have to look into it
because I say that since it determine the purity and the value, we have to change it. But there's a topic for another day because we are still discussing with Chamber of Mines here that
we are still looking at say gold board will be doing.
Gold board will do it, but the regime has changed because when you see I say small scale miners good, and yes, I say large scale, it's different, and I think that there must be one methodology, one fee system for fairness and consistency, and for revenue assurance purposes. But gold board by law, you need maybe the sole national assayer. PMMC needs idea. PMMC again, you have a right to buy and sell gold, but you need to credit to gold, and you need that right is not exclusive to us. Others can buy. Into the year Bank of Ghana, to be a and exclusive.
Now
and a PMMC need any export function, but gold board is going to be the sole exporter. Are you getting me? So now you need to give this PMMC new powers, new functions, new objects.
And a new
so
name.
In line with its history, change of names, we are changing the name to Gold Board. But
and you might even need more.
And we are going to even employ more. Yeah, traders, I am more licenses, and we be even license more. The nature of business will not change, just that it will be enhanced. New things are being added. Value addition is being added. The fight against gold smuggling in collaboration with other state security agencies being added. The pursuit of traceability, formalization of the sector, responsible source, and now deliberate policy being added. All those functions. Then support for miners. Small scale mining or how wide they are. I've been the number one critic. Yes, you are saying, say. But Obi, other me man who dollars are small scale mining they are brain. Also, last year, smuggling D more than half. But the far system will crack a 63 tons, mainly because Bank of Ghana was buying. So Bank of Ghana they talk a good no. If you crack in yasa, cause smuggling a costro. Obi, small scale miners, our moon says you are more responsible mining my all this good. No, who supports them? You can inherit, even though the Ministry of Lands, even though the Ministry of Lands and Minerals Commission, they be mining so former good year too. So no matter say be na kwampaso. Who bet to me you so gold ne ton. Edi aboa. I'm choosing my words carefully. Edi aboa illegal mining no ekon. How? Because me obi show say ni gold or so no responsibly. Na me timi aton LBM ya. E was say me man more higher price. E chen obi a ni gold ontimi prove nchire me say oton kwampa. In fact, yes,
that single police everybody.
Yes, in fact, say ho na akire na ye pisika at all cost kra. And you can even say me to galam say gold. but the inibsa failure the policy ba enti I was say my whole time kakra but then maybe bedroom no to gold irresponsibly you can't sell it because every mine that we are going to buy from we are going to formalize them and make sure that their gold is traceable. Gold ni buy any mine free. In the long run we are getting there. And not just miners will be made to say hey no, it is an opportunity for you. And the president Mahama say licenses now oko apply acha wunye bi no the bad district level. Sikasem bi enimko yes minerals commission it's an opportunity for you take advantage of that to formalize yourself, get a license and do responsible mining. That's number one. Number two no because to gold akoton no say yenya even 0.1 in faswa it's a lot of money in gold. Over time say sika na yenya no dey na was here dey e ya ban sika and the cocoa obitimi ka say yen kikintia gold board because e be it say cocoa board tie na cocoa board are impoverished farmers near there into gold board so be impoverished miners that is a half truth because cocoa board into yenya cocoa board so fast obia first of all yanti bibia said assuming without admitting that cocoa board crumple adi ekuafo cocoa ekuafo nya and chere say gold board so be it say cocoa board that is a purely an issue of logic. You can't say because cocoa board did this then gold board will also be like that. Because the governing law, the management, everything will not be the same. But let's even interrogate these issues. Cocoa board amount for here for really Obi any cocoa board ake wo cocoa scholarship any cocoa board ake wo cocoa rules unim kura enkombe bo asesa if not for cocoa scholarship unim kura nke bia quota akra ko munhu bi da if not for cocoa rules cocoa akuafo dodo say na yare tisio mu cocoa so a omo abenya sika atwa agu asanso adua na foforo cocoa akuafo be na ujai omo ankasa betimi ato fertilizer ato nro ato proper seedlings aboko konfuo no ho ban afa extension officers etu omoka enye omo cocoa na omo ankasa export akwa mansan bia so akoto is that work easy? How many cocoa farmers can trade their own cocoa on the global market? So in fact abai also different governments manage cocoa differently. Abai bi aba cocoa ekuafo atede ama omani anje because it cares for the cocoa farmer. It gives them at least 65 to 70% of the international market price. Now they are can so they are nyema they are den e they aboa wono. So I reject that suggestion say but assuming without admitting say the all can impo no crest or must say cocoa for juma does that mean say cocoa good board so be yes na logic but put that aside you know this is the draft bill because the president has not signed and it has not gone to parliament. It's a private document. I can't share it for now, but of course all the stakeholders we have met have looked at this. Okay. And Obi Mamenka Mameno was a small scale miners association, especially their general secretary, one of the most knowledgeable people in the sector I've met. Godwin Ama. Oh, brainy guy. The support we have enjoyed from the National Association of Small Scale Miners, easy. Concerned Small Scale Miners Association led by Pepra. My God. The ideas, the support. Mr. Kwaku Efa Esuahene. Chamber of Bullion Traders president. My God, that man is an institution. Ideas, the support from him and his members. They've all brought. They have even brought us a letter endorsing Gold Board and giving inputs into the bill. But
Omono, National Bullion, they would be out of business. They export.
No, you see. They can still buy and export. They will still be buying. The export, they can't export directly, but they can partner Gold Board to export.
To buy.
For example, why do they export? Or broni bi we brochire. Or say me pese me ma usika. Na odi to gold. Na we export to mame. Yem pese ye be cut off all those FDIs from off-takers.
Off-takers now.
It is still. This time, just at this time around, also broni bi bro usika. How this ube this can be Gold Board. Na Gold Board assess sikano. The American aggregators ne license traders in Yama Bolivia and Uganda for Ngwa. In India for no much. That is why they themselves are happy for Gold Board. because yet your crow master wako India ko say Ghana ni bito gold FM what you say o say Ghana ni bito o ya India ni na pe gold ayedase usika na wo no fabric gold board ye be sesa ye the dollar na be kwa akoto Bank of Ghana obi o pe dollar bia benya bi o dia say yen ka say dey ko good oil swap ye dey ato obi o pe bia be na wa akokra oil na dey a wo pe obi utie mi ye na ye the CDs ya GCD equivalent ama ye Ghana for aggregators ni traders no monkoto gold no na ya ship gold na ko kuro mama India smuggling bi anim ba ye mfa Ghana sika ma India ni so nkoto gold ye mfa Ghana sika ma China ni so mfa nkoto ye gold Ghana for so bitumi Asempa FM. So you take out all those people and the Ghanaians are there. It's a big business for them. And bro, you know what bro children and all this Sikana man export no. Obe to me this is Sikana man through gold board. Obe G gold nato. Na gold board I export to gold na money bro ni no. So he's still in business.
One question I think I will respond to. And my main kai yetie for say many lawyers Sami Jemfini din komo ye acting managing director Emma PMMC, which would very soon metamorphose into the gold board. Yedin komo bebre akan sem bebre na me wose mu bebre na the messages about I'll be asking some of the questions Amodiabano to lawyer Sami Jemfi. And again, because Nipa Bebrena in Ghana any a fair understanding of what happens in the gold buying and selling business, no, I allowed him time to explain Niomana Obia Wutie Biano etumi at Niomana say oh adwentre or question 0548 443 523 548-443-523. Answer me busa my next question. Me pamochao basic mechanic CCR assessor enti A to Z Auto Servicing Limited say omo the intensive training program biaba we no on how to use auto diagnostic machine. After the training, so we a participant, ye be certified and as a certificate and a brand new Hotel Maxidiac Elite DL diagnostic machine. We know ye be see a full 12-month update from Hotel. Training we know open for vehicle owners and the general public. In the imagine say when your machine will be where you sign the amount free, you be register to be part of the trade. You be machine way free. So obi car nya problem or the bar or the machine is in the car. So it's real problem or car with pinpoint accuracy. We know matra makwe biya enim pinpoint accuracy. No who problem e car now. Now if you wait to me abwa solve any mechanical or electrical problems are a car now. With this training, you can even start your own auto diagnostic business and earn some income because you be more machine nebako free. Now how you start your business. No guesswork, just direct solution to your client need. A to Z Auto Servicing Limited, still your number one stop shop for all your auto needs. Your Medina Rates Junction opposite Latter Day Saint Asoreno. Fre 0240 2828 0240 202828 for further enquiries into this. Same inti yenim say one thing in opposition mukutia was a japa. which said ya would say mo earlier no was according to the former government a smart way of increasing yen receivables from this precious mineral which is gold into a percentage of royalties ayenyano nanka ye de akọ a safe haven bi akoye investment edisika ebebre oman no. Some have likened this whole gold boy idea and nyoma mo pesa mo ye no to a Japan in the way a Japan in a different cloak. A crime and alpha so share we.
Oh, you say Obama kasa no e be a Japan no montiase and a gold board no so montiase. How can you equate two things if you don't understand? They near Japan scandal. A Japan scandal ne say Ghana nyamiama you gold. Large scale companies no mutu you gold no.
Yes.
Newmont, Anglo Gold ndi akeka ho no. Omutu ya royalties my. It's our royalties ni nyina no kabo mu eno ne friend no the mineral royalties.
Yes.
Afibia ye jeje. Afibi wa it mean $200 million from royalties, $150 million, $120 million, $250 million. It means scanner from your royalties. Aban bi aba obegye the gold royalties. Na or the developer or mine no on the gold royalty 100%, 20% eco minerals development fund.
Sure.
Say yɛmfa mpuntu nyuma wɔ mining communities. Then the 80% ebiko GRA.
Yes.
Na ye the B I run the affairs of minerals income investment fund MEF. Sure. MPP for nete. Sure. No, mo say 76% na ebeka no. MEF for mfanye investment. 76% of ye nyina you good royalties. Na saa 76% no. Omo kwa ko register company be what tax haven.
Yeah.
Odiazie.
Yes.
JZ company.
Yeah.
Na almost the 76% ni nyina na mano for 15 years and over. Na sa company no oma listed no stock exchange. E dey raise $500 million.
Yes.
Asempa F. And civil society organizations say Ghana nyina na NDC for so they say na bubu yesen ya ohuri anim kosoro na sika na fibia yenya na de aye mpuntu. Inti de dikan wo ye japaya na ye say kadwo ma ba ye mineral royalties no Akufuado carry forward waje di ti said ye get fund ye de kosi a waje sika yusu ye e kada won so ye hu de ye ene sika e wo se koto get fund for tuo mu no emu be wo ha mu chichemu adusia na ye kire ye de kotuaka enti ka japa ba so a nka royalties bia ye beji bia no 76 Akufuado waje ne carry forward 15 years wo yusu awie aban bia ba sika nasa. So you are depriving, you are encumbering future revenue streams and depriving future generations and governments of that revenue. And it's in Japan, number one. Because gold sikanki benya no 15 years no. Wo jini nyina carry forward on the stock exchange. Through company ni sika sem kra no obi antimi hwehwem. So opacity was also one. Then the also no was the undervaluation of royalties no, because imani mu ya analysis ma yehu say gold royalties no yankasa 1 year or 2 years 3 years $500 million no ye jeje ye betumi enya kra ye den aboro nti adan na ye de mu 76% ekwa komo obi for 15 years na ye de kwa kwaje $500 million for 15 years when we can get that $500 million in a short period of time if ya ye jeje sika until there was no value for money. Inti Japan de ye krono bi aka ban dada ne peso de den e boye say ye gold hu sika Rollins bejeje kakra na abre so de ba ye ode ye o man ni ye kofo bejeje ye na abre so de ba ye ode ye o man ni hu adwuma obi aba bejeje president ama be bi akufu adon ho an say mo mfa 15 years de nyina ma me ne because me here sika cha ban bia na sika no kwa akwaje aba no so $500 million pe. When the true value, that's 76%, is far more than that.
But don't consistent.
But consistent. $500 million from all the calculations I saw. Masa wouldn't say, and we have been vindicated. Wouldn't say myth. Mineral royalties. I told you be a fee. Omiti more than $200 million. A fee bako. So why? How do you give that money out for $500 million in 15 years and over? A chrono street. O mine sika na wokọ bonu donko mi na waje kakra bia ma o mine no so wa ba be ne basabasa na wa fa ekira kwaje kese no na oni wabusuafo afa. And that is why it never saw the light of day. And na matina mi du hwehwe mu ko hu se ye no kra na Kufuado de na busuafo bi ene nkrofo bi e ben law firms na ye yetuetue sika ma omo amfa mra kwan so eno na nam ma Kufuado otata matina mi du afi matina mi du se adwuma no kra wonye biem na wo hu se o mampenya Kufuado ye wo ma me primary ewo katachiche ne proyemo mother serpent of corruption men kayeti efuwe yaw enjo bi fair no to chain gold board yakase yakoje bi gold royalty Ghana gold royalty bi amaye ho Ghana gold royalties nyina will still go to MEF. Yeah there. How will we get money to operate? It has a minister of finance say.
And that was my next question. How would gold be funded?
It has a to say the bank of it has a minister of finance say menye sike bi ama monye because gold board no abai na shareholder nti also my equity so bet me aka say o my sika as trading funds na yen revolve sika ekoba because me the top gold in cedis na me ko ton gold na me the dollars abre Bank of Ghana. Or the main objective of this is to support forest accumulation by the central bank. So ne be ya yibe tumi generate dollars ebe magana sika semai de nyina na obi ope dollar bia de enye bi no mo ho atom. And se ne be ya yibe tumi enhance Bank of Ghana gold reserves, because so long as this system perpetuates and continues to remain, Bank of Ghana ntimi use small scale mining gold and financial reserves. Sure. What's the point that I'm trying to say? These are the two main, not profits. Profit compo there a third. Foreign exchange accumulation, gold reserve accumulation by the central bank supporting it, and profit. Yenya profit a Ghana for sika. Ye de kwa ye gold rules. They said ye kuku rules no in mining areas. Ye de kwa ye gold scholarships. They said ye kuku scholarships no. Ye de kwa ye gold schools. They said ye kuku bo timisi schools under corporate social responsibility. Na ya sanso di bi aye nyema miensa. Geological investigation. Kaya kaime na member back to your question so. On Japa. Ye di bi aye geological investigations because oni mdientia small scale miners and don't want say Asempa no. Gold ni share. So they mine like, for the want of a better word, blind people. Gold ni nche anti ututu kakra no ututu kakra. Obenya gold kakra bi no wa say asase bebrebe. Gold kakra bi asase say bebrebe. Afi ko kata mana so a na afi adane boachi bidin because obeboka no de akata mana no so. But so ni bebi gold ni wa oni omfidia ya de hwe gold mu se ha na gold ne wo na wo boho no nya gold na asase na wase ne ye kakra bi enti so kata reclamation no e ho kaso ye kakra bi enti ye sika we are partnering the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources and the agencies under them like Geological Survey Department na ye de acquire modern geological investigation concessions no ye de be bo prospecting ni bibia mo obi hu gold kwan no be be deda. It will pay gold now, one minute. Uboka kakrebi no ide when you're good. Or cost kakrebi when you're good, baby. DMB me the Bayama miner no. The Bayama miner ne say equipment financing. And when this manifesto mo. Miners no, or more concessions no. 60% of money sika on bit media too. Into your moko jis sika and infidie from financier. Yes. Will be a China ni, will be a Indian ni, will be a Ghana ni. No akojini sika. Not the good no, or too good na no a ton good no. Amani pakrona at a discount 15%, 12%, 10%. Until the discount no, any TMFD neka. And I know the all finance or no the sika no open to my excavator where we no ama washing plant. I wash it gold egunsium. Gold board see there be. Mine no yenye sika yen set up jomama say yen set up plant pool of environmentally friendly equipment. Now yen use so equipment no to fight illegal mining. Obi has hand here me pint TME. This the surest way of fighting galamsey unima dekro. Excavators, controlling excavators, because without excavator you can't do some mining na your mining issue. It is a one hour de afidie ni ma mine na then you can control what is used for. Inti yanko to afidie ni yemfama miners yebe mo excavators by excavator no ya yo operators are training yo no mutwi ene betwi inti operator na ya training na ya tua ne ka no o ka so onfa excavator nko ye illegal mine ye sensu a onye ena yenim se ye yedwuma yeni no obetumi abu ye asem so nti no ya sanso the technology aka ho ye the geofence trackers ebe hye mfidie ni mo because the concession bia no the coordinates with the MCAS platform of Minerals Commission. It is yenim say yama OB Ventures concession that sehi akontomra yama wefidia. The coordinates of your concession no ya bog tracker mo ye dia share fidie ni mo. Me ma excavator na travel concession share excavator no there be enye se be hu engine be breaki e be gina. I just say from the control room me ma kwan enye se excavator ni nya adwuma. Inti ye ne ma mine na fidie won't be fire mine no e won't be fire fidie no ensensu so women's it dey kasa John Mama is a visionary amount for ntiase tikase a edaso dayepa na nam se wona wo ma mine na fidie nti no Geofence tracker shim. The operator is your worker. TDU. On the equipment are cameras that helps you to see in your control room here in Accra, real time, everything happening in and around the concession. You see it on camera, real time. It will be here illegal mining adjoining the EBA, you see it from your cameras. Then, because I'm a mano excavators, no, me mano washing plant, no wako hurugo no gunsumu. Inti me mano wheel loader. And a payloader. Excavator ni two netiana, na wheel loader na sesa netiano. Near Masanso mani tipper tracks. Near the good tipper tracks mu. Near the netiani nyina ko central processing center to process the good. Yem process good no. Why you mu hon sense you no. Inti yebe creative processing center in all the enclaves. Near the good naba near process. Ye processor no. And they be an India do need to process a gold board, they be one small scale miners on. And you use chemical. Obi, as I'm there. No water, you don't use water.
To say
it is there. I'm telling you, in the law, I can show you. Supports for small scale miners in the nature of geological investigations, equipment finance, concessional loans.
Okay.
So we have started developing the policy with the technical committee, and the interest people are showing, because now there is an agency. People want to partner us because number one, we are protecting the environment.
Yes.
And also our survivor, but yes, it means obi a man of fidia man dia mining kwampaso sa good no ebetumi abeka Bank of Ghana reserves because there is traceability. Ebetumi so akọ LBM yenkoto no Dubai ni India me pa me de beko Europe. The big refineries were but apart from that, they will say. And I'm saying, me didn't feed any man on me sa camera. Me protect the environment. Say a private person didn't feed any man mine and go better you good no 15% discount, 12% discount. Me the man me am you pretty man eco processing man because our processing machines will not use water or chemicals, but the recovery.
Higher
96%. It mine energy when you gold be because gold board processing center processing gold in an environmentally sustainable way with optimized recovery. When you gold be brain is card also. But I say a private person bet you 15% discount, mame 7% discount, mame 5% discount. Far cheaper than what you would have gotten from the private people or more than your business. So we are getting good from a discount. You can turn good at discount. You young fast why you wind there. A good body, your good body, you wind there. A Ghana bind there. Now back to a Japan. Unlike a Japan, no music see say no good body. Young for be a good royalty. Either finance minister and a bit make say when you funds, young fan could trade revolving funds. Not mean like what MEF was doing. So finance ministry is a first source of financing. The second one. BDC. So this is a Bank of Ghana say good for all you know mejai. Yet it seems be able to say good for forex now. Bank of Ghana map PMMC and other aggregators come here tomorrow. Ebedu baby Bank of Ghana because of money. Why? Because we are under an IMF program and there are restrictions and already there are some pushbacks from the fund. Enti se abaya mami sika kra. Omo Bank of Ghana sika in cities, my Bank of Ghana they breme mami to go draw. They will bring us the cities. The banks will bring us the cities, and the BDCs will bring us cities. Yes, we can buy gold without using one cedi of taxpayers' money, because that is what Bank of Ghana is doing. Omo auctions now. Some man for bro cities. I don't know what to gold. MEF to gold no. Fidelity was giving them cedis to buy gold so that Fidelity can get dollars.
But no, any risk.
Seaboard. Risky in a way. It is risky in this current market because you are competing with Bank of Ghana, with different players and smugglers. Until you end up buying the gold at a high price, cost better so no boka. But if there is all that chaos is not there, and it is gold board and its aggregators and licensed buyers being regulated by gold board, you will buy and make profit.
And you know why?
And these agencies will bring us the funds because they want the dollars.
And you know why I asked that?
So Ministry of Finance here one.
BDCs.
These are
other
who need dollars. Then they are the external off-takers. Obi to Dubai, Obi to Europe, Obi to China, or some good. Into your know will be $100 million or they be bro in advance. Okay. Supply me 1 week, supply me 1 month, supply me 3 days, supply me 3 weeks until you get dollars even in advance. Now what's Saka craving to see this auto gold now, man? So every time the Bank of Ghana our dollars without they themselves having to go to the market to buy at that high price, making all these losses. Bank of Ghana one ton, bullion trade and 1 ton, because he say he's not competing with Bank of Ghana and MIF. He's not competing with state funds again. He's competing with other private sector people. All of them licensed by one entity, not multiple entities. All of them regulated by one entity. And so they all have a threshold within which they are trading. The trade is profitable for them. The miner is also protected because there is a guaranteed price below which his good will not be bought. The miner is also protected because gold board trading no nyamfaswa and mrasheno and yes I the report called parliament or metri and so say yemfa being support to small scale miners and mrana chere support yemfa ma yeah the boy almost wa e boy buying because any miner that I support will be formalized. You will be doing responsible mining. The degradation of the environment is mitigated and reduced. Gold no a responsibly mined and sourced into no ebe call LBME. We are getting more money, we are getting more forex. It can even be part of our reserves. Now you decided also to sell, we are making more profits because we bought the gold at a discount. So
I asked the question about.
So it is nothing like a japa.
A japa, very well.
Nothing like a japa. Well. Where is the abaisi kabeni afade kotwa to pre abaimbe lusubibi? Without even one cedi from the state. Gold board can buy all the gold on the market. All we need, the legal mandate, is enough. What does I say? And the trade is a revenue generation trade. PMMC. Yeah, say good. Yeah, just 0.258
of the value.
Yes. Is that a joke?
That's good money.
In gold, it's not a joke. What am I saying?
Yeah.
Even though gold board will now be buying gold, asset. The asset department will be under gold board, but it will be autonomous, independent, so that they do professional work in line with best practices. So part of the money will be set aside as asset fees. That revenue is still there. Your other fees and margins that we will have. After year one, I buy tier jumano and I buy bema yibibi kakra. As a new corporation I will establish here. After year one, yani be to your forecast like every SOE. Yani be bibia, we will not be subvented again. And your trade funds or modia no, it was a revolving fund. Near making sure they can shit. But under this system, your mount revolving fund, we are sim siken in our class, can be shit. So what is a me for yedra sikashia? And yani I'm choosing my words carefully. Yani na nature say be a disikani na. Dodo na aye. Operational or trading losses because of the system,
the chaotic market.
You can't buy at the current prices. Obi, last week, Thursday and Friday, the local price of gold on the market was 10,970 cedis per pound, 10,950 cedis. But the LME at black market 15.85. Was about 10,890.
Wow.
But they are too good 10,970. Wow. How can you buy gold like this and be whether you are state or private?
You run at a loss.
But then your minus and so you can't be. So that is why President Mahama says you streamline. When we streamline it, not trade no so banfaswa, sikani ya Ghana de anya sami jenfidia. And let me set this record straight. Ibrahim Mahama. Yes, is somebody I've worked with. Is my senior brother and boss. Yes. But Ibrahim Mahama on tone good. On tone good. He's not into gold trading.
And you feel no
Ibrahim Mahama. He's one of the biggest, if not the biggest, Ghanaian owned indigenous mining company. Or only the mining for large scale companies. No, you man no miner. abrofo companies or more concessions wano or more money contracts say be mine and my no metua ne ka adwuma no onto good nkoton. The nature of business of Gold Board is not even in line with the nature of his business. And this is not a japa. And will be good. The miners are not dancers. These are not dumb people. They are intelligent people. I don't know, baby, you see joy. We went to Kumasi. Mekle was packed to the brim from beginning till the end. And people cannot wait. Miners, traders, gold dealers, they can't wait for Gold Board to come. They can't wait. Because miners no cry na ebia ka adwuma na yebasa se ya omunya so omokra transfer oh de mu ye de ka mo be ye ne sa enke be boaye ni mum de yesere mo ne se munya sika mo va me boaye na mo nka bi ma ye nyina na ye illegal mine na me so me ba obi wa meka mo amunya illegal mine be bo mabaso mo nua ne mo ye no munya because mo anya ya this government and yes, I bind that no, we would deal with it. And yes, you good with you know, you. I come the one and just found some you know did.
Initial steps now have left people asking questions. For example, there was a recent year on Muya Kempiski supposedly to go and talk about how to engage in responsible mining. People think the venue choice alone was a problem. But that's
I don't know much about that. Yeah. I don't know much about that.
My main kind message is by me, Numi and Sabina.
But who be some question? My main how the Gold Board is being formed. Yes. So PMMC is being converted
into the
Gold Board. And the powers, enhanced powers, more functions, more objects, same workers, more will be added so that you have an organogram, a structure that can run Gold Board. Like the current PMMC, now the emphasis is on gold.
Okay.
But all checking law in our interpretation section now, gold is defined as including gold as a mineral resource, diamonds and other precious minerals. So it is not just gold. It is an enhanced version of PMMC. But because of the new focus, what's the PMMC now is a company. You can't do there was a Gold Board with a company. Are you getting me? You can't do that. It has to become again a statutory corporation. Because you need an act of parliament.
But mostly when
right now PMMC we don't use an act of parliament. PNDC law 219 is not what we use. We are supposed to use the regulations of the company. Every company is subject to its constitution, its regulations. Now you need private company be regulate. You person Ghana for gold no nyina ya dia. Otimi kokro bi so yetu gold masa. Gold dey free ko no so ensuo kro mu nya bi nom. Obi
but would it be
school
a company ni mum no anka encheke mu ye mum. Well, corporations mostly
it depends.
Human mentality.
Look at the bill. The checks and balances. What do I say? The checks and balances.
But I would say with a corporation, no, you are not really expected to make profit.
No, for Gold Board, it depends on what the law establishing the corporation is.
Okay.
And the reason why we must not be company limited by shares, the main objective of Gold Board is not to make profit.
Okay.
The main objective of Gold Board is to generate foreign income for the government.
Okay.
$dollars. Now, omo pay dollars akofa enyema of all sort of things. $dollars. Exchange rate bejina. Inflation beba form. Obi akodwom na okoto ade a enyema bo wo form. Ahoto beba mo bi aye den afilibi. So tell the major that say. Then apart from that, support. So it is not our main function. The main function is that of the Bank of Ghana. But we are to support gold reserve accumulation.
At the Bank of Ghana.
It is a Bank of Ghana is buying 20% from large scale near the day. But small scale, no. How can we, through a policy of responsible sourcing and traceability, get small scale companies whose gold will be LBMA accredited and therefore show up our gold reserves? Forex reserve, building up our forex reserves and gold reserves are the primary functions. Yenyam faswa a plus,
a bonus. Okay.
But we don't because already because you seek your fans are be training, largely see this, you are subject to the volatilities of the cedi. Cedi need depreciate, it will affect you. And gold price so you're setting in dollars into price and the cost. Then say now 1 cedi to me to 1 ton. Is a price now cost 21 cedi bit me to be 800 kilo. What about kg? So these things are there. So all the time, the institution buying must buy in a strategic way. Senebeya on moka na on she sika wodi yedo. Whether say sika ni free off take off free bruchiri and BDCs and banks and buy one. E was say it means you need enunti. And can normally ka PMM say your Ministry of Lands. E yes sika semiti no. President someone question Ministry of Finance, but your hair so the Ministry of Finance there because of Sikasem the woman. But at the for mining who be an Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. In the Ministry of Finance, my policy directives are and rather say or consult to the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. And Ube say Minister Krane power, Minister for Lands, the power is be or pony be the heading. This law will come with certain amendments of the Minerals and mining Act, the Minerals and Mining Regulations. We have to make certain amendments. To all these agencies are boy. And before you read it, my main stress be say, yes, one man penny as a major if you call you me koya na me fiti precope me say me ye we obi. You start here you me call office. I mean, PMMC was handed over to me. Juma PMMC, say, the case pay me, yeah, my license, I'm for good dealers in go to good. Nah, yeah, I say good as a national say, both small scale and large scale will be a good PMMC na say. Nah, yes, I'm so too good. I'm a Bank of Ghana as the aggregator. These are our three major, and a Jewel PGL. So that has been going on. And the president say, oh, hono. Form where you could win converted PMMC into that. Okay. Into your call here, no. The first people I spoke to was the Chamber of Bullion Traders. We met them at my office and discussed the ideas of what you might buy. Because you say back for and down for. And the answer soon the back for team. Buy so my abato. Ito mampenyi say hey enko yo home ni minim ko na industry yenkuti obia ikuti obia and ye trade yo mukachire yenyina ye wie Chamber of Bullion Traders obi and ye kushia National Association of Small Scale Miners almost buy kesiko and ye discuss good board my good ideas, a lot of ideas. E wie chino and a Minister of Finance says ame adwuma no eso enye wonwa wadwuma na to PMMC nkwa because gold board adwuma no for or experience omenya from gold trade muhia Bank of Ghana for experience omenya from gold trade muhia Minerals Commission or experience in this industry muhia experts baby or lawyers muhia or your technical committee omunyina mwayen na de omampenye di assurance and yentuminye and the technical committee no for anam sini wo your technical director brainy guy. Bank of Ghana Go Desk, Omunipa Bako Poblebo was there. And Nipa Nasa Agency Minerals Commission, the CEO is there. I see what for. Okay, with my I will be say gold board and hardware. Now, no, yeah, tray. Ono MPP for manifesto committee drafting committee. So, can be yeah, tray. Yeah, 2020-2024 manifesto. No, can and so I share 2020 manifesto and 2024 manifesto. So, gold board is John Mohammed's vision, not IEC's vision. I think it's beyond. It is a prerogative of the president to hire and fire. At the right time, he will take the right decision. And President Mohammed experience or one no. Oh yeah, they now into us out in chair. Obedient say papa. When the casa no child into ya, or say hey. Papa or a visionary ampa inti bibiasia don't just criticize. There is good reason for everything this man does because this is a manner or dogana and thankfully minister in the year you must say obi my member na baso honorable out of force Dr. Kesela force hey Ghana yenya finance ministers finance but we should brace ourselves for performance Rebecca say yes indeed undoubtedly this is the best. I think that he will go down as the best ever finance minister.
You are convinced?
No, put today's date on the line. And a finance minister T-bill rates from 28% to 20%. What to be that? What to be that? Unprecedented obi. The Dr. Kesela to forcing. And the guidance he's giving us So the technical committee, yeah, brainstorming sessions, baby, yeah, share.
Mukoshia finance, Mukoshia land,
all of them, yeah. Mukoshia Ministry of Finance. Yes. The gurus are the ministry. Technical people, are not just politicians. Then the Ministry of Land, so be a debates. We want to be in film. We in the Asempa. Mef will be an adrian by and sana a legal consultant, AG ideas, Nina, Aquacoye draft bill, Ediamai. Or ye draft bill, yes, also called finance. Momushi mumye comments by my uncle pretty. Yes, also called Ministry of Lands back. Momusu shemu a year or more comments bibia. And my uncle pretty and son yebe fre a broad stakeholder conference in Accra.
My biwa Accra.
Yes, and you could broaden only more bullion traders, yes, also from okay. All of them. And yes, also fre gold dealers BM. And a jewelers, a jabamo, all the jewelers, yes, also fre womo. And they are also fair small scale miners, the main association and the consent. And your first civil society organized Steve Mantia was there. Me who Bemboachi Esep, you sound so from and you in a holiday in big program. You saw the pictures. You got to answer for hours discussing this. You be here film, you be hasi, good, you be 20 saying, when be first why you see ye and you share, yes, and beef you up on you and yes, you. Yes, also encourages because yen consultation. So we've got to, yes. So the miners and the traders and the jewelers, all of them, exporters. Yakushi omu Eastern region, Achemta for Yakukumase Meklen, Yakushi Ashanti region for. And check next week, Mikotakwa.
For Western.
Yes, and check Yabeko Bole, all before the passage of the law. Extensive consult Ghana when we bail a year within a short period of time. Yet me a bill. No, this bill is over 77 clauses. So a bill a consult to stakeholders extensively like this. I deliberately decided that until I finish
you will not
the consultations up to a certain stage, you know. Many media crankasa because talk to the people who matter. So the point that Major said. So I have not granted any interview, making sure that we do something in line with the vision of the president. An institution that is fit for purpose. What said Gold Board should learn from all these examples and even do better. Yes, I stakeholder engagement in real. Only say Asanso ko share CSO so no separate. Okay. Senyor Husi was there. Steve Mantia was there. All of them. In the CSOs, they have a coalition of CSOs in the extractive sector. Met them. Omumpodi omusemufa we shame ye transparency mufa we ye new omomode ya ye Chamber of Mines.
Okay.
Which is an institution that has been there since 19 something. Yes. Ye new omasanso we share. And the consultations go on. Enti obiani wa woye bibi ababe say no. Well thought through, well intentioned. And I've even met the traders, whether MPP and DC, all of them, not even one.
Very well.
Not even one. Enti most of the things are ebino mo kekakekano bibi enimu at the papa say but this party be Petrumia or your campaign or your campaign or shebo. So a man for two abamanoa, Bosha or the share one was so udiso. Because that is a social contract between the government and the people. And Gold Body, a manifesto promise. I call mining areas, Coachromo, the Abeya miners, Nedia Keka, and that is why President Mahama says would dino Magana for or the Bayejuma. Now the Ebano so just a manifesto promise. It's a game changer. Who topic on your flyer is that the game changer the economy needs? Yes, it is. Be BNI Ghana CCA a bit to me. Am I the stability we need for our exchange rate, which is the most important economic matrix? Be BNI chain gold. Nothing can give Ghana more dollars than gold. Nothing. And more revenue than gold. And as they say, now my yanka Ghana Asempa Gold Board on Kwani Ebeka. My yanka Ghana, any Ghana Komoka.
Ghana Komobe Simenum. Hello, Obi. Mr. Jemfi said the Gold Board will be engaging in forward market or sales. Is that not the same thing the alleged Cocoa Board had engaged in, which has brought some 4.1 billion debt as a result of an increase in the price of
Let me answer. Cocoa Board has always done forward sales. It was the criticism they say omo ko jisika no ahead ne ba omo makua for ne kitu abi.
Yes.
What they are saying, they are smuggling because kuku do no open no munya. Nti kuku e was omko supply no manya. And I be 333,000 metric tons kuku menti supply. And I say abaya be ye was here pediaka na supply. Aboga na about $840 million. And no one sem yeka. And yeah, say for the forward sales in principle being bad. And this year why buy mu. Say kuku be a ton of forward sales. And that is not
Obi, I think lawyer Sami Jemfi is wrapping us too much with all this sweet talk. Why is the finance minister not giving revolving funds to Cocoa Board to buy cocoa? If what Sami Jemfi is saying is practicable, Gold Board is not a bad idea, but it may end up giving licenses to only party people.
Okay, so let me answer. Let me answer him. Yeah. Why is the turnaround period for cocoa is a year? Because indicated loan are good. You close the season 1 year. Yes. The turnaround period for gold is 3 to 4 days. Until you can do a revolving fund easily. But cocoa crown, I buy more music bia. Cocoa na no mukoji music forward. Normally abeye adwumani nyina. And Gold Board with time will get there. I see Gold Board doing that in the next 3 years.
In the next 3 years.
We should be able, even now, we should be able to source money from off takers. And the only things off takers, normal advance are good. Normal normal pay discount. But when you are buying the they are a bit more on the spot. I don't know. But even if you have to give it to them at a discount, it's normal in gold trade. If you are very efficient, you can still do it and make your good profit and still get the dollars in advance.
You've learned all of what you've shared with us, in the last 2 months, less than 2 months.
Be a bender. Say the Jawa near the aswell. The Jawa near the aswell. The Jawa near the aswell. On my year, we have to do that. We cannot afford to fail because we're a priority initiative for that era. John Mahama Akomasu Yepa. And we cannot afford to fail.
Very well. Let's do 1 or 2 national issues. Now, Yemfan Komono Emre in the next 5 minutes. But before that, Salam Mustafa, a national youth organizer, NPP, or say Obi, ask Sami Jemfi for me, would the Gold Board be eligible to collateralize gold for loans?
No.
And how different is this from a Japa deal? I think you've
No, you cannot. We cannot engage in any form of borrowing until the minister and parliament approves it. And I how they say gold they either say abayin na ama usika seed money now they talk. And I say omo pay dollars na dey omo see this abroad se fa tobre omo. And I say off takers omo pay go na abroad dollars in advance se fa tobre. And you too good. Unim say PMMC, maybe na PMMC or Forest Bureau. Unim say?
No, I didn't.
PMMC in the 80s and 90s had a Forest Bureau.
Oh, okay.
Early 2000 Forest Bureau. Unim say na PMMC see too good.
No.
Na jom forma any Forest Bureau omo dey omo see this ba PMMC. Na PMMC am omo paper. They said the Bank of Ghana here no. Say 2 weeks budget $1. Na PMMC dey omo sika na akoto gold. Na PMMC abromo dollars. And maybe the CC my PMMC jai say juma. Yes. These are not adifufobia yebe yo also BM say you be good be juma na bibi. What they say because if it is exporting you say aban ba be export wa 2022 aban no ho kire na economy ni crash no aban nobody one pass low or suspend obi export license me ma export for good the brother be export. They suspended Abujina Paul wrote 1 letter and suspend 1 statement and suspended obi license. Now they suspend no license.
They have showed an excellent understanding and willingness to help us continue to improve and grow the sector by taking total control of our gold to ensure we have maximum benefits as a country. I knew he is capable and the reason why he was placed at that sensitive agency. Paul De Suso, thank you for your message. But my memorana maybe one. Yes, many Felix in common was on Hajj Village and Hajj Terminal. This is a village stroke terminal. More critics say you were loud against the state intruding into religious affairs, pumping monies in there. If you held that position yesterday, you cannot hold position and hold it any.
Patrojo mama wakusi asodai.
And I say Hajj Village, and so a religious Hajj, a religious pilgrimage.
Sorry dying.
And ya sorry dying.
Obi, yen fan sam ne mako.
Yes.
Jo mama wakusi asodai dying.
Dabi.
Or the Ghana sika akwakoye asori ade edwuma bia na wakwakoye osom edwuma bi with Ghana sika.
O mu be si village a eye.
Why ni be si?
The state
be
The state through an agency of state.
Obi.
And Ghana Airport agency of
state. Ghana Airport Company.
Yes.
Or a company limited by shares.
Sure. Sure.
Now the Jumane say, Osei Airport, and she say, was say, be a wood to quine biano, Ubenya baby afa a two quine.
Yes.
No, what Jenny Pacronisika. I want no munyo more IGF yede. If in the airport, to park your car cry yede, ya juica. Or more to a biano win in a wutia. Royalties, almost a friend royalties at the Ghana Airport Company. Offer airport to 2 quine terminal 3 we take it no. Airport now we use terminal now we use facilities now we use ya jow. Sika. Inti free tete this abreso no one you say. Enkramufo omofa airport to 2 quine. Eko Mecca, eko ye Hajj. E kan kramufo the 5 pillars of Islam. Omosomno. Edimu akotini here. Into your customers or Mofa Ghana Airport. Besatite no move could do airport. And then a plane between it and then the bit to China. Na ye mammy money ye papa mono more the dabon thing. Now tontum to make kebi me be yare. Ubi do make a cry na yariachin one way you cry. No woo. Obi utini. And yes, I'm saying you. You know no cremo for or more here Asempa. Seba wumia the politics beto nchen they making your becatcho. It was a major issue. And then this year bind that under Professor Mills, John Mahama. And it's okay. And the Ghana Airport Company, we were your customers like anyone else. And then omonko to kwaya, omoba ha, from various parts of Ghana. No maba boa no bebre. Na plane no ni to ni ade na ni peka na omo bresa. Enti private company bi nya den enye Hajj Village. Polo Club on a Hard Village. Side fitted me bank crime more than 10 years ago in an issue. By a temporary structure, and you do an uncremophone, Hono Moko Sway. No bidding in your bidding it out to near the idea. I Joe Musica and you free. Ghana Airport Company, Nediama, Sa Company, a friend of my womb, Company Limited. And no, yes, our temporary idea or the Jessica, my airport company, Sunya Husika, Nancremophone for where to quite. What you say? Me too. In Kenya, Mahama Hajj Village. Hajj Village has always been there at the airport. That's number one. Hajj Village has always been there. And sa ade no mo ye no. Say tutu ase ya tantan tan. Enfem fata. Emre bi na Ghana, utu kwan kwa brochiro bi afa terminal 2 meboa. President Mamas we di emfato ma na yensi terminal 3. Terminal 3 be na etuaka. Ye be jejeje passengers na fa wo sika na ye di akotuaka. Enyaza. And a Ghana Airport Company for you say, baby, that dana and cremo for no mutu quine 6 weeks within the year, or mofano. Why dada? And who company now we are there no? Ye mono because omofa wa mutua. Ye mono maye. Na mono na obeya no we de ye nyama cremo for ngwa o. Ye de nyama bi akeka ho a Ghana Airport Company ye de be pesika. Tieni.
Yes, but the terminal will be used by Cremophone.
No, it's one small part of the component, of the one small component of the project. Adian Cremophone be using a terminal and a dormitory. Dormitory you be too quiet and the plane yamba no pay baby identity at all. But don't say office spaces room. Airport company at the higher tone. Office spaces, conference rooms, miensa. Unimza. Shops, retail spaces. Will be bit me a beja tonton ade. They said the airport on say man for the baby shop or ton ade or mutu ade ma ebiwo. Sports complex. AstroTurf kan ho ye boso ball. Na utimi bot tennis was wo. O ma ye ne say enkramofo hia ne 6 weeks 6 weeks in a year. But all year round no yenya facilities we say ne be ya obi ni Pentecost youth ya de bia o mo lecture. Obi betimi ababeje ho ama o so ma ba retreat. Ombenya conference room, ombenya sports complex. Enti Ghana Airport Company na a pure commercial venture. And also private person be sima me miniska na me wasase bi da ba bi me asase ne bituaka. We na yese joma ma akosi cathedral.
Na say the value
the
value of the land no. It can be quantified.
It can be quantified.
Money.
Yes.
That money
and you a conference room to raise revenue for airports, sports complex to raise revenue. Oko ho na akobo ba wo yekura nimbo. But me che wo ho ne Dominic mo ne yesi yakobo for pools bi wo ha ye betu sika airport company enya. One of those event centers na ye je.
Okay, nti eyinini.
Any
where the artist.
Now we can move on the back akobo 6 weeks ala. You see people, you see MPP for Montias say. I feel no about opposition. 4 years no. Enche bad ye be na from sao. Omunyan to wase no mo bet no opposition wa che. Because amamu tete and I want to say that na wo job amachi.
Na nso wozi afa.
So yes you twan kuntumpu ma asafo yera oda bonten. Media de meka me nua Felix ofosu kwa chimpo ma na ha ne ho. Say like alaji ba wo wa yokum meboa.
Yes.
Aso nti kromu ha meboa. Aha. Na ya won san so meka nkyere ye say ono ye nkramu ni nti nkramu fo nto abama no.
Aden.
Now a company limited by shares. Say customers if I had 2 coin. Ordinary customers, the general public. You will say terminal 2 nyama omo, you see terminal 3 ma omo. Enkramo for so ye customers. You will say baby omo for 2 coin enye. Enti yes ye ho ye. No omo mo be yusu na watwe nsiampe. But ye pesa afimu ni nyina no ye Ghana Airport Company ye nya project bi e be ma ye more money. President Mahama wanfa Ghana Airport asase antonton. They said they na kufu adomo koton Ghana Airport asase a Samuel Okudje to abla kwa cheche omo no. We die Airport Company afa asase say ye de kwa akwaje facility a sports complex wo. Facility a offices wo. Facility a retail offices wo. Facility a ye bobo so astroturf sports complex ye bo tennis wo so obi betimi abeje wa ye wedding conference rooms miensa obi betimi dia ba ye seminar workshop na ma airport company enye sika ma bi aka Ghana na ye ne sa de ye fa terminal bi nsi wa nkramofo no ba within 6 weeks in a year na omudi tu kwan na omanya baby papa afa omo ntimi nko sa ada na no enya dormitory bi de omuti ato na ya gye omu sika is not free.
Na
ba wo me wa yokom na tie.
Kotoka International Airport Terminal 4.
Tie.
Why is it Hajj Village Arts Terminal?
Me pacho.
That is where the problem
where that Hajj.
Because then Christo ni ntimi.
Oh, wa mama di ho ya pa. Obi. Wa mama di ho ya as a lawyer. Ya kire nyina say you concentrate on substance over form.
Oh please.
Eduma be ye ne yi ana say edini ne be here.
Please.
You can
have what name does.
Oh, masa. Edini ne yanse sama mo. And I'm going to tell you, on no good for the sister. I'm going to tell you, no, sister, Dini Mamu. Mama, I hold your flower Hajj village, dada. What you say? And as a book, they say about TVET, we say it is not, it cannot be equalized to the cathedral waste. Rocks.
No, I think the whole argument has been said.
Cathedral,
using state funds for a religious. I think that has been the principle underlining the argument.
That has not been the principle.
Oh,
not necessarily.
Right,
not necessarily. I can't speak for Domelevo. I can speak for myself and the NDC.
I get you.
The principle, Kekitia Cathedral, one was a principle of truth
and opacity.
And say, say Nyankopon ma wo be president ya. Wo be si aso dan yama no. Na Solomon ana David shenya me boso be si aso dan amanyame no. David e ka say o kwa akogege amanfo sika no dia be si aso dan amanyame ana. Wona wa hyebo wona wose wodi so. Wo san so be ka kire say won for man sika anya de enka ho. Na pe wo do sa kobo aban o man ni nyina fotuom consolidated fund ma fa sika parliament approve. Into number 1 we di to akire. Okay, so one far by Sikanye, but why? That was the first reason why Intia KKTI. Number 2, it was a personal promise. Akufu do shebono. What no be any now? FM. Now, nyame ye ade ma wo na wo kwa akotue nyame ka. Wo de obi sika na kwa akotue nyame ka. What be that? So that was also the second principle. The third principle was the principle of legality and constitutionality. So the empo what that we na person for Ghana sika. Ko parliament na kwaji to mi krata. Ansa na don sa Ghana sikem. Unfa wa wo pe na ken oforiata ye hwe na or de ne ho aka nwura no. Unfa wo pe mfa nsa nko bo oman futuo mu. With that parliament.
What time or beba?
Hey, Obi.
Now won't say
but let me not deviate. Let me stay on track. What do you say? Obi utie me.
Yeah, me too.
Timi nkasa. Are you getting my point? Enti what sounds what bichi Ghana mra na wo de kofa Ghana sika no. Then the fourth thing is say location. See you besi aso de yamenyame a. Enkran he ya ye won sase bebre a eya ban dia. Ye betumi afa ho ka ne yeketo abi. Aden na sase a scholarship secretariat siso, asase a judges bungalow siso, asase a passport office siso, asase a embassies bi office siso, private office siso. Eni ekobubu sa japade ni nyina gusu se chenchina che no ane eden. Ye pe. Eno kwa wo ka yesen. Sa sika sey no, the waste, the financial loss. Because the more you bubu omo dangu ye nyina ye sanso ko for taxpayers money etua compensation. Judges ni bi wo ye sanso ko rent dime ma wo mo. Aban nyuma yoko ye ko rent offices ma wo mo. Millions of dollars and when 58 million na ye kana. Then the fifth reason tia ye kekitia cathedral ne say ade na wo se wo kwakosi ni so. Wa fagana fo sika wo so wonfa wakofa. Okofa wo ani mra kwan so. Wakofa kosi na asase paso asase e de ka buburo beba na kosi ni so kosi dan ni manyame so a wa ye nyankopon 419 na wo fi so obi eye Old Testament bu ne ye wa enka asase mpai for makufu ado ngura wa na Ananias ne yire Safari abone be no mo ye omo angaza koto o masase no mo di sika bre Peter no mo ba ye ebo omunya ye kroma nka no kre no ehwa omu twahwe ewuye na wo timi dada nyame se wo besi aso de nyame what's up before my sika kwan bone so aiti amra o fa sika na fanyami ni bi Pentecost ni bi non kondro aso dan onyame asore dan obi a oni gay for ne e konna kran na ye adwuma ena wakofa ne so o medro onyame asore dan ajaye a wono ye gay activist omo support oba ne oba ware be ma ne be ma ware no saa omo panyimpa na wakofa ne so o medro onyame asore dan na we also nyame aso dan na misi no mekwa kofa buo bi afri Jerusalem ababisi wo na manfo okohwe ombetu sika obviously ya wu je ba wagana o Ghanaians should never forget where we have come from. Okay. Ghana for let's not na amparampa ya fa Ghana sika 558 million cedis obi and now say kana e bru trillions of money trillions sika oye ni 200 Ghana cedis notes shishegu articulator so a ebebro 100 tracks ye de tu amana aye swimming pool foundation kra yanye na wo do ho be compare to Mahama because Ghana Airport Company say ye sports complex aye conference room aye we ni de do mechi bi aka wa mankramufo ne terminal mutu kombe fa ho ye aban taxes bi anka ho airport for as a limited liability company na de o masa asituaka na o mo de o masa asituaka kramoni na ofa wo na free yenga se ye ko bom paye wo ho amanyamiti na ye free obi etuaka how can you equate these two things eto munya ka ne nya iti hwe aban papa aba obi emre bi akufu ado ka kire se we nya ministers 126 a wonti bi mu ban ene Mahama odini pa 60 na ebu man hwa mamu papa
ba wonim se ese appointments bi e hyehye ho ne
kire mi bi
akoye bebre
chemi bi agufu ado o ma post ma ono ane ba post ma ne ba ma mi post ma ne wofa ase anu post ne wofa ma ne nana ma wo mu nyina post presidency go me fa go back na yanko down memory lane na let's not forget to John Mahama why chemi appointment by presidency crowd on starting appointment presidential staffers at John Mahama appointment me just be do even 20 onya starting pu yes appointments no
director of agric and agri
John Mahama system minister bi onim ne hoka minister say Mahama o kate one minister onim sika wa save ye afibia wa save ye more than 100 billion cedis 100 billion cedis so see 10 million matter so
that's 10 million Ghana
na minister bia ye beto Land Cruiser na Land Cruiser ye say check it ye be say so man saloon car check it ye be man driver na juma yefo e wo fia yetua ne ka na juma yefo e wo office petrol ye de money free na ketua anko beje na allowances ni pay DM ni nyina Mahama atwa gu we twa be 60 something na gu onim sika wo de save wo man no onim enunti enkura ebenya ensupanom suku papa mu atra onim buntu a ye betumi di sika we aye fa no to nchen akufo ado abra so 2022 ye ko 6 match Cape Coast yes san kura ko gina wie match pass enkrai yogurt okra Akufo-Addo ama wo mu bi ye wie Akufo-Addo bo kasan a say 104 billion OCDs 1 day per 6 match. And then Mahama about say Ghana ya wa ho chiremu. Let me lead by example. Ya to aba ma me enchese me medi o man sika e yo som na me besom yen. Sebi de me ne me re ne me mabedidi onyame ache me bi. Enti 6 match me maye mokro no. He ewie mu match ne sika say yen na me jai ye be ye ne kakra bi. Obi enya na obeye. Ye nyusu Akufo-Addo sika na no se no 110 fumpo ye be ye 6 match. Hey, koko kwani ye kotonu koko amansan dwaso. Akufo-Addo say mache mu ha fa na me fa. Ene Mahama mano 70%. This season ya ye be ya na so time and so masa yeti komwa ye walaji mu a wo ye vice president. Ninuanom all betna konwa so na ninuanom nkramofo okomeka eye very important won nkramosu mu a o matua haja na ye be 11,000 cedis. Alaji ba wo miahwe alanim e de hajj fare e could do 75,000 750 million nipa ba ko a o se me ko hajj akobo mpaye ba wo miasi tua 750 million amamu papa ba ye ni na boso mi mienu hajj fare es what 130 million 130 million masa 130 million im cement bag eto Mahama uni bienti a wetimi ateso na nya magico se nchobungu a hajj fare na 750 no ba wo mi anchobo ye say we nchobo ye say we nchobo ye say enchobo mame na say o de be that's say de be my for ya no si mame just 1 minute mame just 1 minute tie
me wo interview bi
o me o man penya Akufo-Addo abreso o ma bre attitude mo wure mu anya sika no mo say o ye je aban di yemfa sika ni bi ma ya aban yemfa mo ne bosia na aban de ye de ya o de ka wo betua na yenya bibi ya litimi de yensa akoya no.
Yes.
Obi na Akufo-Addo ne ba wo mi ajeje Ghana fo sika through bonds times so say yentua mama ye be 15 to 25 years ni ye de betua sika no se na wawu kura yemfa ho na nankanso aba be chi sika no na sika nsi hu no so enya no ne ye de be ma ye ma haircut na nipa fa ho anya moja boro so akoma yade awuwu na omu wu ni nyina na Akufo-Addo sa oye Ghana for ya bro ene joma ma ba ye me nya to force a obia sika embre na so ye tua ni sika ma no.
Oh, na say
asa so apesika ye den
na omatua first 3 we ye 4th one
na o maza wo ye baby nwura na wo prefri wa ye bibia na wo ji misika diwie wantua me mawu ebi mawu akoya na wo betua atere bia wo ye den they were also mo kodo o manya 1 cedi kura say Mahama de ba betua ka Ghana kwanko mo dija Mahama 721 billion cedis. ECG4 ka enka 721 billion or 68 billion. Cocoa board 32 billion. Rose 21 billion. Commitments Rose contracts ya dia ma yentua 100.5 billion. Ekankwa. Ento mu nim say ye otwa ye nya Mahama. President Mahama won't be ntua ka no na nke ye nya no. Eno nyame a obo ne Mahama ono ane bo ne poma. Waboa no through the finance minister yenye sika ye tua kano asanso apesika to wo se ya asanso apesika to wo se July kan bi beso ama ye tua
sika omudi jam
MPP for
from other government account institutions account
at this rate senior na masa ubo otisika to ho
yes
say we dey call 9th club e dey akoye masem na me be fasika no e de koso asase de kusidan a na wakotena be say yemia misika na nka me de call 9th club akotwa manum no eno a na sa meje mfia befa e de akusidan ti mayade wo sika ne de mawa nka de ko chata private jet woni say wa bro ni mukudi ebrochira tinpie campaign and this sika no onye debite we knew what they were doing the money we are not campaigning we knew what they were using the money for. So ya bani ya diaba betua ka ya de obi what I'm saying is at this rate President Mahama matena se kapape ko be Also, one corruption scandal, grandma, you MPP boss. So by now, na cash for seat about.
Oh, na say mo budget.
By now, na
budget beba.
Me say by
agencies ni nyans ka to spend.
MPP nyam me say enya nu budget grano. No mo say go for be creative o. E ba crowd no bo mo ye creative. No mo say ye koto party ama businessman. O person tell man page go for adonche ya to ya $50,000. O person tell 5 meter to ya we 10,000. O person tell chiripa. So time ya na scandals na ba. Enne no corruption scandal and obia kasa freely. Headmasters are speaking freely. Economic dialogue because obia kasa freely. Yen tata obia. Me say at this rate, MPP begu. Now we want more MPP or mobile NDC. Now your mama dear no baba ya mama nya no ho asamaka. Your mama dear pa your mama dear no baba ya. Masa nipa ne say ensuo beto amfra madika na agro so ayeden efira no pa. Papa no oba se wa masa obepani honya oba so obepedi mpa amamwani me se nkroma danada kamne ya gise ya akufo ado de meneno a kame mpie mfiri Ghana na yetibi bu man se na no obusa amamu tanta enchewi amamu yi obi ye beba ha biem na me kono ma me na the technical committee of the good board ma me Marita Brew the legal counsel to the president unim se oda technical committee so former attorney general waboa papa Dr. Aziz Bassett Bamba your legal consultant ye papa Richard Afenu former director for Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources and Mincom, one of the great assets we have in that sector. Tony Obin no Free Minerals Commission director legal Iroko director for small scale mining Bukari I see ni free the other agents Paul Plebo from Bank of Ghana, Mr. Bannon from MIF, all of them, the consultants on it. Oh my year, Juma Soma Boye. Now, my men, not small scale miners, I say. Because when you are good board, if they don't produce the gold, we are out of business. Now, Yemo Muhu say, John Mahama by Papa Ba, Yebe Boawomo, Amo Juma Koso, Quine Passoa, and since you nonsense, traders, Matede, good board, Obe Babe Boamo. BDC samo $10 amo bre moko salai na body see gold board aye aba na obi gold board is aba for you and this week if the president approves the bill we will engage the media editors host and all that we will address a press conference e be ma bibie mu ada ho na Ghana fo hu say ade na ye na wo se nyina ye boa na de mfa so pa ema o my God ona no ma me na wase na me na obi a waje bretie program we bi utie 1 minute pra wonya me sha
nkofo atie pa
oh sa
nkofo atie
me do mo wase aya metaba on not on just good board but on I said the time to talk about all the other national issues and the omuye hard village 70 omunyaka mo number omunyaka kra
Sameje mfini ya tene kan Ekosiisen So ne me dey your say Bonsu